At the cleansing incense ancient sect, a disciple rushed in with an urgent report that a young man had marched straight to the mountain gate and made a shocking declaration. He wanted to become their prime disciple. Elder Kaoxing barked, asking if the gate guards were all dead to let such an arrogant brat through. Nanhuern quickly replied that the youth held the cleansing incense ancient order. As the first elder frowned, wondering about his identity, a young man walked in and confidently announced that he, Li Ke, would become the prime disciple. While speaking, he held up the cleansing incense ancient order. By tradition, the bearer is treated as an honored guest and granted one request. Li Ke tossed the medallion to the first elder, who confirmed its authenticity and curiously asked how he had obtained it. Li Ke began to spin a tale, claiming he found it at a pawnshop, likely left there by some fool who failed to redeem it. This infuriated the elder, who wished he could strike the boy down right then and there. Elder Kaoxing spoke up, reminding his senior brother that their marriage contract with the Nine Saint Demon Gate was approaching, and they needed those benefits to restore the sect's former glory. Although the boy's background was a mystery, the position of prime disciple remained vacant, so he suggested that if the youth truly possessed talent, they should keep him. The first elder agreed and waved his hand, summoning a mirror that cast a divine light upon Li Ke. Kaoxing stared at the reflection in shock before bursting into laughter, as the mirror revealed Li Ke possessed only a mortal physique, mortal will, and mortal fate. He was nothing more than talentless trash, yet he dared to seek the position of prime disciple. The first elder spoke slowly, asking Li Ke if he understood the gravity of his situation. "Your aptitude is far too poor for such a responsibility," the elder stated. "You could be an outer disciple, but never the prime disciple." Nanhuern chimed in, nodding in agreement. He told him not to lose heart, as hard work could eventually improve one's talent. But Li Ke only responded coldly, asking if this was how they intended to drive away an honored guest. As he walked, he began to recite the ancestral laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect, stating that every disciple must place their cultivation above all else. They must abandon the mundane world and focus solely on their path, for cultivation requires tempering the heart. If the Bodhi heart is lost, then all techniques become worthless. Tempering the heart requires virtue to stand tall in the world, for without it, one is isolated. After virtue comes trust, and any disciple who cannot be trusted is beyond teaching. The first elder was stunned, wondering if these were truly their ancestral teachings. Li Ke quickly replied that he had simply glanced at a cracked stone tablet on his way up the mountain. Looking at the man before him, he smiled inwardly, thinking it was actually quite surprising that the elder even recognized these as the words of his ancestors. The first elder felt a hint of admiration, noting that if the boy wasn't lying about remembering everything from a single glance, he was indeed a man of great erudition. However, he grew irritated, warning the boy not to use ancestral teachings to force his hand, as making him the prime disciple would surely lead the sect to its ruin. Unexpectedly, Kaoxing interjected, claiming that forgetting their roots was the true way to destroy the sect, leaving the first elder speechless as Li Ke watched their conflict. Li Ke couldn't help but laugh out loud, mocking the cleansing incense ancient sect for its divided elders and their blatant disregard for ancestral teachings. The first elder turned pale with rage, his eyes piercing Li Ke like bolts of fire. Had it not been for the ancient order, he would have killed the boy 1,000 times over. "I would have ended your life long ago," he growled. Suddenly, a man entered from outside, laughing as he remarked on how lively the sect was today. Everyone turned to see Yu He and his disciple, Du Ming, a prominent protector from the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Yu He had come on the Demon King's orders to visit the cleansing incense ancient sect, and the first elder greeted him politely, curious about the king's instructions. He asked what business brought him there, while Nanhuern, as a disciple, remained respectful as protector Yu He cupped his hands in greeting. "I am here regarding the matter of the disciple mentioned by His Majesty, the Princess of the Nine Saint Demon Gate," Yu He said before boasting of her incredible beauty and intelligence. She possessed a rare royal lineage, and he warned that if the sect's prime disciple lacked sufficient talent, the cleansing incense ancient sect would become a laughingstock. To preserve their reputation, the Demon King had decided to invite their prime disciple to undergo a trial. If he passed, the rumors would finally be silenced. However, if he failed, the marriage contract would be annulled, though the Nine Saint Demon Gate promised to provide generous gifts as compensation for the cancellation. The Nine Saint Demon Gate had calculated their move perfectly, and even Cao, Kaohsiung agreed that they clearly had no intention of honoring the marriage agreement. Midst the silence, Li Ke suddenly laughed, mocking Yu He and his disciple by reminding them that the Nine-Saint Demon Gate only survived because of his sect's protection in the past. Du Ming pointed a finger and cursed him as a beast, threatening to rip out his tongue for insulting his sect, but Li Ke remained unfazed and continued his cryptic remarks. That old man likely never imagined his descendants would inherit only the savagery of the demon race instead of true martial arts, he mused, causing Yu He's face to darken with rage. He unleashed his power, hurling hidden weapons at Li Ke before the boy could react, but the projectiles suddenly transformed into a massive cloud of green smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the first elder and Kaohsiung appeared, with the elder asking in a low voice if the boy had known they would step in to save him. Li Ke calmly replied that if they hadn't intervened, the cleansing incense ancient sect would truly be doomed, while Yu He, seeing him unharmed, demanded justice for the insult. Why is the elder protecting him? Do you intend to become an enemy of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate? The great elder dropped his polite facade. Does Protector Yu intend to commit murder right before the gates of my cleansing incense main hall? Du Ming gritted his teeth in silent fury at the boy's arrogance. Let's see how much longer you can remain so smug. He respectfully asked Protector Yu He to let him handle this small fry, and Yu He nodded his approval. With permission granted, Du Ming pointed a challenging finger at Li Ke, asking if he dared to accept. Li Ke replied, "Do you have a death wish? If you want to play, I'll indulge you." The great elder was displeased by the boy's reckless audacity and ordered the arena to be prepared for the two juniors. He thought to himself that since the cleansing incense ancient order had been invoked, no one could save the boy, but Li Ke felt this was perfect. A moment later, a voice scolded him. "You're insane. You don't even have a weapon, yet you agreed to a duel." Nan Huan made a suggestion. "If you use the ancient order to let me fight in your place, you might keep your life." Li Ke refused, saying he had no interest in doing that. Looking at the weapons before him, Li Ke lamented that the sect's inventory was so outdated that there wasn't a single decent weapon. Nan Huan countered. "You have no eye for quality. These are all treasures. It's a rare exception that an outsider like you is even allowed to use them." He added huffily that if these weren't good enough, then you should just go to the arena empty-handed and wait for death. Li Ke ignored him and kept searching, telling him not to rush as there were still more here. "That's just a pile of scrap metal over there." After a while, Li Ke was satisfied, having finally found something. Nan Huan wondered if it was a real treasure. Li Ke picked up an old iron rod and said it would do. Nan Huan was shocked, pointing out that it was just a common fire poker. At the arena, Old Mo solemnly announced that the duel had no restrictions on moves or weapons, and would only end when one side fell or surrendered. Since neither side objected, Old Mo took his role as referee, announcing the match between the Nine-Saint Demon Gate's talent, Du Ming, and the shepherd boy, Li Ke. Du Ming looked serious, while Li Ke remained nonchalant. Yu He confidently told Du Ming to torment him so he would learn the price of insulting their sect. The great elder plotted to use the Nine-Saint Demon Gate to eliminate this clown and reclaim the ancient order. Old Mo shouted for the duel to begin. As soon as the words were spoken, Du Ming's sword reached Li Ke's neck. A deep cut appeared and blood flowed freely. Kaohsiung was amazed by the kid's agility. Considering his age, Li Ke stood there seemingly unfazed. Nan Huan was incredibly worried and screamed for him not to just stand there like a statue. This was the pure Yang art, which focused on speed, precision, and lethality. On the stage, Du Ming was filled with murderous intent. The sword in his hand created countless afterimages, as if hundreds of blades were attacking at once. Li Ke was quickly forced into a defensive position, his clothes torn to shreds. Nan Huan realized this was no longer a duel, but a slow execution. Li Ke gasped for breath while Du Ming sneered. "Do you understand the gap between us now?" He feigned mercy, saying his next strike would end it all so the boy wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Hearing those words, Li Ke's heart filled with rage. Du Ming quickly unleashed his final move, piercing Li Ke's shoulder as blood poured out. The next strike aimed for a vital spot that could take his life. With murderous eyes, Du Ming whispered, "Does that feel better, kid?" He then thrust the sword through Li Ke, telling him to be grateful for a quick death at the Yellow Springs. He thought it was all over. Unexpectedly, Li Ke broke into a sinister smile and remarked that it actually hurt. Du Ming doubted himself, wondering if he had missed. Li Ke coldly repeated that the strike was painful. Du Ming couldn't believe his eyes. There was no way he could have missed. He realized there was something very abnormal about this boy. Convinced the boy was hiding something, he immediately grew wary and leaped away. Li Ke just chuckled, wiped his face, and asked, "Are you scared already?" This infuriated Du Ming, who barked back, "Do you think I won't kill you?" But this time, Li Ke didn't let him land a hit, dodging with a simple step. This left Du Ming utterly bewildered as the situation reversed. Drenched in sweat, he wondered what was happening. Li Ke simply threw back 2 words, "Too weak." Yu He watched with wide eyes, impressed that the boy could actually evade Du Ming's attacks. Nan Huern was the only one cheering, realizing Li Ke had been hiding his true strength. The great elder began to lose his composure, sensing something was wrong. He pondered that while Du Ming's pure yang art was sharp, it lacked variation. The great elder connected the dots. Li Ke must have memorized the patterns during the first 2 hits, allowing him to dodge when the moves were repeated. To memorize a technique so quickly was truly commendable. His gaze remained full of hatred, but that was the extent of it. No matter how clever Li Ke was, he essentially had no way to strike back. Under the pressure of the counterattack, Du Ming erupted as flames surged around him, and his face twisted into a terrifying mask while he roared Li Ke's name. Du Ming spat insults, calling him a mere insect without any cultivation, losing his composure as he warned him not to be so arrogant. Li Ke offered a calm smile, noting that his opponent was finally getting serious as he tightened his grip on the broken iron rod. Li Ke spoke in a detached tone, telling him to come forward, while Kaoxing asked Nan Huern if their armory actually held such a weapon. Fearing a reprimand, Nan Huern whispered that they did indeed have such items in stock. Even now, he still could not believe it was just a piece of junk from the scrap pile, a thought that Du Ming also shared. Du Ming dismissed the wooden stick, declaring that a bug remained a bug even with a divine weapon, while Yu He watched with a smirk. Suddenly, Du Ming vanished from everyone's sight, causing Nan Huern to cry out in shock at his disappearance. Kaoxing felt ashamed of the boy's reaction, noting Nan Huern's lack of experience as Du Ming reappeared high in the air. Du Ming intended to end Li Ke with a single blow, but Li Ke had already anticipated the attack coming from the sky. Du Ming lunged downward with all his strength, screaming for him to die, yet Li Ke remained composed as the blade failed to reach him. With the blade only inches away, he struck like lightning as if countless arms had appeared, leaving Yu He agape while Du Ming was hit by the iron rod, shocking Nan Huern and the 2 elders. Du Ming continuously vomited blood from an upward strike that everyone realized was devastating as a crisp cracking sound rang out. When Du Ming fell, Elder Mo declared the winner, and a pale Yu He rushed to the stage in a panic to check on his disciple. Du Ming struggled to speak to his master as his energy began to wither, leaving a horrified and grief-stricken Yu He unable to contain his emotions. In his rage, he cursed Li Ke as a devious little beast for destroying the cultivation of a 9-saint Demon Gate disciple, but Li Ke only laughed and asked if it was really that pathetic. Nan Huern watched with sweat pouring down his face, realizing Li Ke had crippled a cultivator in a single move while Kaoxing laughed gleefully. Since the pure yang art was struck into a state of impotence, his cultivation was gone. It was the boy's own fault for using a technique with such a massive flaw. The great elder remained silent and pensive after Du Ming fell, wondering how Li Ke could avoid a strike from a blind spot so perfectly. He questioned if Li Ke was truly just a boy without any cultivation while staring intently at him. The great elder wondered how many secrets Li Ke was hiding, while Li Ke refused to let the accusations go unanswered. He spoke clearly to Yu He, noting that Du Ming was intent on killing him, and he had shown mercy by sparing his life, questioning if the 9-saint Demon Gate had lost its dignity and what right Yu He had to lecture him. Yu He gnashed his teeth in rage, but could not argue with the truth, eventually losing his temper and charging forward. Yu He vowed to kill him today, and Li Ke welcomed the challenge, but Elder Mo intervened and blocked the path before he could reach the boy. Elder Mo manifested a protective barrier that forced Yu He back, and as he landed, the 3 elders immediately surrounded him. The great elder warned that the life-and-death stage had its rules and further interference would not be tolerated by the cleansing incense ancient sect, leaving Yu He to bitterly mock them. As the 3 elders stepped forward, Yu He demanded to know his true background, and he happily told Yu He to remember that his grandfather here was the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. The great elder shouted at him for speaking nonsense, but Yu He gave a sinister smile at the mention of the prime disciple. He declared that if the prime disciple was chosen, The trials would begin in 3 days, warning that they would cancel the agreement if he did not dare to show up. In a challenge to Li Ke, he dared him to come to the Nine Saint Demon Gate, an institution that was originally established by Old Chicken Head. This revelation left Yin Yan and Min Ren astonished, but Old Chicken Head calmly confirmed that he was indeed the one who founded the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Min Ren was skeptical, thinking the name sounded too demonic, but Old Chicken Head cheerfully replied that he had never hidden his identity as a demon. He claimed he founded the sect to declare to the world that demons could be honorable, then turned to Yin Yan to seek his agreement. Yin Yan only sighed in silence when asked for support, while Min Ren questioned how Old Chicken Head could start a sect without a lineage despite his natural talent. But Old Chicken Head laughed and said he had already considered that. He then produced a stack of books, prompting Yin Yan to ask why he was collecting so many low-level manuals. Old Chicken Head merely scratched his head in response. Feeling bashful, he admitted he saw her talent for refining techniques and hoped she could perfect them for him. Yin Yan shook her head at his scheme, while the easygoing Ming Ren immediately agreed to help, though Yin Yan remained silent. Ming Ren asked what she was looking at, noticing her focus on the Zheng Yang manual. He approved, noting that the Zheng Yang manual served as an excellent foundation for cultivation. Overjoyed, Old Chicken Head asked Big Brother Ming Ren and Lady Yin Yan to look after him once the sect was established. Yin Yan maintained her neutral stance, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. These memories were etched into Li Ke's mind as he wondered how Ming Ren and Old Chicken Head would feel about the current state of things. Both the cleansing incense ancient sect and the Nine Saint Demon Gate had strayed from their intended paths, but he intended to honor his promise to the end. He vowed to restore the sect to its former glory, unaware that the first elder was watching him from the shadows as he sat lost in thought. Seeing him perched upon the patriarch's statue, the first elder sternly demanded to know who gave him permission to climb it before summoning him to hear the council's decision. He was told to report to the main hall to discuss his role as the prime disciple. Li Ke smiled, finding the outcome acceptable. Inside, the first elder warned him to mind his conduct and not disgrace the sect. Li Ke found his new attire uncomfortable and difficult to wear, deciding to just make do for now. The first elder sighed at his persistent, carefree attitude. He explained that by crippling Yu He's disciple, Li Ke had made himself a target for revenge during the upcoming trial. Warning him that the Nine Saint Demon Gate was full of masters, the elder called the trip a suicide mission, but Li Ke just scoffed, noting he had already dealt with one of them. The first elder grew angry at his nonchalance, while Kaoxing chimed in to emphasize the extreme danger of the journey. They offered him any manual or weapon he desired. While the first elder fumed at his arrogance, Li Ke seriously considered Kaoxing's offer before making a choice. He decided to keep using his current wooden staff as his weapon. Nan Huern smiled, having expected as much, as Li Ke turned his attention to selecting a technique. He requested the Invisible Gate Saber manual, along with a pair of twin sabers, leaving Kaoxing looking utterly perplexed. When questioned why he would choose such a common martial art and a simple stick, Li Ke calmly explained that the suitability of a weapon mattered more than its status. Nan Huern saw only a display of bravado, and the first elder, seeing no point in further argument, dismissed them for the time being. Nan Huern was tasked with delivering the saber manual to Li Ke, who then excused himself to go sleep. His casual departure forced Nan Huern to remind him to watch his manners. Once they were gone, Kaoxing asked the first elder why he allowed such behavior. The first elder replied that despite the boy's recklessness, he had a habit of exceeding expectations and turning dire situations around. As Li Ke and Nan Huern walked away, their conversation continued unabated. Li Ke asked where his room was so he could rest, and Nan Huern admitted he had never seen the prime disciples' quarters before. The first elder watched them go, hoping that Li Ke's audacity might actually produce a miracle. Later that night, they arrived at a grand, spacious room. Nan Huern marveled at the size of the prime disciples' quarters, but Li Ke, busy reading, merely considered it adequate. Nan Huern congratulated him on actually becoming the prime disciple. Li Ke brushed it off and asked if he had ever practiced the Invisible Gate Saber. Upon hearing that Nan Huern knew a bit of the technique, Li Ke insisted they spar immediately, much to the others' surprise. Li Ke began demonstrating the moves, explaining that the weight of the strike depended on the user's intent. Nan Huern reluctantly agreed to spar, but Li Ke suddenly raised the stakes. Claiming that simple practice was dull, he proposed a bet. If he could win within 10 rounds using only the invisible gate saber, Nan Huern would have to serve him for a month. Nan Huern accepted, thinking Li Ke was being naive, and added his own condition that Li Ke must use proper honorifics if he lost. The match began with Nan Huern taking the initiative. By the third round, he had already landed a hit on Li Ke. He noted that a common martial art could hardly compete with a cultivator's power, and by the seventh round, his rapid attacks left Li Ke struggling to keep up. He warned Li Ke that reality was harsh, and by the ninth round he felt victory was certain. In the final round, Li Ke held his ground. As Nan Huern lunged with his final strike, Li Ke smiled and thanked him for the lesson while effortlessly blocking the blow. Without using any brute force, Li Ke mirrored the movements perfectly and announced that he had finally mastered the secrets of the invisible gate saber, leaving Nan Huern in shock. It was unbelievable, and as Li Ke brought up their deal, he reminded him that according to their agreement, he must obey his every command for 1 month. Nan Huern suddenly found himself a temporary servant and felt deeply dissatisfied, unable to grasp the situation, while Li Ke's feelings were obvious. He was extremely satisfied and told him to go rest while he decided what tasks to assign, ignoring Nan Huern's dark expression. He thought to himself that he had always considered himself cunning despite not showing it, yet the decline of the cleansing incense ancient sect remained unchanged. Watching Li Ke walk away, he couldn't help but ponder how this boy with a mortal physique and fate allowed him to see a certain possibility. His blood seemed to boil with passion as Nan Huern suddenly called out to Li Ke, causing him to turn around in surprise. With an unprecedented radiance on his face, he asked if he could truly complete the trial for the cleansing incense ancient sect. That expression made Li Ke see the shadow of Mingren, and after a brief daze, he smiled and asked if it even needed to be said as time flew by. One morning at the 9 Saint Demon Gate, Su Hun was shocked to see Du Ming lying motionless and questioned Yu He, as they were only meant to deliver a message. He didn't understand how things ended up this way, while Yu He, still unable to quell his anger, admitted he never expected the boy to slit his own throat. His cultivation had been destroyed by Li Ke, leaving him unable to carry on his lineage, which led the grieving and enraged Guangyuan to be consoled by Su Hun. A cultivator's power is their very life, so your younger brother's death is an early release, and you must not let it destroy your Dao heart. Guangyuan's clenched fists revealed his extreme hatred for Li Ke, yet he could not refute Su Hun's words and simply complied with his master. Su Hun calmly reminded him that only a steady Dao heart ensures stable cultivation, then told him to suppress his grief and withdraw, which Guangyuan did. However, he could never forget this, as his mind was now consumed by the name of his enemy, Li Ke, whom he swore he would eventually kill. Time passed quickly until it was time for Li Ke to depart for the 9 Saint Demon Gate, accompanied by Nan Huern and Elder Mo. Knowing his temperament, the first elder warned Li Ke that this trip was vital and to watch his behavior, to which Li Ke immediately agreed. He told him not to worry, which naturally angered the first elder, who found it impossible to be at ease and turned to address Elder Mo instead. He instructed Nan Huern and the other to keep a close eye on Li Ke before quickly telling them to leave to avoid further stress. The three set off, and along the way, Nan Huern couldn't help but worry about Li Ke causing trouble, reminding him that the 9 Saint Demon Gate was a powerful force. He urged his senior brother to maintain his composure during the grand, welcoming ceremony to avoid being mocked, but Li Ke only laughed and said they would see how great they truly were. They traveled in silence until they reached the 9 Saint Demon Gate, where the sight of the empty entrance left all three of them completely speechless. Li Ke laughed and asked Nan Huern if this was the ceremony he mentioned, while Elder Mo noticed Su Hun slowly approaching to politely acknowledge the arrival of the cleansing incense's first disciple. Su Hun asked them not to take offense at his late arrival, but Elder Mo sharply questioned why only a protector was sent, asking what he took their sect for while Su Hun remained calm. Su Hun told Protector Mo to calm down, explaining that the first elder was in seclusion and the others were busy, leaving him with no other choice despite Elder Mo seeing through the excuses. Though frustrated by the lies, Li Ke was uncharacteristically lenient, telling them not to dwell on such trivial matters. He suggested they simply make them pay 100-fold during the trial, prompting Su Hun to finally take notice of him and assume he was the sect's first disciple. Within seconds, Li Ke reverted to his true self and claimed to be his grandfather, causing a terrified Nan Huern to beg his senior brother to watch his words. Su-hun didn't get angry but responded sharply, noting that at such a young age, he had already surpassed 10% of their own outer disciples. He remarked that the 9-saint demon gate would surely observe the first disciple's conduct, before silently leading the 3 to their quarters to rest until the day of the trial. However, Li Ke had his own plans and shook his head, saying there was no rush if the 9-saint demon gate was currently so prosperous. He suggested they take a tour instead and immediately walked off, leaving a panicked Nan Huern to chase after him while calling out to his senior brother. Su-hun felt that Li Ke was clearly seeking his own death, while Li Ke and Nan Huern arrived at a place where Li Ke's eyes lit up at the sight of some impressive statues. This was the dueling arena of the 9-saint demon gate, featuring 2 majestic stone statues, one with spikes on its face and the other with horns. Another statue had gills on its sides, while the final one resembled a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Li Ke looked across the field, unable to hide his excitement. This dueling arena is truly impressive, and Old Mo agreed, saying that no matter how many times he visited, it was still breathtaking, but Nan Huern felt deeply moved. Sighing, he recalled when they once possessed such a grand arena. Suddenly, Li Ke placed a hand on Nan Huern's shoulder and called his name repeatedly. A chill ran down his spine as he sensed something was wrong, and sure enough, Li Ke demanded to be taken up onto the stone statue. Nan Huern thought he had misheard, but upon realizing it was true, he gaped and shouted, asking if he was joking. He was worried sick since this was clearly the sect's sacred relic, and climbing it was suicide. Seeing him hesitate, Li Ke reminded him not to forget that he could command him at will for the next month, causing Nan Huern's face to turn pale with frustration. He argued that he wouldn't survive the month and resorted to bowing, begging his senior brother to just kill him quickly instead. Li Ke dismissed his plea as boring while Old Mo watched. Finally unable to hold back, Old Mo patted Li Ke's shoulder and told him to let Nan Huern go. Thinking Old Mo was also trying to dissuade him, he tried to cut him off first. He declared that no one could stop him from going up there today, but Old Mo just laughed, grabbed his collar, and replied that he had no intention of stopping him. Claiming it was his duty to satisfy the first disciple's requests, he tossed him up with one hand, and Li Ke was quite pleased with the outcome. Quickly climbing onto the statue's shoulder, he landed easily and praised Old Mo for his perfect control of strength, shouting out to show his appreciation. He thanked Old Mo for being much more open-minded than Nan Huern, whose head felt like it was about to explode as he called his master crazy. Old Mo sighed and replied that since the 9-saint demon gate didn't treat them as guests, there was no need for them to be polite. Someone soon noticed and shouted for guards, accusing the cleansing incense ancient sect of disrespecting their sacred statue. Old Mo was satisfied with how quickly they reacted this time. Nan Huern wept silently, fearing they were doomed, as a large crowd of 9-saint demon gate disciples quickly gathered. They hurled insults, calling them mongrels from the cleansing incense ancient sect, and demanding they come down for disrespecting the relic, when suddenly someone screamed. "Li Ke, die!" the voice cried, catching his attention as Du Guangyuan flew toward the sacred statue with a sword, striking directly at him. He harbored a deep hatred for him over Du Ming's death and told him to die, but Li Ke just found it amusing, joking that a dog had learned to fly. As the sword drew near, a halo of light suddenly appeared as Old Mo stepped in to protect Li Ke, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Both sides were pushed back, but Du Guangyuan was unharmed and cursed the interference. Meanwhile, Li Ke laughed while being carried bridal-style by Old Mo, further provoking his foe. He had no intention of letting him off, asking if he wanted to keep fighting, while Nan Huern stood by helplessly, feeling completely powerless. Sighing at his misfortune, he watched as Du Guangyuan stood before Li Ke, his eyes filled with rage as he began to vent his grievances. He accused him of killing his younger brother and disrespecting the sect's relic, vowing to kill him to restore the 9-saint demon gate's honor. Li Ke stared at the stranger and asked who he was. He introduced himself as Du Guangyuan and revealed that Du Ming, whose cultivation he had destroyed at the cleansing incense ancient sect, was his biological brother. The surrounding disciples chimed in, saying they heard senior brother Du Ming's cultivation was ruined and that he was eventually killed by this man. They mocked him, saying he wasn't even a real man and was quite pathetic. Hearing this, Li Ke suddenly remembered and realized who they were talking about as the mockery continued. They claimed that facing Du Guangyuan meant he was doomed regardless of how many lives he had, and that this despicable person would surely use dirty tricks, so they should disembowel him. Like a mad dog, Du Guangyuan screamed, asking if he was scared and vowing that no one could stop him from killing him today, wearing an arrogant smirk. He offered him a quick death if he knelt and kowtowed to apologize to his brother, but then a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Du Guangyuan, do not be rude to our guest," the voice said, and Du Guangyuan immediately composed himself, bowing respectfully to his master, Su Hun. Su Hun calmly explained that Li Ke was the first disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and not someone he should provoke, especially since he seemed to have no cultivation. He pointed out that challenging him to a duel was just bullying. Hearing this, Li Ke's group realized their secret was out as Su Hun finished speaking. The 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples laughed again, finding it hard to believe that the first disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect was a useless person without any cultivation. They suggested the sect should just disband and mocked him for wanting to marry the princess, calling him a toad lusting after swan meat, but Li Ke remained unbothered. He chuckled, noting that Protector Su certainly knew how to use both the carrot and the stick, before turning to his challenger, Du Guangyuan. He loudly announced to the crowd that he accepted the challenge, declaring that in this arena, life and death were at one's own risk, while a reckless Du Guangyuan screamed his name. "Your cultivation level matters little to me, but you are responsible for my younger brother's death." "I'm going to kill you," Li Ke was tired of hearing it. "How many times have you said that? Is the 9 Saint Demon Gate full of people who only know how to talk?" This statement immediately incensed the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples. "This bastard is too arrogant. Senior brother, do kill him. Death is too good for him. Tear him to pieces, sever his tendons so he remains a cripple for the rest of his life." Su Hun didn't intervene as he already despised Li Ke. Instead, he remarked, "Forget it, this brat won't even survive until the trial." Old Mo was filled with anxiety, sensing trouble. "If they are on the arena, I cannot easily step in." Nan Huern whispered to his master, his face clouded with unease. "I am truly worried about Li Ke. If he continues to be this reckless, he might be disqualified. However, if a battle occurs on the stage, Li Ke might not necessarily be the one to lose." On the arena, Guangyuan charged toward Li Ke with all his strength. His eyes were fixed sharply on his opponent. He even felt a hint of admiration. The stance wasn't that of a novice, suggesting some formal martial arts training. "But the opening at your left shoulder is far too wide." With those words, he lunged at Li Ke's left shoulder. "Then I shall take it without hesitation." Li Ke was struck by Guangyuan's sword, causing the disciples to erupt in cheers. "What masterful swordsmanship! As expected of Brother Guangyuan, kill that bastard." Old Mo stood by, pacing restlessly in his worry. "I cannot allow Li Ke to die here. If the enemy delivers a fatal blow, I will be forced to intervene." Nan Huern, however, had a different perspective, believing his master's concerns were misplaced. He recalled the night he had traded blows with Li Ke's Mystic Gate Saber and was unexpectedly defeated. "You're asking how my Mystic Gate Saber could best you?" Nan Huern genuinely wanted to understand. "Yes, no matter how I ponder it, I cannot grasp the profound mystery within it." Li Ke appeared quite willing to explain. "It matters not. This is something every disciple of the ancient sect should know. Legend says that when immortal Emperor Min Ren founded the cleansing incense ancient sect, he modified a vast number of immortal techniques. One fact unknown to most is that the Mystic Gate Saber hidden within the cleansing incense ancient sect is the version personally refined and polished by immortal Emperor Min Ren." This revelation left Nan Huern utterly stunned. "What?" Li Ke found it unsurprising. "Indeed, that fierce mundane saber technique became an unpredictable mystic martial art in the hands of immortal Emperor Min Ren. It is truly a pity that such a precious manual is ignored." The ancient sect's Mystic Gate Saber was truly profound. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of blade strikes suddenly flew toward Guangyuan's back. It was only then that Guangyuan realized Li Ke was a master of using weakness to overcome strength, far from the useless person he had imagined. Su Hun cried out in a panic, "Guangyuan!" The disciples were frozen in shock, unable to utter a word. As Guangyuan's sword fell, he drew his final breaths. Though Li Ke was bleeding slightly, it was inconsequential as he remained smiling. "Is there anyone else? Step forward if you dare." Seeing Guangyuan lying in a pool of blood, Nan Huern's face turned pale. There was no need to be so ruthless. Old Mo remained silent, offering no comment. Su Hun's rage boiled over. "Li Ke, how dare you?" He looked as though he wanted to execute Li Ke on the spot. Old Mo realized the situation was spiraling out of control. He rushed forward and shouted a reminder. Su-hun, Yu-hee, this is the arena. Have you forgotten the fundamental rules? Although Yu-hee was furious, he understood that now was not the time for a confrontation. I will certainly accept the outcome of the 9 Saint Demon Gates arena. However, he couldn't help but curse. But for you to be so cruel and bloodthirsty. Aren't you afraid the disciples will seek retribution? The crowd of disciples surged forward. You, Li, I challenge you to a duel. Fight me if you have the guts, me too. Suddenly a dark cloud gathered in the sky, from which a majestic and stern voice boomed. An angry face manifested within the clouds. The members of the 9 Saint Demon Gate immediately recognized who it was. Grand Elder Yu-hee and Su-hun knelt in greeting, and the disciples dared not do anything else. The Grand Elder spoke. Du Guangaming's death on the stage was due to his own weak cultivation. Disciples, cease this commotion at once. As for you, Li Ke, your temperament is far too savage. Our sect does not welcome you. Use this time to heal your wounds, complete the trial, and then leave the 9 Saint Demon Gate immediately. Li Ke replied with disdain, I don't need your instructions, just hurry up and arrange the trial. I have no desire to linger at this 9 Saint Demon Gate anyway. Su-hun seized the chance. If you refuse to give yourself time to recover, do not blame the 9 Saint Demon Gate for being merciless. Thus, Li Ke entered the trial immediately. The first stage, the heart-confusing forest, for those unaware. The heart-confusing forest was established by the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon himself to temper the disciples' mental state. It is a mystical place consisting of 14 levels. With every step forward, the difficulty of the trial intensifies. Upon entering, one must confront their true self. The heart-confusing forest is akin to walking into one's own inner demons, where demons dance and one suffers 1,000 cuts. Though these are mere illusions, they feel incredibly real. Those affected will lose their sanity, and in severe cases, the mental strain can even physically damage the body. Flesh will tear and blood will spill directly. Those lacking mental fortitude or sufficient strength must retreat quickly, or they will be consumed by their inner demons. Su-hun feigned kindness. The cleansing incense ancient sect is, after all, a righteous sect. We have no wish to see your sect's first disciple in such a pathetic state. Li Ke listened until his patience wore thin. I've heard enough. Let's get started. Call that princess of yours out to compete with me. Su-hun found the request laughable. Do you think you're worthy? He then proposed. You may not fear death. But the 9 Saint Demon Gate still fears being accused of bullying the weak. Let me be your opponent for this match. Li Ke laughed mockingly. So you finally remembered you belong to a prestigious sect. I have some advice for you, but a lowly protector like you better not back out if you lose. Su-hun huffed in irritation and warned that Li Ke would pay for his arrogance, while the surrounding disciples continued their boasting. Protector Su has stepped up. A disciple whispered to his neighbor, recalling that he had already reached the 5th rank years ago when he was still a senior brother. The nearby disciple looked on with great admiration, noting that although Protector Su and Protector Yu-hee were of the same generation, the former appeared much more mature. The bald man quickly signaled for silence, shushing him so others wouldn't hear, then explained that while he looked older, he was nearing the canopy realm, which was truly extraordinary. The big-eared man wondered if the Protector could reach the 8th step, but the bald man pointed ahead and told him to look because he had already broken through the 5th. The big-eared man added that he was nearing the 6th step, as Su-hun entered the heart-confusing forest and immediately felt as if his flesh were being torn apart. The heart-confusing forest was truly terrifying, making him wonder if the 6th step was his limit as blood trickled from his mouth. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to give up easily. Thousands of ghostly arms reached out to grab him as floating corpses appeared at the 7th step, but he cursed the annoying illusions and used his strength to strike them down. He took heavy steps, struggling to escape the heart-confusing forest, and emerged panting as if he had just fought a war while the crowd around him cheered. Everyone marveled at him reaching the 7th step, saying he truly lived up to his reputation, but Li Ke stood aside and silently called him an idiot. He explained that the forest tested one's Dao heart, yet the man used brute force to break through, which would lead to severe consequences, and just then, Su-hun was suddenly sent flying. The crowd panicked and asked if Protector Su was all right, as he looked completely drained of energy, never expecting the power of the heart-confusing forest to be so overwhelming. He couldn't even pass the 8th step, so Yu-hee quickly went to comfort him, saying he had done a great job and had worked hard. The bald and big-eared men agreed that the Protector was the best, while Yu-He added that with more cultivation, he could become an elder, making Su-hun thank the Grand Protector before Li Ke's turn arrived. Li Ke smirked and slowly walked over to observe Su-hun, remarking that reaching the 7th step at the Fate Palace realm was a decent achievement for someone of his age. He added that if the man maintained this strength, he might actually manage to break through to the Canopy realm before he passed away. Su-hun's eyes widened in anger, but He reminded Li Ke that the Protector's turn was over and asked how much longer they had to wait, prompting Li Ke to laugh loudly. He joked that he thought they were waiting for the man on the ground to stop breathing, while Manhwa, accustomed to his attitude, told his senior brother to just be careful and do as he pleased. He ignored the comment and asked if Li Ke was only good at talking and afraid to try, to which Li Ke calmly replied that the man was lucky to have gone first. He claimed that if he finished all 14 steps, the man wouldn't have the face to keep living, then asked if his words made sense, leaving He speechless and annoyed at his arrogance. Su-hun was so enraged he looked inhuman, shouting that a mere martial arts practitioner dared to boast, and challenged him to a bet if he was truly so reckless. Li Ke asked what the bet was without any fear, and Su-hun declared that if he failed to complete all 14 steps, he must kneel and crawl between his legs, which Li Ke happily accepted. He then asked if the man would crawl between his legs instead if he succeeded, and Su-hun agreed to the terms of the wager. Su-hun said he looked forward to seeing the first disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect crawl, but Li Ke just smiled and told him to wait as he entered the heart-confusing forest. Manhwa and Elder Mo watched Li Ke intently until a fat disciple ran up to the big-eared and bald men to ask how the situation was progressing. The big-eared man replied tiredly that Li Ke had been standing still at the first step for half an hour, causing the surrounding disciples to burst into laughter. They mocked the first disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect for being unable to take a single step and told them not to waste everyone's time if they lacked the ability. Manhwa grumbled about the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples having no patience and chirping like chicks, though he secretly wondered how Li Ke would handle the challenge. Li Ke stood with his eyes closed in deep concentration as countless bizarre monsters appeared in his mind, yet he remained calm and completely unfazed. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open with a faint, playful smile on his face as he confidently began his walk into the heart-confusing forest. The bald and big-eared men whispered to each other that he was finally moving, with the big-eared one adding that he thought the boy was going to stay there forever. They both looked at Li Ke with disdain, assuming he was only making a desperate move because he was terrified of losing so miserably. However, He noticed something was wrong as he observed Li Ke's relaxed demeanor and realized that the boy seemed far too comfortable. He wondered if the boy truly had a secret technique as Li Ke hummed a tune and strolled into the heart-confusing forest, crossing the first 3 steps in an instant. He coldly remarked that fire was quite uncreative, as overcoming these trials seemed far too easy for him, and by the 4th step, he considered even being bound in chains a trivial matter. Countless intense beams of light pierced through him on the 5th and 6th steps, yet Li Ke remained calm and unscathed even as demons and ghosts began to appear. He coldly ordered them to get lost, and while the hideous skeletons of the 7th step left him speechless, Manhwa watched his smooth progress with immense pride at his senior brother's brilliance. Li Ke only found it bothersome and wondered why it was jumping again, while the chubby disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate expressed his dissatisfaction at how easily he was passing. The person beside him was even more outrageous, shouting that he must be cheating, which emboldened the fat disciple to scream that the cleansing incense ancient sect was shameless. He couldn't stand the talk of cheating and barked for them to shut up, knowing well that cheating was impossible in the chaotic heart forest since it tested one's Dao heart. He wondered if the boy's Dao heart was truly that steadfast, but he tried to reassure himself that the illusion's power would increase significantly after the 7th step. Believing he wouldn't pass 14 steps, Li Ke then entered a completely different space where a dazzling golden light radiated everywhere. He shielded his eyes and appeared interested in the possibility of a new toy as a colossal golden statue appeared before him. Surrounded by swaying beauties and countless soldiers, the statue symbolized power, while the soldiers represented military might and the women signified beauty. With gold bars representing wealth, Li Ke smiled at the temptations before the statue laughed and swung its blade at him, asking if he was wavering. The statue's smile vanished when it saw Li Ke standing firm and unharmed, and he laughed loudly, mocking the idea of wavering as being utterly hilarious. The illusion vanished, and he felt disappointed that old Chicken Head's toys were always so tedious, while the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples stared in shock at his 14 steps. He had completed all 14 steps, prompting Nan Huern to cheer for his senior brother's might, while Li Ke smiled and admitted he had only been teasing them. He taunted Protector Su about needing time to prepare himself mentally before bringing up their wager and asking if he still remembered the bet. Su Hun's face turned beet red with no response, so Li Ke shrugged and told him to forget it, as he wouldn't bother arguing with someone like him. Su Hun felt humiliated and enraged but helpless, while Yuhi spoke up to congratulate the first disciple of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect for passing the first trial. Acknowledging his skill as the first disciple, Li Ke coldly told him to skip the pleasantries and arrange the next round, causing Yuhi to suddenly laugh. With a mysterious smile, he announced that the second round would test his martial strength, which made Li Ke chuckle at the mention of combat. He asked if they wanted him to cripple more disciples after already defeating 2, prompting the previously silent Su Hun to scream that he was being insolent. He declared himself Li Ke's opponent, and while Li Ke showed interest, Su Hun continued to look down on him for relying on unorthodox techniques. He told Li Ke not to be too cocky and challenged him to a duel, but Li Ke only mocked the thickness of a loser's skin in response. Su Hun knelt and begged Yuhi for another chance, but Yuhi warned him in a heavy voice about the consequences for the 9 Saint Demon Gate if he lost again. He asked what would happen to their sect, yet Su Hun remained determined and vowed that he would definitely not lose this time. Yuhi finally agreed, and the match began as he stood between them to announce the second round between Su Hun and Li Ke, while Su Hun pointed his massive blade at his foe. He yelled for the brat to draw his twin blades, but Li Ke calmly asked who said he intended to use saber techniques again. Holding a familiar stick, he treated Su Hun with total disregard and stated that this wooden rod would be more than enough to deal with him. Su Hun roared that he was seeking death, but Li Ke remained indifferent, while Yuhi recognized the stick that had crippled Du Ming and suspected it held a secret. Yuhi used a spell to observe more closely, but was shocked to find no traces of immortal art enchantments or hidden mechanisms within the weapon. It truly was just a tattered stick, leaving him puzzled, while the arrogant Su Hun launched an attack to show Li Ke the disparity between their cultivation realms. Suddenly, 2 versions of Su Hun appeared around Li Ke, and the one behind him swung his blade with all his might at Li Ke's back, only to be blocked by the stick. Su Hun's jaw dropped in disbelief, while Li Ke mocked him, asking if the disparity he mentioned was just his talent for boasting. Su Hun cursed under his breath in a rage, realizing the brat had directly struck the weakest point of his offensive. His hands were completely numb, yet Su Hun still believed in himself, certain that he wouldn't lose with his Fate Palace realm cultivation. He attacked once more but was easily parried, and as their weapons clashed violently with flying sparks, Li Ke decided not to drag it out and decisively disarmed Su Hun. The disciples watched in shock as Protector Su Hun was actually suppressed, while Su Hun himself gasped for breath, unable to accept the impossible reality. Yuhi lost his composure and cursed Su Hun as a useless waste, while Su Hun knelt respectfully before the great protector, promising he had yet to reveal his true skills. Feeling humiliated, Yuhi snapped at him for kneeling during a duel, while Nan Huern watched the entire scene unfold from the sidelines. He couldn't help but ask his master why Su Hun was the one being constantly driven back despite being the one who initiated the attacks. Elder Mo offered a wise explanation, suggesting that his senior brother was simply a genius, leaving Nan Huern even more confused given his reputation as a talentless waste. Mentally shaken and unable to recover, Su Hun demanded to know what trickery Li Ke had used to strike the weaknesses of his every move. Too lazy to explain, Li Ke simply advised him to surrender quickly before his mind drifted back to a memory of the distant past. In the ancient era, a type of exotic snake lurked within the deep forests, capable of killing even cultivators who had reached the Fate Palace canopy realm. However, few knew that a certain strange tree in that forest preyed on these snakes, not because it was more powerful than them, but because its unique branches possessed the secret to hunting by accurately locking onto the snake's attacks. Utilizing the branch's innate ability to target weaknesses, it was fashioned into a training tool called the snake-hitting stick to discipline disciples. It was a little-known fact that even young Min Ren couldn't withstand the punishment of the snake-hitting stick, before he reached the heavenly primordial realm. A mere fate realm cultivator stood no chance, and Li Ke smiled as he asked the silent Su Hun if he was ready to surrender and live. But Su Hun had no intention of giving up, as his pupils suddenly turned fierce and predatory, while sharp claws sprouted from his hands. He snarled at Li Ke, promising to show his true power before his body fully transformed into a serpent. Boasting about his true strength and his new armor, Su Hun vowed to make Li Ke pay 100-fold for the repeated humiliations. Li Ke was surprised by the transformation into a half-snake beast, while Nan Huern grew incredibly worried about the senior brother's safety. Elder Mo was equally concerned, knowing half-demons could draw immense power from their demon cores, and wondered if Li Ke could withstand the assault. Su Hun bragged that his father was a golden-line snake demon and that this form greatly enhanced his strength, but Li Ke only burst into laughter. He mocked Su Hun for choosing to turn into a snake of all things, warning him that he might not survive this encounter. Su Hun laughed back, assuming Li Ke had gone mad with fear, and charged toward him at a terrifying speed. Nan Huern screamed a warning, while the other disciples cheered for the protector to kill him. Li Ke found their ignorance pitiful, stating he wasn't the one trembling just as the snake-hitting stick pierced through Su Hun's head. He remarked that the stick was too excited by its prey for him to control, lamenting that Su Hun was about to lose his life. He decisively pulled the stick out, causing Su Hun to revert to human form, then asked Yu-He if the winner was now clear. Fuming with silent rage, Yu-He watched as Nan Huern cheered for the victory, but then he recalled a dire warning. He remembered the Demon King's threat regarding the consequences if any issues arose during the pre-marriage assessment. If he allowed the sect to become a laughingstock, the rest of his life would be spent in misery, a thought that made Yu-He shudder with fear. Cursing his luck, he couldn't believe Su Hun had lost to a waste who only knew martial arts, and he began preparing a hidden weapon. Determined not to let this happen, he watched as Li Ke turned his back to call out to Nan Huern, unaware of the impending danger. Believing the Nine-Saint Demon Gate would be disgraced if Li Ke married the princess, Yu-He fired an ice arrow to end him right there. Just as the ice arrow flew toward Li Ke's back, a stone shot out with perfect precision and shattered it, leaving Yu-He furious. As Yu-He raged about where the stone came from, Li Ke noted that this was the man's second attempt at a sneak attack. To Yu-He's horror, the stone statue actually moved, prompting Li Ke to mock him, saying even his ancestors found him repulsive. Seeing the holy statue change its form, both Elder Mo and Nan Huern began to question their own eyes. Could it be that it moved on its own? The disciples of the Jiu Shang Demon Gate were even more terrified, rendered speechless by the sight of the colossus. As the stone statue began to walk, blood-curdling screams erupted, claiming the giant had come to life. The terrified disciples knelt and begged for the holy statue's protection. Yu-He's face turned as dark as coal, filled with sheer horror as he failed to comprehend why the guardian holy statue was behaving in such a manner. For what reason would the holy statue protect that man, Li Ke? Yu-He shrieked in a fit of madness while Li Ke stood there with a cold, indifferent gaze. Without a hint of emotion, he uttered only two words, "Die," and at that moment the massive hand of the holy statue slowly began to descend. Driven to madness by fear, Yu-He laughed hysterically as the holy statue's hand drew closer until it finally crushed everything, leaving the onlookers paralyzed and gasping. They fled in panic, shouting that the statue was out of control, while Li Ke watched with satisfaction as those fools trembled, until Nan Huern and Old Mo approached him with questions. Nan Huern asked if he was behind this, and Li Ke recalled whispering the secret mantra into the holy statue's ear, which had caused it to awaken. Its eyes brightened and regained focus unnoticed by others, as he frankly stated that knowing the secret mantra allowed him to control the guardian stone statue. Nan Huern was stunned by this revelation, while Li Ke calmly watched the statue clear out the Jiu Shang Demon Gate disciples, declaring that those who break the rules must be eliminated. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky with shimmering golden chains, instantly binding the holy statue's arms before landing firmly on one of its hands. The holy statue was restrained in an instant, leaving Nan Huern and Old Mo astonished, though Li Ke seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. He realized a master had arrived as the demon emperor appeared and spoke gently, asking to negotiate, but Li Ke fearlessly questioned why he wouldn't show his true self. The demon emperor did not take offense, admitting his sect was at fault and inviting Li Ke to his celestial palace for tea once the holy statue was settled. Li Ke agreed to give him face, while a terrified Nan Huern followed them to a serene location filled with fresh air. The demon emperor spoke in a measured tone, sincerely apologizing for the trouble his elders had caused while he was away in meditative seclusion. Asking for forgiveness, the demon emperor watched as Li Ke sipped his tea, fully aware that the invitation was only due to his knowledge of the statue's control mantra. Instead of getting angry, the demon emperor laughed heartily, stating that he appreciated Li Ke's blunt and straightforward way of speaking. He admitted his curiosity regarding the lost mantra and asked if Li Ke knew the codes for all 4 guardian statues, to which the boy proudly confirmed. The emperor offered him the position of first disciple and successor, but Li Ke coldly refused, stating he would not betray his current sect before sarcastically complimenting the tea. Failing that, the demon emperor pivoted to the marriage contract with Xuenger, suggesting that such a high position was unnecessary since they were to be wed. He summoned Li Xuengyan to greet Li Ke, whispering to the boy that the two of them should spend time together to nurture their feelings. Li Xuengyan seemed uninterested, lost in thought about the political marriage, while her maid, Xiao Zhu, tried to cheer her up by mentioning the beautiful peach blossoms. She remarked that she had grown tired of the scenery over the years, though the maid continued to cheerfully flatter her beauty. The maid insisted that her mistress's refined beauty was something one could never tire of, leaving Li Xuengyan to smile helplessly at the girl's silliness. The maid continued to comfort her, suggesting that after the marriage was finalized, she would be able to travel the world with her husband. This made Li Xuengyan laugh as she asked if any man in the world was truly worthy of her, a sentiment Xiao Zhu agreed with, claiming such a man did not exist. Returning to the present, Li Ke sat with a cold expression until Li Xuengyan entered and immediately felt a sense of irritation upon seeing him. Thinking it was some kind of joke, she listened as the demon emperor encouraged her to get to know Li Ke, even though she felt nothing but disdain for him. She wondered if this brat was truly her betrothed, while the emperor, mistaking her hesitation for shyness, urged her to come forward. Finally, she spoke to her master, deciding to suppress her dissatisfaction out of respect for the appreciation and training he had provided her. She had no choice but to comply, and as she stepped inside, she constantly reminded herself of her responsibilities. As the princess of the Jiu Shang Demon Gate, her master's will was her mission, and both the demon emperor and Li Ke fixed their eyes on her as she entered. Li Xuengyan tried to appear gentle, but Li Ke saw right through it. When she greeted him, he merely responded with a cold, "You look decent enough." That comment nearly drove Li Xuengyan mad, wondering who he thought he was to judge her, as she imagined him as a puppet she could torment. Li Xuengyan struggled to compose herself, inwardly vowing to teach this ungrateful brat a lesson. Regardless, she still had to fulfill this engagement for now. "You flatter him too much," the demon monarch said cheerfully. "Young friend, what do you think?" Li Ke spoke up slowly. "About this marriage contract, I think we should just forget it." Li Xuengyan was stunned by his words, and the demon monarch was equally surprised, unable to fathom why this youth disregarded both power and wealth. He showed no interest in beauty and didn't seem like a typical seeker of the Tao. Unable to restrain himself, the demon monarch asked, "What exactly is your goal? Even I cannot figure it out." Suddenly he burst into laughter. "Young friend Li, do not worry," the demon monarch reassured him, thinking he was dissatisfied. "Although Xuenger possesses peerless beauty and the talent of a king physique, I see that your aura is extraordinary. It is no exaggeration to say you will surely achieve greatness in the future." Li Xuengyan nodded in reluctant agreement. Indeed, a husband and wife are one entity. Who is stronger or weaker is merely a matter of outside perspective. However, an indescribable wave of nausea rose within her. Who would ever want to be your wife? Seeing this, Li Ke signaled for everyone to be quiet. "Stop, you both have misunderstood," he said sincerely. "I am declining this marriage contract simply because I do not feel we are a good match." Upon hearing this, Li Xuengyan's rage flared, making her want to strangle him on the spot. "What did you say?" Those words haunted her like an inescapable ghost. He didn't like her. Seeing the tension, the demon monarch intervened to defuse the situation. "Young friend, I understand now. Are you perhaps dissatisfied with the assessment?" He spoke in a gentle tone. "That was indeed a decision made by the sect elders. The 9 Saint Demon Gate will personally come to offer compensation. However, canceling the marriage contract surely isn't the intention of the cleansing incense ancient sect, is it?" Li Ke did not hide the truth and replied, "It is not." I am canceling the engagement of my own accord. It has nothing to do with my sect. Your Majesty does not need to worry further. Suddenly, he pushed himself up to stand. He said, "That is all I have to say. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Li Xiongyan's heart seethed with a fury that made her want to crush him instantly. "You wretched brat," she thought, yet she maintained her polite demeanor. "Safe travels, young Master Li." The demon monarch still couldn't understand where he had gone wrong. Nevertheless, he remained smiling. "Young friend, we shall meet again." Li Ke merely gave a noncommittal grunt. Before departing, he brought up one more crucial matter. "Oh, right, regarding the secret language of the divine statues. Do you still wish to know it?" This made the demon monarch beam. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Of course, I still want to know." Li Ke then calmly stated his condition. "In that case, let your princess join my cleansing incense ancient sect. Although the engagement is cancelled," he concluded with a final blow, "I am still in need of a maidservant." These words made Li Xiongyan tremble with such rage that the air around her seemed ready to explode. When old Mo learned that Li Ke had called off the engagement, he was equally baffled. Nan Huern also disagreed with him, believing there should be limits to his whims. "Is restoring the sect just empty talk?" Li Ke simply smiled and slowly asked them, "Nan Huern, old Mo, do you two truly believe that becoming a son-in-law can restore our sect?" Nan Huern was taken aback by his formal tone. "Why are you addressing me so distantly?" Li Ke ignored him and merely stated that in a few days. "The princess of the Nine Saint Demon Gate will join our sect. This is far more beneficial than a mere marriage contract." This statement left both old Mo and Nan Huern in a state of shock. "Well," old Mo immediately changed his tune, "that is a different matter entirely." Nan Huern agreed, "That truly is incredible." Li Ke looked at them with disdain. "So you no longer doubt my words? How boring." Yet Nan Huern remained worried. "But how will the elders react?" Li Ke replied confidently, "Do not worry, I guarantee they will certainly understand." When they returned to the cleansing incense ancient sect to report to the elders, Kaohsiung's face turned pale with rage. He suddenly accused him. "Li Ke, you are a spy for the Nine Saint Demon Gate." Li Ke remained perfectly calm. He gently asked in return, "On what basis do you draw such a conclusion?" Kaohsiung hurriedly listed his reasons, his voice filled with urgency. "First, the cleansing incense ancient order is not something easily obtained. However, if the Nine Saint Demon Gate provided the means, they could have bribed Gui Laosin. Second, you are a mere mortal, yet you repeatedly defeated the elites of the Demon Gate. There is clearly something suspicious about this." Nan Huern spoke up in his defense, "But senior brother also defeated me. That should prove something." Kaohsiung interrupted him with a contemptuous tone. "You are far too foolish, you useless trash." The third point Kaohsiung raised shocked everyone even more. "You claim he can control the divine statues of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. How could a mortal know such heavenly secrets? If he has no ties to the Demon Gate, then combining these 3 points, the conclusion is obvious." Kaohsiung even linked it to the conversation between Li Ke and the demon monarch, concluding, "Li Ke, you are a trusted confidant of demon monarch Lun Rai." Li Ke found it laughable that he was accused of being a spy sent to sabotage the sect. "Elder Cao, you certainly have a vivid imagination," he remarked. He countered by asking what their crumbling sect possessed that would justify sacrificing 3 disciples, leaving Kaohsiung cornered and only able to stammer in response. The first elder intervened to calm the situation before asking Li Ke why he wanted to annul the engagement, to which he simply replied that he didn't like them. He continued by explaining that they couldn't rely on a marriage for the sect's revival, especially after his meeting with Demon King Lun Rai. Realizing the man was far too calculating to be a reliable ally, Li Ke confidently stated he had his own plan for the sect's restoration, while Nan Huern pledged to help. The first elder whispered that Li Ke was clever and could not be blamed, eventually announcing that he deserved a reward for passing the trial. He offered Li Ke a choice of techniques, treasures, or weapons as a reward before instructing Nan Huern to accompany him. Leaving a speechless Kaohsiung behind, Nan Huern led Li Ke to the treasure pavilion of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He explained it housed all the sect's treasures, including a few immortal emperor artifacts, but Li Ke suddenly came to a halt. Nan Huern asked in surprise if he could control the divine crow statue, but Li Ke remained silent as he was lost in ancient memories. Voices echoed in his mind, calling out to the Lord Divine Crow and asking if the statue looked majestic enough. The disciples' words resonated as they asked if he was satisfied, while Min Ren stood beneath the statue, shyly scratching his head. Memories of the divine crow and the founding of the cleansing incense ancient sect became vivid before Li Ke finally snapped out of it. "What divine crow? I've never heard of it," he said, shocking Nan Huern just before a sudden crashing sound startled them both. They discovered a man with long, unkempt hair that hadn't been trimmed in ages, sparking Li Ke's curiosity about his presence there. He turned to Nan Huern and asked why the man was imprisoned, but the youth quickly replied that he wasn't sure. Even his master didn't know the man's background, though some rumored he was once a genius disciple of the sect. Supposedly, he committed a grave crime and was sentenced to guard the Divine Crow Peak for life, causing Li Ke to mutter thoughtfully. Nan Huern warned him to be careful not to suffer a similar fate, but Li Ke only joked about whether he was being threatened. Nan Huern insisted he was only offering well-intentioned advice, as the two of them finally reached their destination. "We've arrived," Nan Huern exclaimed excitedly, introducing the area as the most vital part of the sect. He explained it was where elite disciples gathered, as the grand and imposing weapon pavilion appeared before them. A junior disciple greeted them as they entered, and Nan Huern proudly introduced the three towers. He claimed the most precious techniques were stored there as the sect's foundation, but Li Ke was entirely unimpressed. "Is this all there is?" he wondered as several people noticed them, creating a tense atmosphere that Nan Huern felt immediately. Nan Huern suggested they keep a low profile since everyone was watching, but Li Ke ignored the onlookers entirely. "Let's go check out the scripture pavilion," Li Ke said, heading forward while Nan Huern struggled to keep up. Inside, they found a crowd where Zhao Hu pointed them out to his friend, who nodded in confirmation. "Is that the trash with no cultivation base, who only became the prime disciple because of the ancient order?" Zhao Hu asked. The other disciple added that he heard the guy had no talent at all, making Nan Huern increasingly anxious. Elsewhere, others whispered rumors that he was a spy sent by the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. Some even claimed he bribed the Kuihang brothel and old man Gui-san to obtain the ancient order. Nan Huern grew furious at the insults and wanted to teach them a lesson, knowing his senior brother's true power. Li Ke remained indifferent, telling him not to waste time on such insignificant people since Nan Huern lacked the courage anyway. He told him to ignore the gossip and start choosing books as they looked at the shelves. Martial Theory 78, Spear Fist, and Little Lee's Flying Dagger. He spoke up. "Senior brother, these are all just mundane martial arts with nothing special about them, so we should look for higher-level techniques." Li Ke had discovered the Heavenly One-Blade manual and told Nan Huern not to rush because he had found something excellent, right at that moment. A group of people approached, led by a man who looked like Zhao Hu, who arrogantly asked if he was Li Ke, to which Li Ke calmly confirmed that he was. Zhao Hu didn't hesitate to insult him for using foul play to secure the position of first disciple, declaring that someone like him wasn't welcome there outside the armory pavilion. The insults continued to ring out. "Li Ke, right? I heard you relied on underhanded tactics to become the first disciple." The arrogant Zhao Hu warned him to be smart and resign on his own. "Otherwise, your future days won't be peaceful," he threatened, while a lackey beside him agreed. Sensing trouble, Nan Huern asked Zhao Hu what he intended to do. Seeing that Li Ke remained silent and didn't even spare him a glance, Zhao Hu felt slighted and asked if he was dissatisfied, but Li Ke simply turned his head away. He returned to his task, remarking that the brief interruption had made him forget which manual he had selected, which made the ignored Zhao Hu incredibly furious. "You dare to look down on me?" Seeing how agitated he was, Nan Huern stepped in to block Zhao Hu, loudly reminding him that he was openly challenging the first disciple's senior brother. He told him to apologize immediately and not to think he could act lawlessly just because senior brother he was protecting him, but Zhao Hu had no intention of listening. Calling Nan Huern the first disciple's dog, he grabbed him by the collar and noted that his courage had grown, all while his followers began to egg him on. "Brother Hu, you must teach this fraud a lesson. You dare to interfere?" Zhao Hu roared threateningly, telling him to get out of there immediately. Although Nan Huern was a bit frightened, he couldn't help but call the man a fool, a comment that caught Li Ke's attention as Nan Huern continued to explain. "Senior Brother Ke can easily defeat Fate Realm cultivators. I'm trying to save your lives." But Zhao Hu ignored him and aggressively asked if he wanted to die, and as he prepared to strike, Li Ke's staff suddenly appeared. Blocking the attack, Li Ke calmly stated that this was not the place to cause trouble, leaving Nan Huern surprised by his senior brother's composed attitude. Li Ke pointed directly at Zhao Hu and told him to take the fight outside if he wanted one, and Zhao Hu didn't hesitate to agree to test their skills. "If you lose, you must leave the sect." Li Ke nodded and said it was up to him, making Nan Huern excited as he urged his senior brother to teach them a lesson. Li Ke gave a gentle smile and agreed that he should indeed learn a lesson, leaving Nan Huern stunned and confused as Li Ke turned back toward Zhao Hu. With a voice full of confidence, he told them to witness Nan Huern's true power, stating that if he lost, he would leave, and Zhao Hu immediately held him to his word. They agreed to meet in the courtyard, but Nan Huern's attempt to stop them came too late, and he dejectedly told Li Ke that he couldn't handle such a massive responsibility. Li Ke encouraged him to be brave as old Mo's disciple, but Nan Huern honestly replied that his master was too kind, which was why he was sent to teach outer disciples since his cultivation hadn't progressed. He remembered old Mo once comforting him by telling him to just rest instead of trying so hard, but Li Ke reassured him, saying he wouldn't lose while he was there. Nan Huern's eyes brightened, and when the duel began, the arrogant Zhao Hu told him to surrender if he feared death, warning that his greatsword had no mercy. Though trembling, Nan Huern tried to strike back, claiming he was no pushover, while Li Ke stood nearby and steadily told Huern not to be nervous. Zhao Hu's two lackeys whispered among themselves, questioning if this kid was really Li Ke, while Li Ke shouted that as long as he listened, he would win. He claimed that this little tiger was no match for him, so Nan Huern placed his trust in him and asked how he should fight, to which Li Ke simply told him to fight however he pleased. Nan Huern was excited and asked if there was anything else, but he was stunned when he heard the answer, and Zhao Hu took the opportunity to attack, telling him to pay attention. Zhao Hu charged forward with his blade, his face full of confidence as his massive weapon slammed down, and Nan Huern struggled to block it, exclaiming that the weight was far too much. He was immediately sent flying back, but luckily managed to stay on his feet, cursing under his breath that even a successful block wasn't enough, so he decided to change his strategy. He decided to take the initiative with the winding water sword technique, treading waves, while Zhao Hu's two lackeys watched closely and the purple-haired one spoke up. The purple-haired man noted that Nan Huern's tactical mind was strong, but the orange-haired one countered that it was useless since the gap in their cultivation was far too wide. The two lackeys commented that brother who was beating him like he was bullying a child, and Zhao Hu continued his assault, sending Nan Huern flying once more. Die! This time he fell and skidded across the ground, only to be caught by Li Ke, who chuckled softly and remarked on how pathetic it looked while Nan Huern called out in pain. Li Ke told Nan Huern that he was using the winding water sword technique incorrectly, then leaned in close to his ear and whispered instructions on exactly what he should do. Zhao Hu mocked them loudly, saying it was ridiculous for one piece of trash to be teaching another, and with a look of pure disdain, he asked how much longer they planned to whisper. After listening to the instructions, Nan Huern stepped into the courtyard as Li Ke asked if he remembered everything, to which Nan Huern nodded with newfound confidence. He greeted Zhao Hu politely, asking if he had waited long, but Zhao Hu replied with a vulgar insult about their intimacy before Nan Huern ignored him and shouted for the fight to resume. Zhao Hu watched cautiously as Nan Huern prepared his stance, mocking the weak dispersing water incantation and questioning if that trash had taught him such a useless tactic. Zhao Hu feigned concern, warning that he would die without a water shield, while Nan Huern recalled his earlier conversation with Li Ke. He had asked his senior brother if this last-minute training would actually work, but Li Ke simply replied that he wanted him to do what he did best. He explained that the winding water sword art was ill-suited for combat, but perfect for washing clothes, leaving Nan Huern wondering if he was being insulted or praised until Li Ke insisted he was truly talented. Li Ke emphasized that he should stop using his second-rate swordsmanship and instead rely on his first-rate laundry techniques to face the enemy. He told him to clean up the opponent thoroughly, just as Zhao Hu leaped into the air with a final, murderous strike, screaming for him to die. Nan Huern felt no more fear as he decided to test the winding water sword art, laundry style against Zhao Hu's assault. First, he used water bubbles to sense his opponent's movements in a technique called soaking, closing his eyes to focus. He successfully dodged the attack through his heightened senses, infuriating Zhao Hu, before Nan Huern's sword suddenly lunged out from behind a screen of water. The strike sent Zhao Hu flying backward as Nan Huern meticulously followed every step of Li Ke's instructions. He used the tip of his blade to condense bubbles for cleaning stains, before applying a spinning force to cleanse the area with strange, fluid grace. Finally, he unleashed a decisive spin-dry strike that knocked the blade from Zhao Hu's hand and left him foaming at the mouth on the ground. Zhao Hu lay there like a hollow shell as Nan Huern declared the laundry finished, prompting two lackeys to rush over and scream for their fallen brother. The purple-haired disciple couldn't believe the defeat, while the orange-haired one marveled at how clean the clothes remained despite the brutal beating they had just witnessed. They threatened that this wasn't over before retreating, leaving Nan Huern to turn toward Li Ke with eyes full of admiration for his brilliance. He marveled at how effective a little guidance could be, only to be stunned when Li Ke pulled out a massive stack of books and called the result merely acceptable. Li Ke asked if he had enjoyed himself enough and told him to help carry the manuals back, leaving Nan Huern in a state of total shock. He wondered when his senior brother had found so many books, and by the time they returned home at night, Nan Huern was dizzy from the sheer volume of the haul. Nan Huern reminded him that the elder only permitted him to take one manual, but Li Ke calmly insisted that the entire pile counted as one. Nan Huern felt like weeping as he noted they looked like common mortal martial arts, but Li Ke explained he had taken the mortal martial arts compilation. Nan Huern shook his head at the literal interpretation and gave up the argument due to exhaustion, which Li Ke acknowledged with a nod. He told him to go rest, and Nan Huern left the room with a yawn, promising to see him the following day. Li Ke quickly locked the door and looked at the stack of books with a dangerous glint, before using a piece of paper to set the entire pile ablaze. Watching the flames, Li Ke whispered that he had been right all along, looking at the ashes with satisfaction as he identified it as the physique scripture. He thought to himself that this volume of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures had finally become useful after being hidden for so long. He remembered how Min Ren had once gained insights into the heaven-suppressing physique from the 12 immortal physiques, and wondered what he himself could achieve now. Li Ke suddenly felt an indescribable sensation, as if he were standing atop something he could not yet identify. After a moment of confusion, he realized he was standing directly upon his own heart, just as a sudden wave of blood surged forward. It crashed down upon his heart with terrifying force, threatening to drown everything and causing Li Ke to cough up a large amount of blood. He felt the agonizing impact of his bloodline, yet the constant flow only increased his interest as he challenged himself to see how fearsome this power truly was. The heart did not sink, but instead floated upon the sea of blood, leaving Li Ke disappointed until he realized the eerie silence meant the trial was far from over. As expected, a massive wave of blood many times larger than the last came roaring toward him, forcing a cry of shock from his lips. The process continued until the next morning at the training square, where a dark shadow suddenly appeared before the hardworking Nan Huern. Suddenly, 2 jagged blades lunged toward him, but Nan Huern reacted swiftly and managed to dodge just in time. He shouted out to see who it was, only for Liu Yuan to appear and mockingly call him the first disciple's lackey. Liu Yuan sneered at Nan Huern's pathetic appearance and menacingly challenged him to stay and chat with his big brother. The naturally timid Nan Huern waved his hands, pleading with Liu Yuan not to make things difficult while he was on official business. Liu Yuan didn't care about any official business and demanded immediate justice for his junior brother, Zhao Hu, whom Nan Huern had injured. At that moment, Fang Mingteng stepped forward to intervene, calmly asking Liu Yuan to stop troubling Nan Huern. He tried to protect Nan Huern by suggesting he be allowed to leave, telling Liu Yuan to settle any grievances with him instead. Upon seeing Fang Mingteng, Liu Yuan became even more arrogant, mocking him as the eldest brother of the worthless outer sect. Fang Mingteng remained silent as Liu Yuan pointed a sword at his throat, insulting his status and daring him to make a move. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Fang Mingteng warned Liu Yuan not to push him too far while Nan Huern watched in fear. Fearing a lethal confrontation, Nan Huern tried to stop them, but a cold voice suddenly rang out, asking to fight instead. Liu Yuan turned toward the speaker, Li Ke, who spoke with the poise of an elder about how the sect used to be unified. He questioned why the sect now followed secular divisions before Liu Yuan harshly asked if he was indeed Li Ke. Despite being covered in blood, Li Ke smiled and told Liu Yuan to show respect to the first disciple as Nan Huern looked on in shock. Nan Huern frantically asked what happened to him, while Fang Mingteng respectfully bowed to the first disciple he so admired. Fang Mingtang formally introduced himself as an outer sect disciple, but Nan Huern was still preoccupied with Li Ke's bloody state. Liu Yuan spoke up, calling Li Ke a fraud who stole his position and licking his blade like a madman as he prepared to fight. He vowed to show Li Ke his true strength, only to realize that Li Ke was ignoring him to give Nan Huern instructions. After Nan Huern obediently cleaned him up, Li Ke looked refreshed and calmly asked Liu Yuan how he wanted to conduct the fight. Infuriated by the blatant disrespect, Liu Yuan roared in anger as snake scales suddenly erupted across his face. With fangs baring, Liu Yuan warned that he wouldn't underestimate Li Ke and intended to crush him with his full power. Nan Huern broke into a cold sweat as Fang Mingtang recognized the golden scale warrior form, while Li Ke watched the incoming attack. Li Ke remained calm, clenching his fist with a smile and meeting Liu Yuan's charge head-on as their strikes collided. Liu Yuan's sword shattered into countless fragments, leaving him in utter disbelief while Nan Huern stood there speechless. Nan Huern wondered what kind of training his senior brother had done last night, while Fang Mingtang watched in pure admiration. A vague sense of dread began to rise within Liu Yuan as he muttered about how a supposed mortal could possess such power. As Liu Yuan's gaze fell upon the definition of Li Ke's muscles, he suddenly realized he was looking at the hell-suppressing godly physique. He wondered how such a thing was possible, while elsewhere in the sect, Kaoxing sat drinking tea and spoke to He Jianying. Kaoxing asked if the investigation was complete, and He Jianying respectfully confirmed that he had finished the task. He reported that Li Ke had selected a total of 108 mortal-grade techniques, leaving Kaoxing to ponder his motives. He Jianying added that he also chose the Moon Toad revolving merit and Kunpeng's 6 minor intent variations, prompting Kaoxing's disdain. Kaoxing dismissed the Moon Toad revolving merit as a heterodox path that relied on blood energy and would soon lead to a dead end. He called Li Ke a greedy and lazy fool, a sentiment He Jianying agreed with despite having some lingering doubts. He noted that the Kunpeng's 6 minor intent variations was the foundation for the Kunpeng's 6 transformations Emperor Law. Kaoxing chuckled, remarking that if the foundational techniques of an Emperor Law were easy to master, they wouldn't be so rare. Why has no one in our sect mastered it yet? Nevertheless, he did not dare be careless, as Li Ke was still the prime disciple. He cannot be allowed to obstruct your path. He Jianying pondered in silence for a moment before bowing and replying that he would remember his master's teachings. Kaoxing then suddenly remembered something. By the way, have the arrangements for Liu Yuan been made? He Jianying quickly replied that everything was set, and he should have received word by now. Kaoxing nodded in satisfaction, telling him to go and ensure Liu Yuan did not take things too far, completely unaware that Liu Yuan's current situation was highly unstable. He only cared that after Liu Yuan won, he should go apologize to that useless prime disciple. Back at the match, Liu Yuan was on the defensive and fuming, glaring at Li Ke while sensing the surging power within him. Unable to restrain himself, he demanded to know what evil art allowed him to obtain such a physique, as strange red patterns appeared on Li Ke's arms. Nan Huern was also curious about his senior brother's arm, so Fang Mingtang explained that it was the hell-suppressing godly physique. This hell-suppressing godly physique draws the chaos heavenly Tao into the body, tempering the flesh at all times and allowing the practitioner to cultivate anywhere, significantly enhancing their physical strength. Upon reaching grand completion, one could move mountains and fill seas with physical strength alone, rivaling the immortals, a fact that Li Ke understood perfectly. However, he had only mastered the basics, so his offense and defense were still insufficient. Feeling ignored, Liu Yuan grew even more enraged and screamed Li Ke's name. Acting like a madman, he shouted that he did not care about mortal or godly physiques and vowed to teach him a lesson today before discarding his broken sword. He suddenly drew a new, seemingly more powerful sword and gave a wicked laugh, taunting Li Ke to come at him before leaping into the air. With an arrogant voice, he claimed physical enhancement was nothing and that his golden scale rain kill would shatter his defense from above. But when he looked down, he saw nothing. Li Ke was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he appeared right beside him and softly asked where he was looking before launching a palm strike at Liu Yuan. He remarked that his grandfather was up in the sky as he struck, but Liu Yuan managed to dodge, which slightly surprised Li Ke that he had missed. It seemed he still needed more time to fully integrate this power. Liu Yuan was horrified to see Li Ke flying as well and stammered, asking how he could be in the air. Standing in midair with his arms crossed, Li Ke disdainfully asked what was so impressive about flying and why he was screaming, leaving Nan Huern speechless with his mouth agape. Nan Huern wondered when his senior brother had learned to fly, while Fang Mingtang's eyes gleamed as he focused on Li Ke, realizing the prime disciple was truly formidable. Liu Yuan finally realized that he wasn't a useless weakling after all, yet he remained confident and continued his assault, shouting, "So what?" He lunged forward with incredible speed, but Li Ke dodged easily and even managed to throw a punch. Liu Yuan struggled to evade it but stubbornly taunted Li Ke for being too slow. Without hesitation, Liu Yuan charged at Li Ke, who quickly crossed his arms to block the strike. Seeing this, Liu Yuan mocked him, saying he was decent at defending. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he declared he would use his full strength, gripping his sword with both hands to empower it until the blade suddenly grew longer. This boosted his confidence as he challenged Li Ke to see how much longer he could hold out, swinging his sword in a circular motion that generated a terrifying vortex of power. A cold voice rang out, asking Li Ke if he could withstand the blow, while Li Ke looked at him and could not help but find the situation amusing. He remarked on the variety of his opponent's techniques, yet he could feel the immense power behind Liu Yuan's attack and had to admit it was truly strong. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yuan slashed downward. Li Ke tried to resist but was overwhelmed and sent flying, coughing up blood as he suddenly came to a realization. His hell-suppressing godly physique and Kunpeng 6 variants were still at the entry level and not strong enough. Seeing this, Fang Mingtang and Nan Huern both cried out in alarm. Liu Yuan did not wait and lunged forward again, shouting for him to die. Sensing the danger, Li Ke decided to use his familiar weapon. He called upon the serpent-hitting stick to enter the fray. Strangely, the stick began to vibrate and move on its own, and he sensed that it was acting automatically today. The stick seemed to be urging him to take hold of it, so Li Ke quickly gripped the serpent-hitting stick just as Liu Yuan charged toward him. He decisively swung the stick and struck him squarely in the face. The blow landed hard on Liu Yuan's left cheek, causing blood to spray from his mouth. Liu Yuan crashed heavily to the ground. Li Ke breathed a sigh of relief but felt a bit guilty, apologizing for a victory that was not particularly glorious. Nan Huern rushed to his side and anxiously asked if he was injured. Li Ke slowly replied that he had been too careless and had simply taken a painful fall. Fang Mingtang stood to the side, praising the prime disciple's incredible stick technique. Meanwhile, He Jianying had witnessed the entire match and was deeply troubled. This was because, aside from that final stick technique, everything about Li Ke was completely different from their previous intelligence. He realized that Li Ke had first mastered the hell-suppressing godly physique. He Jianying knew that the flight techniques he practiced could never achieve such an effect, and he began to ponder the reason. He wondered if it was due to the Moonwhale scale formula and Kunpeng's 6 minor intentions, but he immediately dismissed the idea as impossible. Just then, Kaoxing appeared and provided the answer, telling He Jianying with absolute certainty that his suspicions were correct. "I also sensed the Kunpeng's battle when Li Ke took flight," he said, leaving He Jianying in utter disbelief as he called out to his master. Kaoxing confirmed it was the sect's ultimate technique, the Kunpeng's 6 transformations, before suddenly summoning the law enforcement team. Kaoxing declared that, by the first elder's command, Li Ke was to be arrested, and the team immediately surrounded the group without hesitation. Nan Huern asked in confusion what was happening, while Fang Mingtang remained calm, noting the arrival of the black-clad law enforcement team. The three stood close together as Nan Huern asked Li Ke what he had done this time, while Fang Mingtang argued that Liu Yuan had attacked first. Li Ke understood who was pulling the strings and smiled, saying he wanted to hear what the leader had to say, a remark aimed directly at Kaoxing. Dropping his facade, Kaoxing ordered the immediate arrest of the prime disciple, Li Ke, for conspiring with the 9 Saint Demon Gate to steal the sect's emperor's secret law. As everyone gathered, the first elder appeared and furiously ordered the spy Li Ke to be brought forward, shouting that the boy had caused nothing but trouble. Despite being bound, Li Ke remained unconcerned and asked the first elder if he truly believed such baseless and unfounded accusations. The first elder grew even more enraged by his attitude, shouting insolence, as a heavy silence fell over the hall. Kaoxing spoke up, pointing at Li Ke and loudly accusing him of conspiring with the 9 Saint Demon Gate to steal the Kunpeng's 6 transformations. He demanded severe punishment, But Li Ke only laughed at the groundless claims, asking the second elder for concrete evidence of such a crime. Kaohsiung maintained his arrogant stance, asserting that Li Ke's sudden display of the Kunpeng's battle was proof enough. He claimed it was their sect's emperor's law, and argued that the Nine-Saint Demon Gate had long coveted their secret manuals, despite previous claims that the sect was unworthy. He suggested the Demon Gate had used a method to hide cultivation, allowing a spy to pose as a mortal in an elaborate ruse, referring to the mortal physique. Kaohsiung wove an incredibly detailed yet absurd story, claiming Li Ke had used various schemes to obtain the secret manuals. He accused him of hiding the techniques within mortal martial arts to deceive everyone before burning the original manuals to destroy the evidence. He concluded that while the plan was clever, Li Ke's arrogance in releasing the Kunpeng's battle had finally exposed his true colors. Li Ke was stunned by the sheer absurdity of the tale and laughed so hard he nearly lost his teeth, clutching his stomach as he questioned Kaohsiung. He asked if this solid evidence was nothing more than subjective speculation, causing Kaohsiung to turn red with rage at being challenged. When demanded to explain his mastery of the technique, Li Ke stood tall and claimed he had simply realized the truth through the Kunpeng's 6 minor intentions. He asked if being a genius was now forbidden, provoking Kaohsiung to the point that his face turned crimson as he screamed in frustration. After the heated debate, the first elder ordered the law enforcement team to untie Li Ke, much to Kaohsiung's intense dissatisfaction. The first elder slowly explained that the boy's words held merit, as they lacked any actual proof that he had stolen the secret manual. Once freed, Li Ke massaged his wrists and mockingly told Kaohsiung not to be upset, suggesting his own excellence had caused the misunderstanding. To soothe Kaohsiung's wounded pride, Li Ke proposed a wager, which Kaohsiung immediately dismissed, questioning what right he had to make such a bet. However, the first elder agreed to hear him out, and Li Ke proposed that he be given 1 month to train 3 disciples. He challenged Kaohsiung to choose 3 of his own elite disciples for a competition, stating that if his students won, Kaohsiung must admit Li Ke's talent was superior. Kaohsiung laughed at the idea, claiming a spy from the Nine-Saint Demon Gate could easily find elite disciples to cheat with, and refused to take the bait. Li Ke had anticipated this, and clarified that he would choose outer disciples from their own sect, asking if there were any further objections. The first elder was momentarily speechless at the choice, while Kaohsiung secretly thought that Li Ke was being incredibly foolish and stubborn. The fourth elder, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, questioning how outer disciples could possibly surpass Kaohsiung's students in just 1 month. "This is impossible," another elder interjected. "Since the boy proposed the terms himself, there is no harm in giving it a try." Elder Mo concurred, "Indeed, that sounds fair." Li Ke pressed on, "Should I emerge victorious, it will serve as proof of the outer sect disciples' true potential." He further stipulated, "When that happens, I hope the elders will abolish the discriminatory system between the inner and outer sects." The great elder finally understood his true motive. Hearing that he intended to use outer sect disciples, Kaohsiung readily agreed, thinking there was no harm in letting those with poor talent remain there. Meanwhile, Li Ke made a solemn proposal to the great elder. "Elder, the sect should grant every disciple an equal opportunity to cultivate. These irrational outer sect regulations must be scrapped." The great elder sighed helplessly, knowing the sect's weakness and limited resources forced such measures upon them. Li Ke had been waiting for this opening. "That is why I wish to wager this to prove these disciples are worthy of the sect's full devotion and training." His dignified words drew a chuckle from the great elder, who teased, "You brat, lecturing me again?" Shortly after, he reached a swift decision. "I have no objections. Elder Kaohsiung, what do you think?" Kaohsiung couldn't refuse. "If he wants to bet, I'll bet with him." He then warned Li Ke. "If you lose, you're definitely a spy. At that point, don't ask for evidence." Li Ke remained fearless. "Fine, if I lose, I'll leave my fate to the second elder." Everything was decided at Cleansing Stone Valley, the training ground for outer disciples. At this moment, many outer disciples were practicing. Manhwa led Li Ke there and asked anxiously, "Senior, the gap between us and the inner disciples is massive. Do you really want to choose the outer sect?" These words accidentally reached the ears of Zhou Yanhai, who was standing nearby. He feigned concern, saying, "Outer disciples are training. Idle people should stay away." Li Ke looked at him and wondered who he was. "Isn't your master old Mo?" Manhwa asked, his heart filled with doubt. He thought to himself how great it would be if Elder Mo were the one teaching. Then he added, This is the transmission elder Zhou Yanhai. Everyone knew he was the second elder's lackey. Any outer disciple with even a bit of talent would be introduced to the second elder by him first. Hearing this, Li Ke gave a cold smirk. Despite disparaging the outer sect, they still relied on a local henchman. He stepped forward. This left Nan Huern stunned. "Senior," Li Ke asked Zhou Yanhai enthusiastically, "Elder Zhou, haven't you heard about the bet between the elders and me?" Zhou Yanhai replied arrogantly, "So what if I know? You're just causing trouble." Li Ke patted his shoulder, his voice soft yet powerful. "From now on, you can rest for a month. I'll take over their training." Zhou Yanhai remained stubborn. What right do you have?" Suddenly, Li Ke's hand tightened on Zhou Yanhai's shoulder, causing his expression to shift. He was in visible pain. Li Ke said gently, "Elder Zhou, don't be so stubborn," but the pressure from his hand didn't lessen. Zhou Yanhai slowly sank to his knees under the force. "What kind of power is this?" he asked with a trembling voice. Li Ke looked seriously at the kneeling man. "Elder Zhou, listen to me and go take your rest." Zhou Yanhai's face contorted in pain. "What are you doing? Let me go," a curious disciple asked. "Who is that?" He suppressed Elder Zhou with just one hand. Fang Mingtang, standing nearby, replied, "That is the first senior brother." The outer disciples whispered among themselves, "So he's the one replacing Elder Zhou to teach us." After Li Ke let go, Zhou Yanhai hurriedly fled. Nan Huern even called out loudly, "Take care, Elder Zhou." While running, Zhou Yanhai shouted back, "Just you wait." Li Ke ignored those words and walked forward confidently. He introduced himself, "Greetings, everyone. I am Li Ke, the first disciple. You can just call me first senior brother." He got straight to the point. "As you likely know, I'll be teaching you for the next month. Before we begin, I have a question for you." Li Ke appealed to the disciples' psychology. "You came here to cultivate with great ambition, yet you let a lackey teach you. Are you truly satisfied with that? I am here to restore order." His words resonated with the disciples, and they all listened in silence. Li Ke raised a finger and made a declaration. "In 1 month, when we win the match against Kaohsiung, the ancient sect will no longer distinguish between inner and outer disciples. Accept my guidance and let's break this unfair rule." As he finished speaking, only Fang Mingtang responded enthusiastically. "Great, senior brother is invincible." Li Ke felt a bit awkward that only one person replied. "Hey, you all are being way too calm." Suddenly a hand went up. The person asked politely, "First senior brother, this disciple would like to ask a question." Li Ke welcomed it. "Go ahead." Luo Jianing bravely voiced her doubt. "In just 1 short month, how will you train weaklings like us to defeat Elder Kaohsiung's elite disciples?" Li Ke nodded in approval. "A very good question. I like children who know how to ask." Luo Jianing thought to herself, "Senior brother is just a kid too, yet he acts so grown up." Regarding the teaching, Li Ke turned solemn. "As for my methods, you'll find out soon enough." He smiled, his tone sending shivers down their spines. Standing nearby, Nan Huern reminded the disciples, "You'd better prepare yourselves mentally. First senior brother is very strict." Li Ke turned to him and said, "Nan Huern, what are you doing standing there? Get in line." Nan Huern cried out in fear, "Me too." As the sun began to set, Li Ke stretched tiredly. Looking at the disciples collapsed on the ground, he asked, "How was today's training? Did everyone learn something?" Nan Huern, pale and groaning on the ground, said, "We need a medical team right now." Li Ke comforted him. "Don't worry, I've already contacted them. Each of you will be treated thoroughly. No one is going to die." Just as he finished, a professional medical team appeared. "Leave it to us." A member checked Luo Jianing and said, "Don't worry, it's just a minor injury." "You'll be fine by tomorrow." Luo Jianing was shocked. "What?" Meanwhile, Nan Huern continued to groan, "I'm seriously injured, I can't move." The medic finished the checkup. He said, "You're just exhausted. You'll be fine after a short rest." Li Ke spoke up, "Did you hear that? Training continues tomorrow." Nan Huern wailed again, "You've got to be kidding me." Li Ke left the disciples to recover while he went back to rest. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give his instructions. "For the next month, your schedule will be sparring with me in the morning and receiving emergency treatment in the afternoon." He noted their apprehension. He used a provocation tactic. "If you don't want to be this pathetic every day, then strive to become stronger." Hearing this, Luo Jianing couldn't help but tremble, stuttering, "Oh, 1 month." Fang Mingtang suddenly felt a heavier burden on his shoulders, becoming even more dejected. He sighed, "Father, mother, I miss you both so much." Meanwhile, in a quiet place, the first elder was focused on his cultivation. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and the first elder quickly looked up. Recognizing the visitor as Li Ke, he asked in a deep voice, Aren't you at the outer sect teaching disciples for the bet? Why have you come here? Li Ke didn't beat around the bush and replied frankly, there are things I must clarify to find peace of mind. Thus, I've come to ask you, old man. The first elder seemed to understand him. You want to know why the second elder is opposing you, don't you? Li Ke nodded. Exactly. Initially, Elder Cow still supported me. But now his attitude has shifted drastically. There must be a hidden reason. Hearing this, the first elder couldn't help but burst out laughing. I thought you had already figured everything out, the first elder said. Li Ke found him annoying. This old man was truly petty after he finished laughing. The first elder began to explain, let's put it this way. Kaohsiung once aimed for the sect master position and caused quite a stir. He continued bluntly. In the end, I gave him a lesson, and only then did he behave. However, he still holds a grudge. Thus, he pours all his effort into training disciples, hoping one will eventually take your place. Li Ke realized he wants to groom a disciple to succeed as the sect master. His deduction was spot on, and the first elder agreed. Correct. His eldest disciple, He Jianying, was originally a prime candidate for the first disciple position, but since I intended to abolish that system, the position has remained vacant until now. Li Ke nodded. So, he supports me on the surface, but actually wants to use me to stabilize the first disciple system. He's waiting for the day I die to put his disciple in power. The first elder added, exactly, he just didn't expect you to hold on to this position so firmly. Li Ke smiled. So that's why he's opposing me now, trying to force me to step down. Having finished his inquiry, he turned to leave. All right, everything is clear, I'm leaving. The first elder suddenly called him back. Wait, Kaohsiung's reasoning isn't entirely baseless. If you truly betray the sect, he warned seriously, I will personally reclaim your position as first disciple. Li Ke chuckled softly. Rest assured, first elder. This sect belongs not just to you, but to all of us. The next day, Li Ke looked at the disciples before him with a look of boredom. Many were missing. Nan Huern scratched his head and reported quietly, Senior brother, half of the disciples have called in sick. Li Ke wasn't surprised. Actually, I thought even more would quit. I didn't expect you all to have some backbone. Suddenly, an enthusiastic voice rang out. That's right, we must never back down. Fang Mingtang, Li Ke's fervent admirer, shouted, the eldest senior brother is tempering our will and strengthening our Tao heart. I, Fang Mingtang, will never complain or retreat. Luo Jianing also spoke up. Wait, it's useless if we're just here to take a beating. She analyzed every move senior brother makes targets our weaknesses. He wants us to reflect and overcome them to improve. Li Ke praised her. Not bad, little girl. What's your name? Although Luo Jianing thought, you're clearly younger than me, she still answered, Luo Jianing. Li Ke then turned to Nan Huern. So Nan Huern, do you think there's any point in me hitting you all? Nan Huern replied innocently, I don't think much, but I believe what you're doing is beneficial for us. Li Ke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Another disciple chimed in. Exactly, following you is better than following Elder Cow. Another disciple said simply, I just don't want to drop out. Another had a different thought. You hit me, and one day I'll pay you back. But if someone truly cares about us in the outer sect, we must support them. Li Ke was very satisfied. Very well, everyone has their own reasons. I won't judge who is right or wrong, he said sincerely. The most important thing in cultivation is a firm Tao heart and self-belief. You are the future pillars of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Everyone shouted in unison, yes. Without further ado, Li Ke got to work. Then let the sparring begin, he assigned. From today, you will spar with me in groups of 3 during this process. I will correct your weaknesses. Nan Huern, Fang Mingtang, and Luo Jianing, you 3 go first. They immediately obeyed with a serious attitude. Yes, senior brother. They then rushed to attack Li Ke. He looked at them with sharp eyes. He gracefully dodged the attacks and pointed out Nan Huern's mistake. The winding river sword art is best suited for defensive counterattacks. Why is your arm so stiff? Remember how you defeated Zhao Hu? After correcting Nan Huern, Li Ke moved on to Fang Mingtang. Next is you. The Ba Mountain Spear technique suits you, but your strikes are too hesitant. Think carefully. He quickly used a stick to demonstrate skillfully. Finally, he turned to Luo Jianing. The swimming dragon technique requires flexibility in your hands, eyes, body, and footwork. Do not attack blindly. Then, he unhesitatingly struck her with the stick as a warning. Otherwise, this will happen. After finishing the exercise, Li Ke stood firm without showing any fatigue. Take a break, next group up. Luo Jianing sighed. How frustrating. Back at the same spot as yesterday, the other 2 were left speechless while Li Ke focused on training the next group. He Jianying and Zhou Yanhai watched secretly from a distance, as Zhou Yanhai worried about having convinced half the disciples to withdraw yesterday. However, the rest were swayed by Li Ke and seemed beyond reach, prompting an annoyed He Jianying to ask Elder Zhou if he thought he was no match. He asked if he was inferior to these outer disciples, so Zhou Yanhai quickly clarified that he was merely following Elder Cao's orders. He Jianying scoffed, questioning how Li Ke's cultivation could improve through combat alone, as he had expected more sophisticated methods. Zhou Yanhai praised him, saying such mediocre training was beneath the young master's notice, until He Jianying grew bored and lost his patience. As he prepared to leave, Zhou Yanhai continued his flattery while He Jianying mentioned he had summoned 2 other junior brothers to return. Their cultivation was second only to his, ensuring victory, which delighted Zhou Yanhai, who felt certain Li Ke would lose the bet. By sunset, Nan Huern, Fang Mingteng, and Luo Jianying were covered in wounds when Fang Mingteng spoke up to ask a question. Li Ke kept only the 3 of them to present 3 manuals, assuring them there was no more training, only the Tyrant Mountain spear technique. He explained he had modified the manuals last night for each of them, leaving Fang Mingteng shocked and Nan Huern wondering if they had to relearn everything. Li Ke explained that both the martial arts and cultivation were adjusted, telling Fang Mingteng to integrate his pure energy into the technique. Fang Mingteng was moved to tears, while Li Ke told Luo Jianying that her intelligence would allow her to master 10 things from one, creating clever moves. Finally, he simply told Nan Huern to try his best, ignoring the boy's complaints about the lack of praise as he gave his final instructions. He stated that if all went well, the bet against Kaoxing rested on their shoulders, urging them not to fail him. 7 days passed. The outer disciples admired the trio's immense progress, and even Li Ke acknowledged it was decent, though Fang Mingteng still had openings. Suddenly, Fang Mingteng didn't fall but counterattacked as Nan Huern and Luo Jianying joined in, activating the Winding Water sword art. Using Wandering Dragon Heaven Shift and Cleansing Dragon Tooth, they forced Li Ke to slide back as he blocked, earning his praise for their performance. Outside, the outer disciples cheered enthusiastically, amazed that the senior brother was pushed back by the trio. Li Ke heard their shouts. He immediately shouted encouragement, telling them that anyone could reach this level if they diligently studied his modified techniques. When they all agreed, Luo Jianying was overjoyed by the positive change as disciples began to return, but then an uninvited guest arrived. A visitor arrived and loudly ordered everyone to stay still, which didn't surprise Li Ke, who knew Kaoxing was there to make arrests again. Zhou Yanhai gloated at their misfortune, ordering the law enforcement team to surround them before leveling accusations against Li Ke. He accused him of indulging disciples and teaching them demonic arts, calling it a grave crime while acting as the embodiment of justice. He claimed to have all the evidence and told him to surrender, but Li Ke was tired of the nonsense, while Nan Huern grew worried about the elder. Fang Mingteng stepped forward to explain there was a misunderstanding, but a stubborn Zhou Yanhai called them arrogant and pointed at Li Ke. He shouted that as the instruction elder, he knew their power couldn't have surged without demonic arts, but Nan Huern couldn't stay silent. He argued they improved because of the senior brother's modified techniques, though only Li Ke truly knew what he had done. He had integrated the physique scripture into the ancient method, and though this simplified version was slower than the original, he didn't want to repeat it. He understood why Ming Ren hid the original method, as he wouldn't want to experience it again, while Zhou Yanhai feigned concern and called them fools. The elder claimed he was worried they would suffer qi deviation, but Nan Huern and Fang Mingteng immediately refuted his claims. Unable to convince anyone, Zhou Yanhai's face darkened as he ordered them to step down or be treated as traitors to the sect. As soon as he finished, Li Ke stepped forward like an Asura, startling Nan Huern, while a panicked Zhou Yanhai recalled their previous encounter. Peering like a demon from hell, Li Ke coldly asked the man if he knew who he was, leaving Zhou Yanhai speechless with terror. He asked if the man knew his own worth, causing a pale Zhou Yanhai to wonder why the pressure was so intense as Li Ke approached with disdain. "Do you really think you can capture me with just these people?" As Zhou Yanhai fled like a coward before the fight even began, leaving the law enforcement team behind to hide behind the 2 protectors. "I leave this matter to the 2 of you," as the yellow-robed protector despised Elder Cao and the red-robed protector also disliked him, questioning why anyone would trust a man like him. Li Ke teased them upon their arrival, asking if there were new opponents to fight, while the yellow-robed protector muttered about a foul stench, and the red-robed protector agreed he was of the demonic path. Both declared he must be dealt with and activated the soul-locking array, as the entire law enforcement team formed a formation that surrounded Li Ke like invisible ropes. He smirked disdainfully at the use of a soul array, while Nan Huern and the others anxiously called out to their first senior brother, but Li Ke ordered them to stay still and not move. He didn't spare them a glance, claiming such petty tricks couldn't bind him, while Zhou Yanhai stood behind them, boasting that he shouldn't speak too soon. Even an elder wouldn't be certain of victory against this array, so you should surrender, but Li Ke calmly asked the law enforcement team if they arrested people without any evidence. He grew furious that they sought to punish him based solely on Cao Xing's assumptions, but the two protectors replied that they would investigate the evidence later. The urgent matter was to eliminate his influence, as they added that they could not allow someone like him to exist, which drove Li Ke mad upon hearing such nonsense about those who enter the demonic path. Those who fall will be enslaved by the demonic path forever. He laughed savagely as he exerted his strength, causing the soul array's bindings to vanish into mist, leaving the two protectors in disbelief. The soul-locking array was destroyed, and Li Ke spoke in a raspy voice, calling it absurd and promising to show them that the true demonic path would not waste words on them. For the two protectors were no ordinary foes, as the yellow-robed one shouted for him to reveal his true form, while the red-robed one ordered the law enforcement team to kill him. Li Ke found it laughable as the law enforcement team charged with staves, but with a single strike, he sent all the underlings flying, telling them to get out of his way. As wave after wave kept coming, he had to exert himself to strike them down once more, and in an instant the law enforcement team was decimated, lying scattered on the ground and gasping for air. Li Ke slowly turned his gaze toward the two protectors and coldly told them it was their turn, continuing without hesitation by inviting them to come forward and meet their deaths. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them attacked simultaneously, wielding staves that had just appeared and were brimming with power. One of them shouted about his arrogance and called for an attack, while Li Ke smirked at their obedience, thinking it was a convenient chance to test his recent cultivation results before charging at them. They did not hesitate to swing their staves at him with great force, but upon impact, the two protectors realized with horror that he was completely unharmed. Li Ke looked disappointed and asked if that was all they had, leaving the crowd at the cleansing incense ancient sect agape as Nan Huern realized something was about to happen. He had clearly held back a great deal when sparring with them, and as Li Ke grew impatient with the two protectors, he declared it was his turn and began to concentrate his power. He created a massive sphere of energy that exploded with a bang, sending the two protectors flying until they crashed heavily onto the ground, as the yellow-robed protector's vision began to blur. He recalled the technique from before, Kun Peng's battle will, but the aura was too chaotic and truly resembled Yan Enyang, when suddenly the red-robed protector let out a scream. Elder Cao was in danger as the yellow-robed protector's face was left unrecognizable, and with bloodied fists, Li Ke coldly told the red-robed protector that he was next. The red-robed protector charged forward, putting all his strength into a punch to attack Li Ke, but he simply countered with a light blow that sent the man flying and his teeth scattering. The red-robed protector collapsed with a disfigured face, and having finished with the two of them, Li Ke turned to the trembling Zhou Yanhai and told him not to hurry, as he was next. Zhou Yanhai screamed for Elder Cao to save him as he ran, but the moment the plea left his lips, Li Ke appeared right beside him. His arm pierced through Zhou Yanhai's chest, allowing the man only one final cry for help, while Li Ke became drenched in his blood. At that moment the first elder appeared and sternly asked Li Ke what he had done, while beside him, Cao Xing was ready to strike and furiously told the first elder that this boy could not be kept. He questioned Li Ke on how he dared to kill his fellow disciples as three people lay breathless on the ground, while Cao Xing maintained an outward appearance of rage. However, he was secretly pleased that Li Ke had fallen into his trap, thinking that the brat's arrogance was his greatest weakness. Cao Xing thought to himself that under pressure, he would act without regard for the consequences, proving that destroying someone required more than just brute force. He told him to reflect on it in hell, while the first elder couldn't help but point out that Li Ke was the prime disciple. He asked why he was so cruel to those who had lost their will to fight, for even if provoked, there was no need to go this far, causing Cao Xing to jump up in protest. He shouted that the victims were the Merit Elder and the protectors of the law enforcement team. But the first elder questioned what law enforcement team he was talking about. Li Ke watched the two of them argue and found it incredibly amusing, as the first elder turned to demand why Kaoxing had allowed the law enforcement team to act without his report or permission. Kaoxing was at a loss for words, unable to say anything. Seeing him silenced, Li Ke thought to himself that Kaoxing had truly provoked him this time. However, his ambitions were so obvious that he couldn't help but be on guard. This was exactly his plan. He knew Kaoxing only wanted to eliminate him. Seeing him cornered by the great elder, he felt immensely satisfied. Isn't it wonderful to be targeted, yet see the enemy thwarted? Kaoxing could do nothing else. He could only lower his voice and claim the elder was unaware of the situation, asking for a chance to report. The great elder granted it, and Kaoxing began fabricating a story. He suggested Zhou Yanhai might have discovered Li Ke was practicing demonic arts and acted preemptively for the safety of the disciples. Li Ke was disgusted by such a blatant excuse. The disciples outside wondered if Elder Cao was apologizing to the great elder. Fang Ming panicked, fearing his senior brother had caused a massive disaster this time. Nan Huern was accustomed to this. He trusted his senior brother completely, believing that this time would be no different and that he had already foreseen the outcome. After finishing his fabrication, Kaoxing urged the great elder to judge wisely. His lies were smooth, claiming Elder Zhou and the two protectors had sacrificed their lives to prove their judgment. He labeled Li Ke a bloodthirsty maniac who was likely a member of the demonic path. Li Ke felt that this man, Kaoxing, truly refused to let the matter go. Kaoxing made his intentions clear, arguing that even if one were to overlook everything else, such a character was unworthy of the first disciple position. The great elder agreed. That point was indeed worth considering. Seeing his attitude, Li Ke immediately understood that the cunning old man still intended to pressure him. Suddenly, a voice called out to the great elder and the second elder. The messenger carefully announced that Princess Li Xiongyan of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate had arrived. The great elder was shocked, and Kaoxing also looked flustered. Hadn't the marriage contract already been cancelled? The messenger clarified the situation. She insisted on meeting the first disciple, Li Ke. This news shocked the great elder even more. To see Li Ke, Kaoxing was furious that his plan was being ruined. She had actually come. The disciples were filled with admiration, thinking their senior brother had such great influence. Nan Huern couldn't hide his smile. She had truly arrived. Li Ke also appeared satisfied, noting that she had come at the perfect time. It seemed now was not the time to discuss other matters. Since you came for me, I must go meet you. He slipped away as the princess had come for him personally. Kaoxing could only sputter in frustration. Seizing the moment, Kaoxing quickly began to snitch. He pointed out that the boy was clearly colluding with the demon gate, but the great elder remained calm, telling him not to be agitated and to first investigate her purpose. At the portal, Li Xiongyan appeared to a grand welcome. She spoke softly, introducing herself as Princess Li Xiongyan of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate, having long heard of the cleansing incense ancient sect's reputation. She asked for their forgiveness for her unannounced visit. She was very polite, noting it was an honor that 5 elders had come specifically to receive her. Li Ke subtly reminded her that he was there as well. The great elder slowly replied on behalf of the group, saying the princess was too kind and that he was grateful she had forgiven Li Ke's attempt to cancel the engagement. He expressed his gratitude and then asked the princess what business brought her to their sect today. Hearing this, Li Xiongyan suddenly recalled the reason. She had asked the Demon King in disbelief if he truly wanted her to go to the cleansing incense ancient sect. She couldn't accept the idea of following Li Ke. The Demon King gently comforted her, acknowledging that he knew she felt wronged. He continued, saying she had no choice but to go. Li Xiongyan didn't understand why. The Demon King spoke truthfully, noting that while Li Ke's cultivation was low, his secrets were profound. Even he could not see through the boy. Her mission was to extract his secrets. He honestly expressed his premonition that this was vital for their sect's future. Li Xiongyan clenched her fists and whispered to her master. She felt extremely aggrieved, wondering if she was less important than that little brat. The Demon King laughed at her words, suggesting she was jealous. Li Xiongyan blushed in embarrassment, denying it. The Demon King stopped teasing and continued. He said Li Ke himself wasn't worth mentioning, but the fact that he passed the test meant there was trickery involved. The terrifying part was that they didn't know his methods. Li Xiongyan was speechless, but she found the Demon King's words logical. Think about it. A brat with a mortal physique and mortal fate could defeat powerful enemies using his secrets. He even commanded the divine statues. The Demon King's words were well-founded. He was certain that these feats were only a small portion of what the boy knew. Considering the weight of this information, Li Xiongyan didn't know how to interrupt him. The Demon King spoke softly again, solemnly requesting her to go for the sake of the 9 Saint Demon Gate's future. He appeared to be asking for her opinion on whether she was willing to abandon her dignity to become Li Ke's attendant, but he knew she would agree. She could only accept the bitter task, promising not to fail the mission. Returning to the present, she spoke calmly. Senior brother Li Ke is truly elegant, with profound cultivation and a solid foundation in the Tao. These words left the listeners confused, but Li Xiongyan didn't care and frankly stated her purpose. I came here this time only to follow senior brother, to serve by his side and strive to learn. Hearing this, Elder Mo felt his ears ringing in disbelief. A solid foundation in the Tao. The great elder was no exception. Profound cultivation. Kaoqing's situation was beyond words and truly elegant. They wondered if those words were actually describing Li Ke. Upon hearing this, Li Ke was extremely satisfied and proudly declared, "That would be me." He stepped in front of Li Xiongyan and pointed at her naturally, saying, "I didn't expect you to have such good taste. Fine, you may follow me." She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly and was quite surprised. Although she appeared grateful on the outside, she was inwardly cursing him, thinking she should have killed him sooner. At that moment, Kaoqing suddenly spoke up, telling her to wait. He denounced Li Ke, saying, "Princess Li, this man has just revealed his demonic nature. I hope the princess stays away from him to avoid getting caught in the dispute." Hearing this, Li Xiongyan acted regretful and asked, "Has senior brother Li run into some trouble?" Li Ke knew perfectly well she was just pretending to be kind, so he slapped her on the back. Li Xiongyan broke into a cold sweat from the pain but said nothing. Li Ke took the opportunity to speak up. "What are you saying, Elder Cao? She is just an outsider, not an outer sect disciple." He viewed Kaoqing's petty tricks as worthless. "I despise these ploys. Unlike you, who smears my name, acts like a traitor, and falsely accuses me of being a demon." "Fine, let today's matter be settled by our bet." He challenged him confidently. "The winner takes all. You have no objections, right?" Kaoqing could only accept. Night fell. Inside the room, the sound of Kaoqing grinding his teeth echoed. "Curse that Li Ke for escaping again." He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his rage. "He's infuriating me." Seeing this, He Jianing spoke respectfully. "Master, please calm your anger. As long as we win the competition, it will be enough." He Jianing was extremely confident. "With me, along with the brothers Lin Lei and Lin Xingli, victory is already in our hands." Kaoqing nodded. "True." He took 2 medicine bottles from his robe, looked at them, and said, "It's time for you to repay your master." The next morning, in a fresh and airy place, Li Ke made an introduction. "My dear students, today I am introducing someone new." The male disciples were as shy as young boys upon seeing her, unable to believe it was really the princess. However, Li Xiongyan wasn't happy. She felt like a rare specimen being put on display. She looked at the wide-eyed disciples and thought to herself, "Are these really Li Ke's students? They don't look reliable at all." She was also aware of the upcoming match and found it laughable. Having outer sect disciples compete against the inner sect elites? How ridiculous. This Li Ke is far too arrogant. "Fine, I'll do him a favor here." Thinking this, Li Xiongyan turned to Li Ke and said, "Young Master Li, it seems I've arrived at the perfect time." He nodded. "Your arrival can help me with a great task. I have a job for you." The disciples speculated if the princess of the 9 Saint Demon Gate would teach them personally. Everyone was excited, but then Li Ke pulled out a broom. He instructed, "The disciples are busy practicing, so the cleaning duties are assigned to you. Make it spotless." Nan Huern couldn't help but shake his head, thinking his senior brother was being too rude. Li Xiongyan stood there like a statue. "You called this princess here just for this?" He replied naturally. "What else? Don't be lazy." Her face turned pale with rage. She cursed him in her heart, her previous gentle demeanor completely gone. "I'll kill you. I'll tear that arrogant brat into 10,000 pieces." In reality, she could only clean diligently while chanting to herself, "How hateful! If I don't endure the small things, I'll ruin the big plan." After assigning the task to Li Xiongyan, Li Ke got to work. Li Ke began working with Nan Huern's group. "It's still the 3 of you first today. Hurry up and make your moves." Li Xiongyan watched with curiosity, wanting to see what skills he actually possessed. After a period of training, Nan Huern, Fang Mingteng, and Luo Jianing showed a fierce momentum that took Li Xiongyan by surprise. "What is this momentum?" She realized they were all nearing the true fate realm. This wasn't the level outer sect disciples should have. Li Ke took on all three alone in a tense situation. Li Ke felt extremely satisfied, having exerted his full strength today. Fang Mingtang said enthusiastically, "With an honored guest here, of course we have to show off our best." Li Ke couldn't help but laugh. He reminded them, "I told you she's just a cleaning lady." Hearing this, Li Xunyan's anger flared again. A cleaning lady. This brat was driving her crazy, but on the outside she remained calm. However, she couldn't understand how Li Ke, who showed no signs of cultivation energy, could fight three true Fate Realm cultivators at once. Looking at the stick in Li Ke's hand, she couldn't help but wonder. He wasn't using any techniques at all. It was as if the stick was fighting on its own. At that moment, she recalled what the Demon King had said, admitting her master's vision was far superior to her own short-sightedness. Watching the disciples being trained to the point of utter exhaustion by Li Ke, she thought to herself, just as he said, this Li Ke is truly profound and unpredictable. After Nan Huern's group was defeated, Li Ke showed no signs of fatigue. He ordered, "Step down, next group step up." Li Xunyan swore to herself that she would eventually uncover his secrets. A month later, Li Ke's group arrived early, while Kaoxing's faction had also fully assembled, with the Great Elder standing between the two sides. He spoke slowly, expressing his hope that this duel would resolve the conflict between them. Regardless of the outcome, he urged everyone to stop causing trouble, but first, he needed to clarify the rules once more. This contest will be a best-of-3 series, with the referee drawing lots to select the combatants, and there are no restrictions on weapons, cultivation techniques, or martial skills. There are 3 ways to determine the victor: surrender, leaving the arena, or being rendered unable to stand. The Great Elder sternly reminds everyone to exercise restraint. Since you are all fellow disciples, try to avoid taking lives. Kaoxing smiles cryptically, telling them to remember not to kill their peers. Lin Lei repeats the phrase, "Try not to," and Lin Feng notes that it wasn't a total prohibition. Lin Lei realizes this means they are permitted to take lives. Lin Feng laughs in agreement. Fang Ming glances toward Kaoxing and senses a thick murderous aura, prompting him to warn his companions. The killing intent from Elder Cao's faction is palpable. They intended to use lethal strikes from the beginning. Nan Huern warns everyone to stay vigilant. Luo Jining finds their cruelty unsettling, but Li Ke remarks that this allows them to kill without restraint as well. Luo Jining protests that she has no desire to take a life. The gong resonates as Bu Zhangyao stands to announce the start of the competition, introducing himself as the referee for this match. The disciples whisper among themselves about the stranger's identity, while the outer disciples eagerly prepare to demonstrate their true power. Kaoxing's followers retort, eager to discipline the worthless outer disciples. Bu Zhangyao then calls for the first pair of contestants to enter the ring. On one side stands the outer disciple Luo Jining, and on the other is Kaoxing's student Lin Lei. Bu Zhangyao asks if both are prepared. Lin Lei mockingly advises his junior sister to surrender to avoid a gruesome death, but Luo Jining retorts that no death could be as hideous as his face. Bu Zhangyao signals the start after the taunts end. Luo Jining strikes first with her whip, but Lin Lei scoffs at her clumsy attempt, calling her an easy target. Luo Jining channels energy into her weapon with a gesture. Lin Lei's eyes widen as he realizes she can manipulate the whip with her internal power. Using the Wandering Dragon Whip's dragon breath, Luo Jining sends Lin Lei flying, mocking him for being the true target. Lin Lei is disarmed, leaving Bu Zhangyao stunned by the turn of events. The referee is shocked that an outer disciple landed such a blow. Kaoxing's followers cry foul, calling it a cowardly sneak attack, while the outer disciples cheer wildly. Luo Jining feels a surge of confidence in her abilities. She smiles, believing the outcome of the battle has already been decided. Unexpectedly, Lin Lei slowly rises, admitting she is tougher than he thought. He coldly asks if she truly believed he would be caught off guard so easily. Lin Lei reveals he activated a defensive technique just before the impact. Luo Jining remains unimpressed, noting that he still looks pathetic as he retrieves his weapon. Lin Lei asks if she expected that single move to secure her victory. Luo Jining ignores his chatter, feeling a slight pang of regret that he is still able to speak. Lin Lei seems revitalized as he lunges forward, declaring that since she has revealed her full strength, it is now his turn to strike. Luo Jining is no easy opponent. She leaps into the air and lashes out with her whip to prevent him from closing the distance. Whip trails and fiery dragon heads erupt toward Lin Lei, forcing him to exert every ounce of his strength to withstand the onslaught. As she maneuvers her whip like a soaring dragon, Lin Lei thrusts his spears toward the dragon's head, concentrating all his might into the strike. However, Lin Lei manages to break through the perimeter, realizing that her physical defense will be vulnerable once his spear reaches her. Luo Jianing instantly shifts her energy to block his spear with her whip. Lin Lei is paralyzed with disbelief, though Li Ke remains entirely unfazed by the exchange. He is pleased with Luo Jianing's performance, noting that her snake-striking training has paid off as she transitions her long whip into a short-range weapon. Lin Lei is stunned by the sudden change in her weapon's length. Luo Jianing smiles, identifying it as the Dragon Flame Whip and expressing confidence that she won't be disadvantaged. Luo Jianing wastes no time and resumes her assault on Lin Lei. Li Xiongyan suddenly speaks up, prompting Li Ke to turn and ask what she noticed. Li Xiongyan voices her suspicion that Lin Lei is intentionally suppressing his cultivation level. Li Ke asks in a low voice if the man belongs to her faction. Startled by the suggestion, she quickly denies it. Meanwhile, Luo Jianing continues her fierce attack, leaving Lin Lei with no choice but to remain on the defensive. Zia Jianing watches with growing frustration, wondering what that fool was doing during his travels if he cannot even defeat a female outer disciple. Lin Feng is caught off guard by the situation, but Kaoxing remains composed, explaining that Lin Lei is merely holding back his true cultivation level. He reveals that Lin Lei consumed a Buddha blood pill and must temporarily suppress the surging bloodline before his power spikes. Lin Feng suggests it was unnecessary, but Kaoxing disagrees. He argues that any tactic is justified against the demonic path, noting that the time has finally come. Lin Lei, however, appears exhausted and begins to cough violently. Luo Jianing takes the opportunity to taunt her opponent for being unable to stand. Nan Huern joins in, remarking that the fight didn't last nearly long enough. Lin Lei was so provoked by the girl's words that his face turned red with rage, as he screamed that he would kill her. His expression shifted as a green energy enveloped him, but Luo Jianing remained unfazed, mocking his supposed impotence before he suddenly vanished. Panicking, Luo Jianing barely dodged a spear that lunged at her, though it still grazed her shoulder and neck, leaving her impressed by his speed as he cursed her. He vanished and reappeared to strike again, shouting for her to die while she desperately struggled to evade his relentless teleporting attacks. Lin Lei prepared to bring his spear down, determined to kill her, forcing Luo Jianing to take a desperate gamble. Confused by her words, Lin Lei was struck in the face by her whip and spat blood as they both crashed onto the stage, where he wiped his mouth in anger. He cursed his own carelessness against her difficult whip, while Luo Jianing sighed in relief, knowing she had narrowly escaped death. Kaoxing grew restless and demanded to know why Lin Lei was hesitating. Li Xiongyan believed Luo Jianing was doomed against her opponent's hidden techniques and suggested she surrender, but Li Ke remained silent. He disagreed, noting that the girl had yet to reveal her own killing blow, while Luo Jianing stood up and contemplated using her final trump card. She recalled Li Ke telling her that the long whip didn't suit her impulsive nature, a fact she had readily admitted during their training. Li Ke had explained that while whips required flexibility, her hasty style created massive openings in her defense. When she mentioned her close combat counter-strategy, Li Ke pointed out that it was merely a defensive measure. He told her she needed to retrain her offensive style, causing her to worry that he wanted her to scrap her entire cultivation. Smiling, he pointed to Fang Mingtang and told her she didn't need to start over when she had a perfect reference right in front of her. He explained that spear techniques actually matched her personality best, suggesting she combine the spear's power with the whip's versatility. Li Ke believed this hybrid style would become her ultimate move, and back in the present, Luo Jianing took a deep breath to steady herself. Lin Lei continued his verbal abuse, promising to kill her with his next move, until he noticed her short whip beginning to transform. Li Ke realized the moment had come as her whip turned into a spear, and she challenged Lin Lei to a duel of spear techniques. Bu Zhangyao remarked that this unexpected choice was a blatant provocation, while Lin Lei looked on with pure disdain. Lin Lei asked if she was mocking him by using a spear, but she ignored his chatter and charged forward to begin their high-speed clash. The outer disciples and Kaoxing's followers watched in suspense as the two combatants engaged in an unprecedented duel. They appeared evenly matched, leaving Lin Feng shocked that she could now keep up with Lin Lei's incredible speed. He Jianying calmly noted that she had changed her power distribution, a concept that confused Lin Feng. He Jianying explained that she was now using her energy to boost her speed, instead of just weapon strength to match Lin Lei's pace. Lin Feng was stunned by the depth of her power, though he Jianying noted that her worsening injuries would soon drain her stamina. Lin Lei also realized this and prepared a massive strike to end the fight, successfully landing a blow that made Luo Jianying cough up blood. Lin Lei's wicked grin vanished when he saw Luo Jianying smiling even more brightly despite her injury. Her spear suddenly reverted into a whip and ensnared his weapon, catching him completely off guard as she revealed she had been waiting for this moment. The whip tightened around his spear until she successfully disarmed him, proving she never intended to win through spear mastery alone. Enraged by the loss of his weapon, Lin Lei rushed forward in a desperate attempt to reclaim it. However, he was met by her whip, which coiled tightly around his neck exactly as she had planned. As Lin Feng watched his brother's peril in a panic, Li Ke's group cheered, and Li Ke himself praised her performance. Luo Jianying tightened her grip and demanded his surrender, but Lin Lei stubbornly refused even as his consciousness began to fade. She shouted for him to give up, but he remained defiant even though it was clear to everyone that he was at his limit. Luo Jianying nearly begged him to surrender as Lin Lei's face contorted, and blood poured out until the whip snapped with a crack, leaving her staring blankly with limp hands as Bu Zhangyao declared the match over. However, Luo Jianying stared at the lifeless Lin Lei and heard nothing even as Bu Zhangyao raised her hand and shouted the result. He clearly announced that the winner of the first duel between the inner and outer sects was the little junior sister of the outer sect, Luo Jianying. But her mind was consumed by the thought that she had killed someone, until Li Ke reminded her that no victor should look so soulless. Seeing no response, he told Li Xiongyan that he was poor at coaxing and asked her to comfort the girl, to which she agreed to handle it. Li Xiongyan pulled Luo Jianying into a comforting embrace and told her not to be dejected, but her next words about it being a great first kill left Li Ke, Nan Huern, and Fang Mingtang speechless. There was no more time for comfort, as the gong sounded again, and Bu Zhangyao announced that the second round of the finals was about to begin. As the 12 contestants were called, Lin Feng and Fang Mingtang took the stage, while a nervous Fang Mingtang received encouragement from Nan Huern. He replied with confidence that he would surely win, while Cao Xing reminded Lin Feng of his brother's tragic death, though Lin Feng claimed his brother's lack of skill deserved no pity. He cast aside his cloak and gritted his teeth, calling his brother a useless fool, before Bu Zhangyao slowly instructed them to prepare their weapons on the platform. Lin Feng prepared 2 swords while Fang Mingtang chose a spear, and the sounding gong signaled the start of their battle. Lin Feng immediately launched a full-power assault that left Fang Mingtang struggling to defend and suffering several wounds. Lin Feng was slightly surprised that his slashes weren't deeper and mocked Fang Mingtang's sturdy body, deciding to see just how much he could endure. Fang Mingtang exerted all his strength to hold his ground without a chance to counter, parrying the swords only for Lin Feng to mock his limited skill. The relentless attack forced Fang Mingtang to his knees, yet he managed to push Lin Feng back moments later. Cao Xing's disciples cheered at the perfect suppression of their opponent, while a breathless Fang Mingtang struggled to recover. Nan Huern worried that his senior brother was being completely overwhelmed, but Li Ke calmly assured him that the injuries were only minor. Despite the pressure, Fang Mingtang remained resolute, while Cao Xing silently observed that Lin Lei's death had driven Lin Feng into a frenzy. This drove him to ignore defense and consume a blood essence pill to end the fight quickly, unleashing his full power in a final strike. Fang Mingtang gritted his teeth against the twin cyclone blades in a dramatic struggle as his spear was driven deep into the ground. With heavy steps and a sneer, Lin Feng mocked him for still standing and told him to go to hell instead of leaving the stage. Fang Mingtang coughed up blood as Lin Feng laughed at his weakness, making the young man wonder if he truly couldn't withstand the assault. His internal organs felt shattered and his strength was failing, and even regulating his breathing provided no relief. Dissatisfied that his prey was still breathing, Lin Feng conjured a vortex to finish him off once and for all. He pounced like a tiger upon his prey, while a panicked Nan Huern screamed for Fang Mingtang to dodge the unavoidable blow. As the scream echoed, Fang Mingtang suddenly recalled the past when they were constantly bullied and belittled. He remembered being told not to be stubborn and wondering what was wrong with outer sect disciples visiting the scripture library. Kaohsiung's disciples had mocked them as pathetic trash who didn't belong there, asking if they felt no shame. He remembered Yan Hai sneering after a meal, mockingly asking if he really expected to be taught high-level techniques. Yan Hai had claimed it wasn't a lack of will to teach, but rather the limited talent of the outer sect disciples that held them back. Every word burned in his memory, including the warning that forcing his cultivation would only harm him, yet he had endured it all. Since joining the cleansing incense ancient sect at age 6, he understood that whether he stood tall or begged, he was always seen as inferior. That was until a light pierced his darkness when Li Ke spoke out against the nonsensical divide between the inner and outer sects. Li Ke had vowed to break those rules so that the sect would no longer be divided, a promise that deeply moved him. Thinking of his first elder brother, he watched as Lin Feng's twin tigers closed in to consume him. Zhao Hu and Liu Yuan were extremely satisfied, feeling they had finally reclaimed their honor. While Nan Huern watched anxiously, senior brother Fang Mingtang stood amidst the thick smoke, though something felt off to Zhao Hu. Looking at the figure still standing before him, Lin Feng couldn't understand why he hadn't fallen yet. Nan Huern's eyes sparkled as he called out to senior brother Fang Mingtang. Fang Mingtang removed his hairpin and spoke slowly, his hair fluttering in the wind as his voice carried across the field, declaring that he would definitely win this match. After steadying his resolve and committing himself to this life-or-death struggle, Fang Mingtang spoke his final words to Lin Feng before the battle resumed. He admitted he once believed their status as outer sect disciples meant they could never hold their heads high. In the distance, the blond man waved his hands frantically, explaining he never looked down on the outer sect. Fang Mingtang ignored him and continued softly, acknowledging he was wrong and that the real issue was his own lack of strength. He realized he hadn't been able to uphold the outer sect's dignity, and his gaze grew more determined, causing a flicker of confusion to cross Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng tried to remain calm, asking what nonsense he was spouting, but Fang Mingtang stopped, focused his internal energy, and suddenly launched a powerful spear strike with overwhelming momentum. "I am the eldest senior brother of the outer sect, Fang Mingtang," he declared. Lin Feng gasped in shock, hurriedly drawing his sword to block the fierce assault. Fang Mingtang's determination grew as he vowed to stand atop the world with dignity, launching a relentless barrage that forced Lin Feng into a desperate defense. Lin Feng screamed in rage, calling him outer sect trash and telling him not to be so arrogant. Just then, Nan Huern arrived and was stunned by what senior brother Fang was doing. Li Xiongyan, Li Ke, and Luo Jianing also arrived on the scene. Li Xiongyan noted with concern that his cultivation realm was suddenly skyrocketing. Before she could finish, Li Ke nodded in agreement with her thoughts. The two focused on the match while Luo Jianing listened intently. As Nan Huern remained confused, Li Ke explained that he was burning his own longevity. Li Xiongyan turned to him and spoke reproachfully. She asked if he had taught the disciple to do such a thing, but Li Ke immediately denied it. Luo Jianing wondered why anyone would risk their life like that. Li Ke softly replied that some things were more important than life itself, and Nan Huern agreed, noting that it was about dignity. Li Ke added with a sinister tone that it was also about ambition. Though they spoke together, they held different views. Nan Huern asked how senior brother Fang could be like him. Regardless of ambition, he was burning his life for the rise of the outer sect. Back in the arena, Fang Mingtang and Lin Feng were locked in a stalemate. One attacked while the other defended, neither yielding an inch. As Lin Feng began to lose strength, he cursed under his breath, while Fang Mingtang smiled with contempt. He asked if Lin Feng was already exhausted before delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying several meters. Watching from afar, He Jianying was dissatisfied with the unsightly display of the outer sect's dominance. He shouted at Lin Feng to fight seriously and not make him step in as a replacement. Lin Feng angrily retorted, telling him to come and try it himself. He Jianying barked that he was a fool who was about to be pushed off the stage. Lin Feng was startled to realize he had indeed been driven to the very edge. With immense internal power, Fang Mingtang confidently asked where he thought he was running. He added that for such a victory, he didn't even need to reach the upper ranks. Lin Feng lost his composure and screamed about the outer sect, but Fang Mingtang calmly replied that there were limits to looking down on others as he gathered his energy. His body seemed to ignite with flames, leaving Zhao Hu and his companions stunned. A purple-haired youth remarked that his aura was stronger than Zhao Hu's, who irritably told him to shut up. Fang Mingtang's eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Lin Feng, betting his life on the outcome. He burned his remaining lifespan, his power reaching an absolute peak. The two collided, creating a massive explosion that shook the hall and filled it with smoke. The blond man coughed while Jianying and Cao Xing watched calmly. Zhao Hu asked if it was over, while Li Ke's group was equally confused. Nan Huern lamented that he couldn't see anything. The blond man shouted into the thick smoke, pleading for the two of them to stop fighting. Before he could finish, he was frozen by the horrific sight of the two standing motionless, having impaled each other. Lin Feng's swords were buried in Fang Mingtang, blood dripping from the blades. Lin Feng was in equally dire straits, with Fang Mingtang's spear piercing through his abdomen. Fang Mingtang called out his own name with a dazed expression, while Lin Feng's condition was just as grim. The crowd outside panicked, shouting that things had gone wrong. Both fighters were unconscious, and the match ended in a draw as the medical team was called in. As the medics carried Fang Mingtang away, Li Ke, Nan Huern, Li Xiongyan, and Luo Jianing rushed over. Nan Huern frantically begged him not to die. Li Ke cut him off with a stern look, telling him not to say such unlucky things. Li Xiongyan stepped forward and raised her hand to stop them. She produced a medicine bottle and instructed them to give him the pill after his wounds were treated, as it would ensure his survival. A member of the medical team recognized it as medicine from the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Li Ke spoke with gratitude, saying he would not forget this kindness. Li Xiongyan coldly replied that it was none of his business, then remarked upon seeing Fang Mingtang's condition that such a warrior was a rare sight even within the Demon Gate, and he had earned her respect through his own abilities. As the medical team prepared to carry him away, they assured Jianying and Elder Cao Xing that he could still be saved, but Cao Xing barked in fury. If he can be saved, take him away. If he is dead, bury him. Why report this to me? Jianying remained silent as the terrified medic obeyed. As Lin Feng was taken away, Cao Xing muttered that he was useless trash, while Jianying tried to soothe his master, saying it wasn't over yet. He glared with resentment, thinking he would settle the score after his victory, while back with Li Ke, the wind picked up and birds scattered. Nan Huern shuddered, sensing Jianying's murderous intent as two figures approached, radiating a gloomy energy. Retreating in a tremble, Nan Huern cursed his own fear, while Li Ke asked if he was scared and suggested he could surrender immediately. Nan Huern quickly explained that he wasn't afraid, and Li Ke laughed, encouraging him by mentioning the efforts of Luo Jianing and Fang Mingtang. He said it was fine to lose, but after a moment of hesitation, Nan Huern resolved not to back down and fail his companions. Li Ke smiled at his determination as the final match began with the beat of a drum, and the blonde announcer starting the third round. As the two took their positions, the announcer warned them to show restraint, hoping to avoid the chaos of the previous match. Jianying confidently claimed he knew his limits, and though Nan Huern felt relieved, the other man sneered at his reaction. Mocking him for being relieved, Jianying's words angered Nan Huern, who drew his sword and unleashed the winding water sword art. Swirling currents erupted from his blade toward his opponent, but Jianying merely frowned and gave a simple command to strike. A streak of purple light suddenly shot out from behind him, flying like a stray soul directly toward Nan Huern. The light slammed into his sword, completely neutralizing his technique and leaving Nan Huern stunned by such unpredictable power. Jianying sneered with contempt, claiming Nan Huern wasn't worth his personal effort or even a single step, while Nan Huern cursed his arrogance. Without hesitation, he shifted his stance as water gathered around his blade, coldly challenging the man who refused to move. He unleashed the winding water sword cleansing, sending a massive tide of water rushing toward Jianying at a blistering speed. Watching from afar, Zhao Hu and the purple-haired man gasped in shock at how much Nan Huern had improved. The purple-haired man admitted the move was terrifying, yet Jianying remained perfectly still and unfazed. Dismissing it as a trivial trick, he waved his hand and the purple light reappeared to meet the attack. It sliced through the water as easily as a blade through silk, leaving Nan Huern paralyzed with shock at the display. As the water collapsed powerlessly, Nan Huern stood speechless, but Jianying was already moving to end the fight. He coldly interrupted, saying he was bored, and before he even finished his sentence, he flicked his finger to send his sword flying at Nan Huern. Despite his efforts to dodge, Nan Huern was struck down, while Jianying mocked him for being far less interesting than the previous fighters. Filled with resentment, Nan Huern realized the massive gap in their power but tried to force himself to stay calm. He refused to give up as Li Xiongyan and Li Ke watched the one-sided struggle from the sidelines. Li Xiongyan noted that he was completely overwhelmed, while Li Ke pointed out that He Jianying was looking at her with contempt. She frowned in disgust at the man's arrogance, but Li Ke teased her, asking if that wasn't exactly the type of man she liked. Li Xiongyan remained silent in her frustration, eventually admitting that the man's strength was indeed formidable. He Jianying grew smug at the praise, boasting that he would be a top disciple even in the Nine-Saint Demon Gate, while Nan Huern practiced with a straw dummy. Suddenly hearing applause from behind, he turned to see Li Ke, who smiled and said he had mastered the winding water sword art. Nan Huern replied humbly, but Li Ke pointed out that the winding water sword art was merely an incomplete version of the cold water art. Nan Huern nodded, acknowledging that this was a secret emperor law of their ancient sect that had long been fragmented and lost. Li Ke shook his head, remarking that it was a pity because one more step would have allowed him to master the frigid water art. He explained that the technique could turn water into absolute zero to invade an enemy's body, along with other miraculous applications. Hearing this, Nan Huern replied awkwardly that while he was well aware of the frost art's power, the technique had been lost for ages. Li Ke simply smiled and pulled out a manual, handing it to Nan Huern while mockingly asking him to identify the contents. Nan Huern was stunned after reading it, stammering to ask if this was indeed the lost frost art before noticing something was off. Realizing the paper was brand new, he asked if his senior brother had written it himself, to which Li Ke gave a devious smile and confirmed it. Nan Huern was torn between joy and confusion and began to ask how it was possible, but Li Ke proudly claimed he had seen it in a dream. He claimed to have stumbled upon the core mantra of the frost art in a dream, leaving Nan Huern feeling utterly helpless as he forced himself to believe it. When asked what kind of dream it was, Li Ke remained silent with an inscrutable expression, merely describing it as a long and tedious one. The scene shifted to the battle, where He Jianying was relentlessly using psychological warfare to provoke Nan Huern. He told him that a firefly's glow could never compete with the bright moon and urged him to surrender, yet Nan Huern remained undaunted. He replied that he would never surrender even if outmatched, sternly adding that his opponent had already missed his best opportunity. He Jianying did not understand and asked for an explanation, while Nan Huern prepared his move, admitting he wasn't yet familiar with the technique. He thanked his opponent for giving him time to prepare before initiating his attack, though He Jianying dismissed it as a mere bluff. A purple glow spiraled from the blade and lunged toward Nan Huern at a blistering speed, but he stood his ground with a steady gaze. Just as the sword reached him, it suddenly halted and fell as the purple energy dissipated, and the blade itself began to warp. He Jianying screamed in disbelief before collapsing to the ground, unable to accept the reality while Nan Huern let out a sigh of relief. He declared his success as the spectators watched in shock, with one person asking why their senior brother had suddenly dropped to his knees. With one man standing and the other kneeling, He Jianying's face contorted and turned ashen as he realized he had been struck by frigid energy. The cold energy was spreading through his body and had halted his sword, forcing him to quickly circulate his chi to expel the frost. However, he was shocked to find that the invading cold energy could not be entirely removed, causing He Jianying to kneel in utter despair. The man could no longer feel his power surging as the essence of his chi had completely transformed, so he forced himself up and screamed at Nan Huern. He demanded to know what kind of technique had been used, and Nan Huern openly admitted that he had previously felt a massive gap between them. He walked toward He Jianying, explaining that the gap had closed once he successfully used the frost art, prompting a surprised inquiry from his foe. Nan Huern stopped and declared that he finally had his chance, a proud smile of victory appearing on his face as he swung his sword. Before He Jianying could recover, a streak of water flashed past from Nan Huern's technique, which he narrowly dodged to avoid serious injury. Nan Huern laughed scornfully, and when He Jianying asked why, he replied that he was simply recalling his opponent's earlier boast. He had claimed that Nan Huern couldn't hurt him if he didn't move, yet he had not only shifted his position but had also been wounded. He Jianying touched the scratch on his face and clenched his fists in rage before regaining his composure and stating that he had changed his mind. Nan Huern grew suspicious as He Jianying erupted in purple flames with a murderous expression, coldly stating that he was done wasting time. He Jianying laughed chillingly and threatened that his life now belonged to him, prompting Nan Huern to quickly reassess the dire situation. The pressure was immense as it became clear the man hadn't been using his full strength, yet Nan Huern told himself there was no need to worry. He noted that the enemy's sword arts were still suppressed by the frigid water arts lingering cold, and he stood tall with determination in his eyes. Even if his cultivation was inferior, he believed he could still win, and with that thought, he confidently prepared to unleash his next move. Outside, as Li Xiongyan and Li Ke observed the duel, she couldn't help but remark on how Nan Huern's aura had shifted. Li Ke nodded in approval, noting that the lad had finally reclaimed his confidence, while Nan Huern slowly stroked his blade, channeling his full power. Suddenly, his body split in two as a water clone emerged. This was the water doppelganger from the frigid ice art, a technique he usually used for chores when he felt lazy. It finally proved useful today as he shouted, "Senior brother this is my strongest move," before charging at Jianying with his clones to see if he could withstand the strike. However, Jianying merely smirked and ignored the threat, muttering about their ignorance before telling them to bring it on as Nan Huern and his clones surrounded him. They prepared to attack, but in the blink of an eye, Jianying vanished, leaving Nan Huern stunned and wondering what was happening. At that moment, a sword pierced through his shoulder from behind as Jianying laughed gleefully, and one by one, Nan Huern's clones vanished into nothingness. Jianying continued to mock him for challenging a cultivator of 10 years with only a month of training, while Nan Huern realized the sword had long since disappeared, his mind racing with questions. Dodging, drawing his sword, and turning to strike, it all happened in a single lightning-fast motion as Jianying showed no mercy, pulling the blade from Nan Huern as blood gushed out. He collapsed in agony with a piercing scream, while Jianying coldly declared that the light of a firefly could never compete with the radiance of the moon. Then he shouted for the light to be extinguished, swinging his sword violently at Nan Huern until a sudden explosion occurred and a thick cloud of smoke billowed up. The smoke obscured Jianying's vision, leaving him confused until Li Xiongyan appeared from the haze and tossed Nan Huern aside. As he cried out, she calmly warned him not to scream so much or he might bite his tongue, while the purple-haired and orange-haired men outside the ring watched in astonishment. They wondered why the princess of the Nine Saint Demon Gate would interfere, while Zhao Hu remarked that he wished the princess would save him like that too. The other two were surprised by Zhao Hu's attitude as Li Xiongyan landed gracefully, while Nan Huern lay on the ground in pain, crying out that his backside was about to split open. She coolly replied that he was lucky to be alive, while the blonde referee stared blankly at Li Xiongyan until Jianying called him, causing him to awkwardly declare a serious violation. But Li Ke interrupted, saying there was no need for an announcement as he was the one who ordered the rescue, calmly stating that they had lost this round. Despite his victory, Jianying was unhappy and approached Li Xiongyan to bow respectfully, greeting the princess while she adjusted her attire. She coldly told him that he wasn't in a position to judge her, and Jianying quickly apologized, claiming he wouldn't dare. He mentioned that he couldn't stand seeing Li Ke treat the princess like a servant, but she gave him an annoyed glare and turned away as Jianying turned back to Li Ke. With a challenging tone, he asked Li Ke if he dared to bet his position as first disciple on a duel, and Li Ke excitedly struck the ground and rushed toward Jianying, agreeing to the battle. Jianying was pleased, praising the first disciple's boldness as a new match began, though he suddenly stopped to ask where his weapon was and if he would use that wooden stick again. Li Ke proudly replied that he didn't need a weapon to deal with him, which made Jianying's face turn red with anger as he insisted on a fair and honorable duel. He argued that if Li Ke were unarmed, people would say his victory was hollow, causing Li Ke to sigh and complain about how troublesome it all was. He then called someone over from the crowd and whispered a list of items into his ear, leaving the young man looking dazed and confused. When the boy hesitated, Li Ke snapped at him to hurry up, and the boy ran off crying and muttering to himself that there was no need for such aggression. Despite the boy's reaction, Li Ke kept urging him on before telling Jianying that if he wanted him to use a weapon, he would just have to wait. Jianying helplessly agreed to wait, while on the other side, Nan Huern was helped up by the medical team, leaning on a staff and trembling like an old man. Li Xiongyan happily ran over to Lu Xianing, while Cao Xing watched the match from a distance, until a voice suddenly called out to the second elder. Remarking on the irony of fate, The voice made Kaohsiung turn around to find the speaker, who noted how his decades-long plan had ended up in this state. It was a pitiful sight, causing Kaohsiung to grit his teeth and demand to know what the speaker wanted, only to find it was Dong Xinglong, a guest official of the ancient sect. A marquis of the ancient incense royal kingdom, Dong Xinglong laughed and pointed out to the second elder that Li Ke was currently at a stalemate with them. Kaohsiung denied it, saying there was still one match left, but Dong Xinglong laughed and noted that Li Ke had already proven his ability and had the support of the 9-saint demon gate. He warned that if the second elder continued to act alone, his future efforts might be in vain, leaving Kaohsiung feeling deeply irritated. However, he calmly replied that the guest official needn't worry, as Li Ke's position was far from secure, while Li Ke yawned impatiently until his messenger finally returned with the weapons. The boy announced he had brought the requested weapons, which were 2 blades taken from the patriarch's statue in the weapon gallery, and Li Ke was satisfied. He confirmed they were exactly what he needed, while the boy worriedly asked if he was sure, as taking them was dangerous, and he Jianying felt insulted by the sight. He asked Li Ke, "What kind of game are you playing? Are you really using a piece of scrap metal to duel me?" Li Ke replied coldly, "You talk too much nonsense again." "Draw your weapon, are you going to fight or not?" He Jianying nodded. "Fine, don't regret it when you lose." He then warned, "Since you're looking for death," and summoned his sword. The blade was enveloped in a murderous purple light, yet Li Ke remained calm and unmoved. He Jianying launched his attack, shouting, "Don't blame me for killing you in a single strike." Onlookers worried for Li Ke, shouting for him to be careful and wondering how to block the sword formation. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu and the others, green hair, Xin, and yellow hair, commented, "Is this senior brother his true power? His technique is so similar to mine." But the intensity is on a completely different level. Thousands of swords surged toward Li Ke. Senior brother, he truly lived up to his reputation as the future star of the ancient sect. Seeing this, Kaohsiung rejoiced inwardly. He Jianying's cultivation far exceeded his age, making victory a certainty. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes full of disdain as he spoke coldly. "Against absolute power, your petty tricks aren't worth a single cent." The sword in his hand suddenly split into dozens of copies, flying straight at Li Ke. He Jianying had lost all composure and laughed maniacally. "Once you're dead, the first disciple position will naturally be mine." Imagining a guillotine, he gloated, "I'll hang your head in the middle of the square for everyone to see." He then thought of the others and said maliciously, "Outer disciples like you will have your cultivation stripped and serve as laborers forever." Finally, he thought of Xiongyan. His eyes lit up as he imagined Princess Li Xiongyan becoming his woman. Ending his fantasy, he swung his sword at Li Ke with a contemptuous tone. Reacting now, "It's too late." But Li Ke defended himself just in time. He shouted, "Those who stand in my way die," as he stopped holding back. Leaping toward He Jianying, he used the 100 strikes, 100 hits technique, completely shattering every purple light from his opponent. Li Ke landed gracefully. He Jianying, struck by the blade, turned pale with shock as his body went limp. Li Ke smiled triumphantly. "I'm sparing your life. I only used the back of the blade to strike you." Hearing this, the disciples' eyes widened and their mouths hung open in disbelief. He Jianying finally collapsed. Zhao Hu cried out in panic, "Senior brother, was he just insta-killed?" Indeed, his eyes were vacant. With a foolish grin and tears and snot streaming down his face, Kaohsiung clenched his trembling hands and called out to Jianying. Dong Xinglong stood nearby. "Second elder, it seems the outcome is already decided," he said mockingly. Kaohsiung was furious while Dong Xinglong smirked, thinking of Li Ke. "You've done me a great favor." The medical team rushed over, asking if he could still move and where he was injured. But He Jianying just lay curled up, laughing and crying without answering. An observer exclaimed, "Strange, there isn't a single wound on him. How did he end up in such a mental state?" They turned to blame Li Ke, wondering if the boy was truly that terrifying. Li Ke only smirked without responding. The medical team was helpless, unable to explain the situation as the crowd buzzed with gossip. Suddenly, an old man in black appeared, the great elder. He spoke solemnly. "A month ago, first disciple Li Ke and second elder Kaohsiung made a wager." Li Ke listened confidently as the elder explained they had bet on the abolition of the outer sect system against Li Ke's life. In today's 4 matches, Li Ke won 2 and drew 1, securing the overall victory. As the great elder finished his announcement, Zhao Hu stood frozen in resentment. He Jianying continued to weep bitterly behind Kaohsiung. The elder fumed, Winning only proves this brat has entered the demonic path. Why does no one see this? Ignoring him, the great elder continued, "From now on, the inner sect system is abolished. All disciples will be treated equally. Everyone has the right to study the scriptures in the library and use the armory and treasury for cultivation. Practice diligently." Finally, he concluded. "The competition is over. Everyone dismiss." Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but celebrate their success. Li Ke stood triumphant and full of confidence. The great elder called him over with a stern look. "Li Ke, stay here, I have a task for you." Li Ke simply smiled and replied, "Oh," before they returned to his residence. Sitting across from each other, the great elder began, "I never expected this." He tapped the 2 blades Li Ke had used, amazed that he chose such weapons to defeat He Jianying in one move. It turned out He Jianying was merely in shock. He smiled and replied, "It was just good luck." The great elder laughed. "Haha, those ordinary iron blades from the patriarch's statue are indeed extraordinary in your hands." Suddenly he thought of something and asked, "Could it be that the immortal emperor's aura resides in these blades and you know how to channel it?" Li Ke was briefly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. He continued, "These twin blades were Min Ren's favorites back then. Though just ordinary iron, they are saturated with his aura." Li Ke thought to himself, "I didn't expect the old man to guess this much." Deciding it was best not to reveal anything yet, Li Ke replied, "Are you talking about these? I only wanted to teach him a lesson on behalf of our ancestors." The great elder remained skeptical and pressed further. "Is that all?" Li Ke whistled and asked back, "What else could it be?" The great elder remained firm. "You're still refusing to tell the truth, you sly little brat." Li Ke listened with an unreadable expression, while the elder offered a self-conscious reminder before turning away with a lingering sigh. "He is still much stronger than that little brat of a sect master who fled," the elder remarked, leaving Li Ke stunned as he asked if the elder wasn't the leader. The elder explained that those events occurred over a decade ago and weren't worth mentioning, as he had summoned him to discuss an imminent threat instead. Confused, Li Ke asked about the danger, and the elder replied that his recent high-profile actions had certainly drawn the attention of the Jewel Saint Upper Kingdom. Li Ke suddenly recalled that the Jewel Saint Upper Kingdom was a powerful nation ruled by the Heavenly Saint sect for thousands of years. "They seek to expand their territory and swallow our sect, yet you seem oblivious to these matters," the elder said, noting that their expert Dong Qinglong would surely target him. He asked Li Ke if he was prepared, and after the intense discussions, everyone finally relaxed at the sacred ground where a hand was practicing magic. It was Princess Li Xiongyan, who was deeply absorbed in her cultivation until the door suddenly swung open and Li Ke shouted for her to get ready. Startled, she let out a cry and turned to reproach him, asking how he dared to barge into a princess's private chambers. Li Ke mocked her with a smile, reminding her she was his servant and asking if any other maid had such a fine room before she stood frozen in silence. "Li Ke, I have rarely seen you this way, so do not go too far," she replied, but his expression darkened as he asked if he was truly the one being excessive. "Your master sent you here to serve me for a small favor," he said, staring intensely until Li Xiongyan stepped forward and screamed at him for insulting her master. She raised her hand to slap him, but Li Ke blocked her with a wooden stick and smiled mischievously as he prepared to strike back. Li Xiongyan thought it was just a useless stick despite her superior strength, but Li Ke grew annoyed by her blank stare and asked where she was looking. He tripped her and caught her by the waist, causing her to blush in anticipation of a romantic moment, but he simply told her to remember her place as his maid. As she wondered what he would do, he struck her backside with the stick, sending a sharp scream echoing through the sacred ground that brought Nan Huern running. Nan Huern froze at the sight, while Li Ke remained indifferent, and Li Xiongyan wished she could simply vanish into the ground from embarrassment. Nan Huern quickly apologized and tried to retreat, telling them to continue their business, while a panicked Li Xiongyan desperately tried to explain. After a moment of hesitation, Nan Huern decided to stay and talk while Li Xiongyan stood to the side, still feeling quite bashful. Meanwhile, Li Ke appeared completely unbothered, as he sat comfortably with his legs crossed, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Nan Huern began by mentioning that he had actually been looking for his senior brother, prompting Li Ke to ask what the matter was. With a bright smile and clasped hands, Nan Huern explained that he was there to thank his senior brother on behalf of all the outer disciples for their training. Li Ke immediately saw through the flattery and told him to stop playing games and get to the point of his visit. Scratching his head, Nan Huern admitted that since the inner and outer disciple systems were abolished, they hadn't seen their senior brother for days. He explained that their strength had increased significantly over the past month, and even those who used to cause trouble were now keeping their distance. They were all hoping that their senior brother could continue to lead them toward higher realms of cultivation, speaking with even more excitement than Li Ke. After listening, Li Ke rested his chin on his hand and told him to stop, causing Nan Huern's excitement to vanish as he asked why. Li Ke clarified that the past month of training had reached its limit, and that he had already asked Elder Mo to continue their instruction. He joked with Elder Mo not to be lazy, and the elder laughed in response before Li Ke turned back to tell Nan Huern that their future path would be smooth. He then announced he was going into seclusion, shocking both Nan Huern and Li Xiongyan, who asked where he intended to go for his meditation. Li Ke explained he had been researching the matter and revealed his intention to go to the Ghost Pavilion, a place filled with withered trees and dark omens. The Ghost Pavilion he mentioned was a terrifying place with a haunting atmosphere, dead trees, and a sky covered in ominous black clouds. Upon hearing this, Fang Mingtang emerged to mention that the Ghost Pavilion was rumored to be an ancient burial ground. It was said to be filled with vengeful spirits and thick yin energy, while Luo Jining added that elders spoke of a man-eating demon beast living within. Nan Huern joined the conversation, mentioning that he had personally heard the sounds of weeping coming from that vicinity before. It was the sound of a woman's tragic wailing, and though its reliability was uncertain, his expression was incredibly sincere until an irrelevant comment was finally made. "If possible, I hope a beautiful ghost kidnaps me," Zhao Hu said, leaving his two companions speechless as they cautioned him. "Brother Hu." Hearing these dubious rumors, Li Ke could only shake his head in exasperation. "What nonsense are you thinking?" But Nan Huern earnestly explained, "It's actually true. Otherwise, why would it be called the Ghost Mansion?" He concluded with an absurd yet convincing point. "It's because there are ghosts there." Li Ke burst out laughing upon hearing this. He turned to Li Xiongyan and asked, "Are there ghosts? How is she?" Li Xiongyan paused before replying disdainfully, "Ridiculous. Do you think this princess would be afraid of such things?" Despite Nan Huern's warnings not to enter, Li Ke still decided to open the door and step into the Ghost Mansion after hearing the various descriptions. Seeing that Li Ke and Li Xiongyan were determined to go inside, Nan Huern helplessly cautioned them from the outside. "You two must be extremely careful." Li Xiongyan mocked, "The ghost should be the one being careful. If it dares to show its face, I'll beat it back to the underworld." Li Ke chuckled and said, "Well said, let's go in." Inside the Ghost Mansion, the atmosphere was incredibly strange and terrifying, as if the place were enveloped by a powerful, murderous aura. Regardless of what was happening around him, Li Ke calmly sat down, took out a box, and prepared to test his zither while Li Xiongyan stood by. Li Xiongyan stood solemnly with her arms crossed, intently observing the situation before remarking, "This room is so gloomy, vast yet empty and dilapidated. No wonder people rumor that this place is haunted." Then, noticing the marks on the wall, she continued, "There are still traces of residual energy on the walls." "It looks like," before she could finish, Li Ke quickly interrupted, "it's zither rhyme." Hearing this, Li Xiongyan understood immediately and replied, "As expected." "No wonder I was told to bring a zither." He didn't deny it, simply answering, "That's right." Then he reached out to gently touch the strings and said, "I want to try entering the Tao through the zither." Upon hearing this, images flashed through Li Xiongyan's mind as she replied, "I didn't expect someone so uncouth to have such an elegant heart for cultivation." "Then please show me what you can do." Hearing her challenge, the corner of Li Ke's mouth curled into a smile. "Heh, it seems I'm in my element." But when he began to play, everything turned into chaos. While strumming, he shouted loudly, "Get lost!" Li Xiongyan was shocked and annoyed, asking, "What kind of zither rhyme is this?" "It's deafening," he calmly replied. "This is called the ear-splitting sect." Suddenly, something felt wrong, causing her to snap to attention. Li Ke also sensed the abnormality and immediately took a defensive stance, though Li Xiongyan didn't forget to mock him to calm them both down. "It seems I'm not the only one who finds you noisy." He could only click his tongue as a strange purple light emanated from the wall, prompting Li Xiongyan to warn, "Something is about to appear." Just as she said, the purple light converged and swirled, transforming into a terrifying red eye that soon became a massive, fearsome bull-horned monster raising its claws. Preparing to attack them, Li Xiongyan didn't hesitate and immediately struck, drawing her sword and exclaiming, "So there really is a ghost." Li Ke didn't let her fight alone either, holding his zither to prepare a move as he said, "Just deal with it," while one leaped up and the other played the zither to cast spells. The monster was attacked from multiple sides, as Li Xiongyan's water energy and Li Ke's fire energy enveloped it before they both quickly landed. However, Li Xiongyan felt something was wrong and said, "Something's not right, it doesn't feel like a hit," as the monster remained intact and unharmed. It turned toward them with cold, red eyes, prompting Li Ke to speak to it seriously. "This isn't your true form. What exactly are you?" He slowly stood up to face it and said, "Listen carefully. This is the place my old friend valued most, if you don't reveal your true form and surrender. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, the monster seemed to realize something and repeated, "Old friend, this place belongs to Min Ren." Both Li Ke and Li Xiongyan were shocked by those words, but Li Xiongyan lost her patience, drew her sword, and shouted, "You beast, come again." Li Ke quickly stopped her and asked the monster, "Could it be that you are Su Yu?" leaving Li Xiongyan stunned and confused by what was happening. The monster widened its eyes at Li Ke and suddenly changed its demeanor, acting shy and embarrassed as it asked, "You, how did you know?" Li Ke breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "Are you really?" But Li Xiongyan's jaw dropped in shock. How can a monster have such a beautiful name? The monster told them, "Wait a moment," and slowly shrank its body, transforming into a beautiful green-haired girl who finally revealed her true form as Su Yu. She clasped her hands, smiled shyly, and said, "I, Su Yu, transformed into that ghostly appearance to drive away intruders. Please forgive my rudeness." Li Xiongyan listened to Su Yu's explanation for a while, feeling a bit surprised as she quickly connected the events and thought to herself. It turned out the legendary monster and that woman were one and the same. Su Yu then turned to Li Ke and asked with a shy smile, "Little brother, are you a friend of Ming Ren?" Hearing this, Li Ke quickly raised his hand and said softly, Now, it was thanks to me that you and that Ming kid met back then. Don't you remember me?" Upon realizing Li Ke was her benefactor, Su Yu exclaimed in shock, "Lord Dark Crow." Li Xiongyan, confused by their exchange, asked, "Lord Dark Crow?" But Li Ke merely brushed it off, saying she shouldn't ask about things she shouldn't know. Li Xiongyan clicked her tongue, claiming she didn't care, then pointed at Su Yu. She demanded to know who the woman really was. Finally, Li Ke relented and explained, crossing his arms with a serious expression. "Well, people say immortal Emperor Ming Ren sacrificed himself for the great Tao, never marrying or showing interest in any other woman." He then began to recount Su Yu's past in a remote village, telling the legend of a young girl who went out to gather herbs long ago. That girl was Su Yu. Looking up, she suddenly saw the legs of a strange creature and realized with a shock it was a dark crow carrying an unconscious youth. Terrified, she recoiled. Li Ke continued the story of a traveling youth who was found unconscious and covered in wounds. Su Yu stared at him for a long time. Then the dark crow entrusted the boy to her care. Inside that small cottage, the atmosphere grew warmer with the addition of another person. They stayed together for a long time as Su Yu nursed him with great care. Perhaps it was then that secret feelings blossomed, their eyes filled with affection. Eventually, they fell deeply in love, living together like a devoted young couple. Hearing this, Li Xiongyan couldn't help but remark how cliché it was. Li Ke snapped at her not to interrupt and returned to the story, noting they had both taken the dark crow as their master. He added that while the boy was a cultivator, the girl had no talent for it. The girl struggled constantly without making progress and felt deeply insecure. The youth always comforted her, even offering to give up cultivation for her sake, but Su Yu refused to hinder him. Determined to cultivate, she brewed a special medicine. When finished, it emitted a strange purple glow, and despite her hesitation, she resolutely drank it all. Even if it meant defying heaven's will, she consumed it. Her body writhed in agony and her limbs trembled, but then a sudden surge of energy appeared, soothing all her pain. Ultimately, Su Yu successfully entered the path of cultivation. Together, they advanced, and thanks to his natural talent, the youth became an immortal emperor. Through her own hard work, Su Yu also attained the status of a fairy. Finishing his tale, Li Ke concluded that such was the legend. Li Xiongyan pondered for a moment before whispering, "Fairy Su Yu." Then she realized, "I remember now, she is the Zither Fairy." Li Ke glanced at Su Yu and confirmed, "Indeed, she is the Zither Fairy Su Yu." Li Xiongyan remained in shock. She asked why a legendary fairy would be here. Su Yu, equally confused, echoed the question, wondering why she was in this place. It seemed she had lost part of her memory. Li Ke said solemnly, because this is your final resting place. Li Xiongyan gasped, resting place? Facing a bewildered Su Yu, Li Ke asked, Zio He, do you realize that you are already dead? Atop a towering mountain peak, a wooden temple emerged from the mist. Inside, a fierce battle was unfolding between Ming Ren and two young punks. Two sharp blades flashed with a cold light in his hands. With a single lightning-fast strike, Ming Ren defeated both opponents, leaving them screaming in pain that the zither fairy should have belonged to them. The two were sent flying, crashing to the ground with battered bodies. They groaned and cursed incessantly, damn it, if not for the fairy's guidance. How could you be this strong? Ming Ren frowned and barked, get out. The two clutched their heads and fled for their lives, shouting as they ran, just you wait, we'll be back. Once they vanished, Ming Ren sighed in disappointment. How pathetic. These cultivators are merely mortals with higher power levels. They will do anything for profit. Standing behind him, Su Yu whispered, I don't know who spread the rumor that I can boost one's cultivation. It has robbed you of your peace to practice. Her face was somber, her eyes reflecting deep sorrow. If I truly possessed such an ability, then perhaps. Suddenly, Ming Ren approached and gently touched her innocent face. What's wrong? He comforted her, his unexpected gesture leaving Su Yu stunned. He continued, to ensure those villains never take you away, I must keep growing stronger. The air turned romantic as she shyly looked away, murmuring, it's all my fault. Ming Ren winked playfully. Don't say that, it's thanks to you, Zio He, that I've been able to progress so rapidly. Hearing this, Su Yu's cheeks flushed with joy. At that moment, her body floated into the air, enveloped in a brilliant golden light. She recounted the story to the two below, explaining how Ming Ren grew stronger to protect her as the rumors spread. Li Xiongyan looked up and asked, so that was the truth behind the rumors. But with your level of cultivation, why didn't you fight alongside Ming Ren? Su Yu paused before confessing, in truth, I had no talent for the Tao. However, I didn't want Ming Ren to abandon his path because of me, she continued. So, I used medicinal pills to fake my cultivation level. Gradually, my body could no longer endure it. Perhaps that was why she was so small. Finally, a clear memory surfaced in Su Yu's mind of a scorching day when the sun seemed intent on burning everything. At that moment, Ming Ren's entire body crackled with brilliant golden lightning as a terrifying aura radiated from him. The instant he ascended the imperial throne, a massive storm of energy erupted while his hands remained engulfed in flickering flames as he shouted in pure ecstasy. I succeeded, I finally succeeded. He cried out with the joy of a child, excitedly calling her name. Zio He, do you see this? Suddenly, Ming Ren stopped, his eyes filling with deep concern. Beside him, Yuhi lay motionless, her frail body devoid of life. What is happening? He screamed in a panic. Zio He, what's wrong with you? Hearing his worried voice. She struggled to open her eyes, having become so weak that she could no longer endure such powerful aftershocks. He knelt in agony, cradling her head on his lap. How can this be? Zio He, do not frighten me. Yuhi's voice trembled as her breath grew faint. I am sorry, Ming Ren. Because I feared you would not be able to move forward, I fabricated a lie. Her face appeared gaunt as her body began to dissipate into the air. She whispered her final words, a life as an immortal couple. It seems it was truly impossible after all. I am simply too insignificant. Ming Ren wept in excruciating pain. Why, if you are not by my side, what is the point of attaining this level of cultivation? Before vanishing completely, Yuhi managed one last smile for Ming Ren, the man she cherished most, apologizing for causing him such heartbreak. Her body dissolved into small fragments that scattered throughout the space. The sight brought sorrow to everyone, mourning a beautiful love as she said, I shall go on ahead, Ming Ren. I am glad my final moment was seeing you ascend the throne. No, no, Ming Ren howled in misery, his voice echoing through the void with gut-wrenching pain. I was truly happy. After a long, thoughtful silence, Shuang Yan and Li Qi were left in a state of shock and bewilderment. Rumors claimed that after Ming Ren took the throne, the fairy had gone into seclusion. So that was the actual truth, Shuang Yan remarked. Li Qi listened and then commented, how utterly foolish. To him, the self-sacrificial actions of Yu He and Ming Ren were incomprehensible. I cannot fathom that kind of mindset, being entirely devoted to someone else. Hearing this, Shuang Yan's face turned bright red as she walked aimlessly. Yes, it is quite astonishing. Li Qi continued. Later on, Ming Ren, Zio He, and her sect were buried at the Zither Tower where they once practiced. Consequently, that place is now rumored to be the Ghost Tower. Ming Ren stood within the four walls of the room, lonely and cold. Yu He spoke up. I apologize. Perhaps because I protected this place so fiercely, I turned into a monstrous ghost. No, Li Qi interrupted, stating bluntly, you are not a ghost at all. Shuang Yan asked in surprise, oh, she isn't? Yu He paused to reflect as he spoke. You are a lingering thought left behind by Ming Ren, an afterimage brought to life by the Emperor's prestige. The Emperor's prestige? Did you just make that up? Shuang Yan could not help but feel suspicious. Li Qiyi remained firm. Why would I need to lie? Ming Ren's cultivation power and his relics still remain here. If his prowess were controlled, it could replicate the strength of the past. His words seemed accurate, as the power hidden within that massive saber. Though its exterior was no longer intact, still radiated a prominent aura that was easily felt. Shuang Yan wondered, how do you know all of these things? Li Qiyi smiled and pointed to his head. Knowledge is power, you should read more books, but Zyro He, you should have faded away with time. Why have you stayed so long? Actually, Yu He hesitated. I was drawn out by a terrifying energy from deep underground several decades ago. Hearing this, Li Qiyi's expression shifted as he quickly probed. A terrifying energy. From underground? Shuang Yan was also startled. Li Qiyi said excitedly, it seems I need to go and verify something. From beneath the earth, a flickering light began to emerge. It radiated a strange energy. The scene shifted to a manor where a young boy was sweeping the courtyard. Suddenly, he heard an unusual noise and looked up, alert. Far off in the clear blue sky amidst the clouds, a warship appeared with prominent red sails bearing large characters. He gasped in astonishment. The massive vessel was approaching at a breakneck speed, shrouded in a hazy mist. He began to shout frantically, his mouth agape in shock. His screams echoed everywhere. The enemy is launching a sneak attack. On the ship, a brave and fierce man wearing striking red armor appeared. That was the Marquis of Fierce Battle from the jeweled Saint Royal Kingdom. Wearing a strange mask, he looked down from above and remarked, their movements are quite fast. The elders had all gathered. Elder Mo, Cao Xing, and 3 other elders wearing hooded robes came out to meet them. Elder Mo asked, is that the jeweled Saint Royal Kingdom? Cao Xing added, is this a challenge? They completely disregard the truce agreement. Cao Xing's face was grim, his eyes filled with visible fury and his brow furrowed. He leaped high into the air, the force of his jump shaking the ground and creating a small explosion. His attitude was one of pure rage, his eyes glaring with anger. With his teeth clenched, he said, let me go and face him. Ignoring the warnings, Cao Xing charged to the front line, intending to attack the Marquis of Fierce Battle directly. Lai Zhanhu, you have quite the nerve to openly challenge our sect. What exactly do you want? Still holding a large red banner with a bold character, Lai Zhanhu looked at the sky, remarking that the Zaiyan Gu Pai was an immortal emperor lineage, yet he had come to seek their guidance. Cao Xing's fury surged upon hearing those words. Do you intend to strike here? Lai Zhanhu sneered with contempt. Wait, I am not looking for a worthless person like you. Enraged, Cao Xing clenched his fists as a terrifying aura enveloped his body, his anger having reached its absolute peak. In an instant, he quickly cast a spell with the intent to punish Lai Zhanhu. You seek death, after provoking Cao Xing. Lai Zhanhu simply smiled smugly, seemingly having achieved his goal. HMPH, you have some skill, he remarked. Just then, a blazing fire appeared before him. It was no ordinary flame, but a massive and ominous deep purple fire. Haiyan Jian, Cao Xing shouted, swinging his hand down. Die. Suddenly, the banner on the ship fluttered incessantly in the strong wind, creating a loud flapping sound in the air. Lai Zhanhu pulled the flagpole back into his hands, perhaps harboring a powerful and terrifying magic within. As he held it, a green wind suddenly emerged, forming a massive vortex that seemed capable of sweeping away everything nearby. The vortex transformed into a giant hand filled with various soul faces and expressions, capable of crushing anything, including Cao Xing's Haiyan Jian. In the blink of an eye, the sword vanished into smoke. Cao Xing was so stunned he was speechless. What? Defeated by a single strike? He still could not believe this harsh reality. Seizing the opportunity, Lai Zhanhu swung the flagpole to counterattack. With a sinister smile, he exclaimed, the souls that perished under my great banner are mine to command. He delivered a kick straight into Cao Xing's torso. The man took the blow in agony, unable to resist. You will also become a part of me, Lai Zhanhu said, continuing his assault on Cao Xing. Leaving his body battered and covered in wounds, Cao Xing's face went cold as he cried out in excruciating pain before falling into the silent void. Fortunately, Lao Mo arrived in time to save Cao Xing, catching his body. It seems you are lucky to have kept your life, Lao Mo remarked. The great elder could not ignore this contemptuous act. With a stern voice, he ordered, "Take Kaoxing down to treat his injuries." Mo wore a hooded black robe, his blood-red eyes filled with killing intent as he glared at Lai Zhanhu. Meanwhile, Lai Zhanhu stood majestically atop a mass of green vengeful spirits and spoke, "Gu Taishu. It seems in this Ziyan Gu Pai, only you are worthy of being this general's opponent." The great elder glared back as the surrounding atmosphere began to heat up. The fire of rage within him erupted. "Are you here for me? Fine, I will play with you for a bit." Li Ke placed his hand into a small hole in the stone floor. Testing a simple spell through his energy, he said, "The energy reaction here is most obvious." Yu-He and Shuang-Yan stood nearby in an unusual silence. Hovering in the air, Yu-He replied, "I am certain I was expelled from here." Ke asked, "Zio-He, do you have any clues about this energy?" With a dejected face and a soft voice, Yu-He replied, "I am sorry, I was not conscious then. I could only feel myself being pushed by a surge of energy." Horrific scenes flashed through her mind. Ke comforted her with a gentle tone before volunteering to search for clues. "Then let us get to the bottom of this." His reaction surprised both Shuang-Yan and Yu-He. He activated a technique, his arm glowing with a bright red magical flame. Shuang-Yan thought in shock, "Is this the Zhen Yu Shen Ti? This boy has actually trained to such a level. It is truly admirable." With a single punch to the floor, he shattered the ground into countless stone fragments. She quickly raised her hand to shield her face from the flying debris, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. The man before her had smashed the floor into a deep crater. Not only did the ground shake, but the terrifying power also frightened those standing nearby. He smiled gently and said sheepishly, "The energy beneath our feet is now clear." Shuang-Yan thought to herself that Li Ke's progress was truly rapid. Yu-He was restless, her face showing clear unease. "Lord Yinya, why have you become so much weaker?" With a look of delight, red flames burned continuously from his hands. "Next, we shall investigate." He immediately set to work, digging incessantly like a mole. Shuang-Yan and Yu-He were both stunned by this bold action. "This Lord Yinya." Dirt from the floor was tossed aside, and in moments Ke had dug a deep tunnel into the earth. The excavated soil piled up like large mountains. Upon finishing, he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It is done." His expression was full of comfort and joy at finally finding what he sought. Deep in the ground, a long and wide rectangular object appeared, wrapped tightly in dark cloth. He slowly removed the old fabric. Inside was a magnificent zither, exquisitely carved from pure gold. A brilliant radiance surrounded it, clearly displaying its power and authority. Ke asked, "Zio-He, is this your zither?" Seeing it, Yu-He's face lit up with joy. "Yes, it is." Ke returned to the surface in a flash, where Shuang-Yan and Yu-He were waiting. "Everyone, come take a look," he said as he set the instrument down. Wanting to verify it, Shuang-Yan suggested in a firm and powerful voice, "Let me check it." Meanwhile, Ke remained completely nonchalant. Without a hint of worry, her hands began to emit energy to inspect the zither recently unearthed from the deep earth. She approached Qi Yi, closed her eyes, and sensed the instrument's power. The energy fluctuated wildly. "Is there anything else?" he asked again. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and her brows furrowed. In her mind, the image of the zither became clear, revealing that the power hidden within was truly extraordinary. A stream of energy not belonging to the zither was moving inside it. Shuang-Yan's words made Qi Yi suspicious, and he immediately asked Yu-He, "Zio-He, was it this energy that forced you out?" She stammered in response, confirming that it felt as though her home had been seized by another. Her reaction suggested that this was likely the truth everyone had been searching for. "Then why not just move back in? I won't be kicked out again, will I?" she asked anxiously. Qi Yi held the zither and spoke firmly, comparing it to the energy fluctuations beneath the ground. "As long as we leave this place, there won't be any issues." "That's right," Yu-He exclaimed in surprise. Qi Yi laughed with delight. "I intend to requisition this zither for now. You wouldn't feel at ease if you didn't come along, would you?" He chuckled again, leaving Yu-He stunned and speechless. She gave a shy smile and said, "Lord Yinya, please do not use it to cause chaos. Thanks to you, I can finally return home." After speaking, Yu-He was drawn into the zither, her body merging completely with the instrument. Her voice echoed from within, "That's right, Lord Yinya, try playing it." Suddenly, Shuang-Yan intervened, shouting, "Wait." She stepped back and covered her ears before signaling Qi Yi to play. Inside the zither, Yu-He giggled. The music that rang out wasn't as bad as Shuang-Yan had feared. Instead, it was beautiful and crystal clear. Each note resonated like a beautiful painting coming to life before her eyes. "It's so wonderful. Is it because of the fairy?" she wondered, slowly lowering her hands from her ears. Qi Yi confidently declared that melding the Tao was a complete success, boasting that his musical skills were the real deal. High above in the vast, clear sky, a fierce life-and-death struggle was unfolding between two opposing sides. The tension in the air continued to mount, leaving everyone anxiously awaiting the final outcome. On the ground, the fourth elder looked up and shouted, "Great Elder, be careful!" An old man standing nearby quickly reassured him, "Don't worry. There will be no issues once he takes action." The great elder, radiating a powerful aura, spoke first to Lai Zhan, who, meanwhile, stood majestically atop a cloud filled with wandering spirits, all gathered in hopes of serving their commander. The great elder's gaze was cold and piercing. Exuding a bloodthirsty aura, he remarked, "Using corpse energy for your techniques. You've taken many lives, haven't you? Even as a commander, you must rely on the strength of your subordinates to achieve your ambitions." Lai Zhan, who refused to back down, replying sharply, "Victory is everything. These spirits' techniques might not work on me, and the same goes for you." His killing intent soared as he struck first without hesitation. "Do you wish to take my life, old man?" A snow-white fly-whisk flew toward him. "You'll need more skill than that." The great elder finally unleashed his true power, a brilliant golden energy enveloping his body. "Just make sure you don't lose your own life," he warned. His voice cautioned Lai Zhan to be careful when facing him, his eyes filled with the determination to secure a resounding victory. Unfazed, Lai Zhan countered with the Kunpeng 6 transformations. "Very well," he laughed, charging into the fray. The warrior spirits under his control rampaged, launching a frenzied and terrifying assault on the great elder. Suddenly, Lai Zhan paused, sensing that something was amiss. Before them, a massive flying spirit beast appeared. Its power far surpassed that of his spirits. The great elder said coldly, "How annoying, just die already." He commanded the spirit beast to unleash its technique, leaving everyone below, including the fourth elder, utterly stunned. "This avatar, is this the complete form of the Kunpeng 6 transformations?" With a single strike, Lai Zhan's horde of spirits was completely annihilated. He was sent flying back, fortunately caught by a few remaining spirits. The great elder's spirit beast possessed an overwhelming advantage in size, quality, spirit, and strength. It quickly gained the upper hand in the battle. Refusing to surrender, Lai Zhan fought desperately, pulling himself up and clinging to the cloud of spirits. You actually possess the strength of a marquis," the great elder sneered. "What's the matter? You come to cause trouble at my Qi Yan ancient sect, and now you're afraid of a marquis." Lai Zhan summoned even more beasts to counter the great elder's spirit. A grotesque, bright red monster appeared alongside an aggressive army of armored crayfish. "Surround him," he commanded. The great elder remained calm. "An army of crayfish?" Lai Zhan boasted. "HMPH, if you underestimate them, you will meet a miserable end. Their blood armor is indestructible, and their claws are filled with lethal poison. Just one." However, the great elder's spirit beast did not disappoint. In an instant, it wiped out the entire army of crayfish. He mocked, "Using these rotten crabs to fight a Kunpeng? Did you come here specifically to make me laugh?" All the crayfish vanished into thin air. He stood frozen, mouth agape in disbelief as he witnessed the army he took such pride in being defeated so swiftly. Damn it, I couldn't even stall for time. Not stopping there, he still had one final move left to use. He immediately summoned an even denser crowd of spirits rising from the ground, which quickly coalesced into a massive skull. Within it flickered countless chilling blue lights that evoked a sense of dread, and in an instant, a two-horned skeletal monster materialized before everyone. As corpse energy gathered, Marquis Lai Zhan declared that humans weren't the only ones with ultimate weapons, while the creature's aura radiated a sickening, agonizing pressure. Its hideous appearance and foul stench forced everyone to cover their noses as the first elder sighed in disappointment. And finally, the second round between the two sides commenced with the Kunpeng showing great confidence. However, the tide of battle shifted as both sides unleashed their most powerful strikes to take the other down. And amidst the escalating tension, Marquis Lai Zhan's monster suddenly lunged at the Kunpeng. But the Kunpeng was swifter, striking the master directly and leaving Marquis Lai Zhan unable to react as he cried out in agony. The powerful blow forced him to cough up fresh blood, and as he hacked violently, the first elder remarked on how boring it was and told him to vanish. Seeing that he was exhausted, the first elder ordered him to leave his sight, just as a crowd of people began rushing toward the waiting hall in an emergency. Led by Nan Huern, Fang Mingtang, and Luo Jianing, the disciples hurried to the main gate, wondering if an enemy had attacked or if they could catch the giant beast seen in the sky. An elder dressed in a heavy robe turned toward the commotion they were making and complained about a group of brats coming to watch the chaos. He warned them of the danger even though the enemy had been defeated, pointing out the madman who had dared to provoke them as Marquis Lai Zhan knelt, trembling in his miserable defeat. He could no longer even grasp the flagpole he once took such pride in, looking utterly pathetic as his entire body shook uncontrollably. With a faltering voice, he stammered that the old man was nothing like the intelligence reports suggested, possessing a strength that was truly unbelievable. Blood still leaked from the corners of his mouth, and his face was ashen, yet despite his heavy injuries, he forced himself to speak. He asked when the Kunpeng 6 transformations had reached great completion, prompting the first elder to recount how his past defeat by the Beisheng Upper Kingdom had fueled his resolve to grow stronger. With a hint of melancholy in his voice, the first elder admitted that his current level of cultivation was partly due to the Marquis's own sect. As the atmosphere grew heavy, the first elder questioned Marquis Lai Zhan on his crime of breaking the truce. While the Marquis gasped for air, his thoughts clouded. I know, he muttered, his eyes fixed on the first elder with an expression that was difficult to put into words. Despite his repentant words, he secretly grabbed his flagpole to stage a counterattack, swinging it in a wide arc as he lunged forward, shouting a defiant insult. Blue light erupted, surrounding the two of them like a private barrier as Marquis Lai Zhan moved with blinding speed to strike. He screamed in a fit of rage and bitterness, vowing to drag the old man to hell with him as he lunged forward with dark intentions. Outside, the disciples watched in horror, fearing for the first elder's safety, while the other elders were incensed by such a despicable sneak attack. The fifth elder moved to intervene and rescue him, but the fourth elder immediately held him back, warning him not to act rashly. He had intended to help the first elder escape the cocoon Marquis Lai Zhan had created, which was rapidly expanding to swallow them both. It was ultimately too late, as the cocoon vanished into the void to the shock of everyone present, leaving the scene exactly as it had been before. The howling wind ceased, and the dark clouds cleared to reveal a strangely bright sky, leaving them standing at the gate, helpless against what had transpired. It was over. He had disappeared without a trace, causing the fifth elder to grit his teeth in bitterness as he realized something terrible had happened. Nan Huern, Fang Min Tang, and Luo Jining spoke among themselves, realizing that regardless of the outcome, their grand plans had been ruined. They wondered if this was a calculated move or a mere coincidence, worrying about the future of the sect and the elders if an invasion were to occur. The fourth elder frowned and hurriedly reported that Dong Xinglong had gone missing, prompting the fifth elder to curse as he realized they needed to prepare for war. As everyone shouted in unison, Li Ke sat quietly in a corner cultivating, while Li Xiongyan watched him, thinking it was strange to see him so still. She wondered how he had transformed a mortal physique into a suppressing realm, godly physique so quickly, when his meditation appeared so ordinary. Doubting his true strength, she studied his face and found his serene expression to be quite peculiar. Just as she thought he was taking it seriously, he suddenly began to sing, which infuriated Li Xiongyan as she questioned his focus. She demanded to know why he was singing during meditation, to which Li Ke casually replied that he was entering the Tao through music, and that vocal cultivation was essential. Li Xiongyan wasn't convinced, accusing him of talking nonsense and playing tricks to keep her from learning, but he simply dismissed her ignorance. He gave a response. Suddenly, a thunderous knocking at the door startled them both. "Is the food here? It's still early," a voice called out, echoing through the room. "Li Ke, why are you still here?" "Oh." It was Elder Kaoxing. Trembling, he pointed at the young man's face. "Run quickly. Don't you know the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom has already invaded? The first elder has abandoned us. He died in battle." The news struck like a lightning bolt, shattering their peace. Li Ke was stunned, while Li Xiongyan looked on in confusion. "Has the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom lost its mind?" Li Ke knitted his brows. "The old man mentioned this to me before. I didn't expect." Kaoxing continued to shake. "The sect is in chaos right now. The elders are doing their best to hold them back." "You must flee immediately," Li Ke flatly refused. "No, I have to go provide reinforcements." Kaoxing shouted. Li Ke, his face darkened. "The sect has reached a moment of life and death. We must preserve our strength for a future comeback. Listen to me and don't argue." His voice trembled. "I'm practically begging you." Li Ke stood frozen for a moment before finally nodding. "I understand." He Jianying spoke up. "Sirs, there is a secret passage here. I will lead the way." He pressed a hidden switch on the wall and a secret gate swung open. They began their descent into the dark tunnel. Before long, Kaoxing spoke. "You two go ahead. I'll stay to block any pursuers." As Li Xiongyan and Li Ke moved forward, they marveled that such a mysterious place held a hidden path. Li Xiongyan whispered, "Why don't you doubt that old man's words?" Li Ke looked annoyed. "Don't tarnish Elder Cao's integrity." She was taken aback. This was completely unlike his usual behavior. Kaoxing stopped Li Ke. "Wait, Li Ke. Now that the first elder is gone, you are the only one who possesses the Kun Peng's 6 variants." Before he could respond, Kaoxing added, "Could you write down your insights so they can be passed down?" Li Ke hesitated, but Kaoxing was in a desperate hurry. Finally, Li Ke nodded. "That makes sense. My insights are simple, but what about paper and a brush?" "A minor issue," Kaoxing handled it. "Paper and brush are no problem. My black shadow isn't just for combat." Li Ke found it amusing. "This technique is quite versatile." He took the writing tools and scribbled a few words. "Roughly like this and then like that. Finished." Li Ke handed it back. "With your cultivation, Elder Cao, you should be able to master the Kun Peng's 6 variants instantly." Kaoxing snatched it away, feeling immensely satisfied. "I didn't expect you to trust me so much." However, as he looked at the paper, his face flushed red with fury. The shocking truth was revealed. There wasn't a single trace of the Kun Peng's 6 variants on the page. Instead, it was an abstract drawing titled Fart, accompanied by a sarcastic note. "I trust you, my ass. I am your grandfather, Li Ke." Kaoxing exploded in rage, shredding the paper as he screamed, "Li Ke, you are absolutely detestable." Li Ke laughed heartily. "Did you really think your grandfather was so easily deceived?" He Jining asked anxiously. "Master Kaoxing, have we been found out?" Li Xiongyan still hadn't grasped what was happening. Confused, she asked, "What exactly is going on? I'm completely in the dark." Li Ke spoke while still chuckling. "I came here to cultivate specifically to lure the snake out of its hole." Kaoxing remained silent, staring at him pensively. Li Ke continued, "The old man already guessed Dong Xinglong would conspire with you to assassinate me. I didn't want to be constantly on guard, so I decided to give you an opening. That was the purpose of this seclusion." He added a clever jab. "I didn't think Elder Cao would fall for the trap so easily." Kaoxing gave a cold laugh. "You think you're so smart? There are no reinforcements here. You've done nothing but walk straight into a net." Li Ke simply shrugged. Elder Cao truly looks down on others. In less than 3 seconds, he and Li Xiongyan had their weapons ready. "Do you think you and one cowardly subordinate can take down me and the Princess of the 9 Saint Demon Gate? Do you not respect this lady at all?" Suddenly, Dong Xinglong emerged from behind the wall. "What if you include me?" he asked arrogantly. Kaoxing sneered. "You said Li Ke was soft-hearted, yet we were the ones played for fools." Dong Xinglong remained confident. "But now that I've arrived with 2 heroes facing him, Li Ke is certainly a dead man." Kaoxing quickly urged him, "Brother Dong, this brat is very devious. We must send him to the afterlife as soon as possible." Li Xiongyan and Li Ke stood back to back, each watching aside. "You've all gone mad. Don't you know the consequences of this?" Dong Xinglong replied, "Letting you two grow powerful without restraint is the real madness. Kill Li Ke first. There are many ways to handle the aftermath." Li Ke grew furious. "Kaoxing, are you gambling the fate of the cleansing incense ancient sect for your own selfish gain?" Stung by the words, Kaoxing shouted, "Shut your mouth. You understand nothing." "The future of the sect must be in my hands." He Jining was shaking like a leaf. Dong Xinglong made his move. "Li Ke, blame your own excessive arrogance. Allow me to send you to meet your ancestors." His strike was like a flaming tiger's roar, terrifyingly powerful. A booming explosion echoed from within the tower as Kaoxing attacked at the same time. In this life-or-death crisis, Li Ke remained composed. "Wolves in front and tigers behind. What a desperate situation." Li Xiongyan worried. "How can you still be so indifferent?" Dong Xinglong's assault was like a tiger with wings, relentlessly spewing flames. Li Ke began to play his zither. "Rest easy." As the 3 forces clashed violently, Li Ke continued to comfort her. "The ones who are about to meet their end are them." The collision of 3 massive powers created an earth-shattering explosion. Everything fell into a heavy silence as the dust cleared. Kaoxing panicked. "What happened? Where did you go?" Dong Xinglong looked around. "What kind of sorcery is this? Where is Li Ke?" He Jining pointed forward as Min Ren and Su Yu appeared. Min Ren greeted them. Kaoxing was certain. "That is immortal Emperor Min Ren." Dong Xinglong was skeptical. "Are you joking? Hasn't he been dead for ages?" Min Ren looked saddened. "How very impolite," he explained. "In truth, I am merely a remnant energy form. There is no need for alarm." Kaoxing suddenly realized, Wait, could it be? Ming Ren nodded. Is that how you all see me? Quite interesting. Dong Qinglong prepared to strike. If it's not the real body, there's nothing to fear. Destroy it to leave this place. But he realized his technique had vanished. Ming Ren smiled. It seems you still don't realize you three are already dead. He added, truly three fools. The three were utterly shell-shocked. Ming Ren told them to reflect on their lives and reincarnate. Kaoxing pleaded, Immortal Emperor, I am an elder of our sect, while Dong Qinglong refused to believe it, asking if it was a joke before the two of them vanished. He continued to scream that his plan had just begun and the ancient sect still needed him. But Kaoxing died with his eyes wide open, and he Jianying could not escape this fate either. Dong Qinglong met a tragic end. Li Ke looked at the cold corpses before him and remarked that he had already warned them. This was a trap to send you to your deaths, he sneered, adding that he had borrowed Ming Ren's power to purge the sect while Li Xiongyan stood by. She seemed shaken by the scene, stammering, Is this the might of an immortal emperor? Li Ke nodded, his voice filled with regret as he said it was a pity. You cannot witness its full power from here. Outside, Luo Jianing suddenly noticed something and shouted for everyone to look toward the back mountain. Everyone was astonished to see the majestic phantom of Ming Ren appearing behind the mountain, wondering if the hidden immortal emperor was actually Ming Ren manifesting himself. Ming Tang respectfully declared that the immortal emperor was protecting them. Luo Jianing anxiously asked if the one at the back mountain was senior brother, while Nan Huern sighed. His voice was helpless as he said it wasn't strange for him to do such a thing. In the sky, a violent explosion erupted, tearing large shreds of clothing from Lai Zhanhu, who had just been defeated by the first elder. Are you satisfied? Lai Zhanhu crashed onto the stone platform, gasping for breath. The first elder looked at him with annoyance, calling it a waste of time. A man in brown robes approached and anxiously asked if the first elder was all right. The first elder replied that nothing could happen to him. He had merely accidentally injured a disciple. He looked around as if intentionally trying to draw everyone's attention. The surrounding disciples said dejectedly that they had troubled the first elder. Lai Zhanhu lay on the ground, trembling and muttering that he was a monster. The first elder looked at him coldly, asking if he could still move and telling him to take his broken body away from there. The old man decided to act as if nothing had happened today. Lai Zhanhu gritted his teeth, thinking he had stalled long enough and that Dong Qinglong must have finished his task. He struggled to his feet, stating that he had been inferior today, but they would meet again. The first elder didn't bother to stop him, telling him to leave without a farewell. But before Lai Zhanhu could stand, Li Ke appeared carrying Dong Qinglong, telling him he couldn't leave. The corpse of Dong Qinglong crashed onto the floor. The body shattered into pieces. Lai Zhanhu cried out in panic for Dong Qinglong, then looked up at the sky with a voice full of resentment, asking who it was. Li Ke rode his spirit beast, accusing Dong Qinglong of trying to assassinate him during the chaos or using a lure the tiger from the mountain tactic. Hearing this, Lai Zhanhu immediately realized the truth. You are Li Ke. Everyone looked up at the sky, exclaiming in surprise, Is that the Kun Peng totem? It's senior brother Li Ke and Princess Li. Li Ke and Li Xiongyan came to a halt. With his hands on his hips, he asked sternly if he was the one who conspired with Dong Qinglong to create chaos and harm him. The first elder also looked up, his face darkening as he thought, He already has a totem. This kid improved in secret without letting me know. He quickly landed and pointed at Lai Zhanhu, shouting that he shouldn't dream of escaping because he had to avenge Elder Cao, which startled Li Xiongyan. She spoke up quickly, while Lai Zhanhu was also panicked, asking if it was a joke. Behind them, the first elder asked Li Ke what he meant by that. Li Ke had to recount the story, explaining he was in seclusion in the ghost pavilion. He recalled that moment when he joyfully said the Kun Peng 6 variants had reached the next level. Li Xiongyan congratulated him from behind. Suddenly, Kaoxing and he Jianying appeared, wailing for Li Ke to run because they were mortally wounded and about to die. He Jianying also panicked and told him to flee. Li Ke was shocked to see Elder Cao, while Dong Qinglong appeared behind the two of them. With a threatening voice, he sneered that no one would escape. His face was full of malice as he shouted for them to hand over the Kun Peng 6 variants. Everyone shouted Dong Qinglong's name upon seeing him. He unleashed a strike, screaming for them to die. Kaoxing and he Jianying took the blow, crying out for the others to run. Li Ke burst into tears at the sight. Elder Kaoxing whispered his final words, saying he was dying and calling upon immortal Emperor Ming Ren. He pleaded for protection, and after the call for help, Ming Ren appeared, said, Very well. and struck at Dong Qinglong with a firm command to die. He was hit and could only scream that he was dead. Back in the present, Li Ke's voice grew sharp with indignation as he claimed Elder Cao sacrificed himself for the greater good, leaving him with a debt he could never repay. He clenched his fists. He thought of Elder Cao with agonizing grief, wailing aloud. The first elder trembled as he listened, muttering about what nonsense was being said while Li Xiongyan looked on with disdain, wondering what was happening. Suddenly, the first elder cried out in pain, "Cao Xing, my brother. Why did you leave so soon?" Li Xiongyan stared in disbelief, thinking, "You too." The first elder reached out toward Marquis Lai Zhan as if to crush him, growling, "Lai Zhan, who don't think you can escape. You must give me a clear explanation today." Marquis Lai Zhan could only stutter. Unable to refute, he shouted to clear his name, "Nonsense, Cao Xing clearly." But before he could finish, a blinding light shone directly onto him. Marquis Lai Zhan could only scream. "Ah," Li Ke and Li Xiongyan asked in surprise, "is there someone else?" The first elder was equally shocked to see Marquis Lai Zhan floating in the air amidst the strange light. He panicked. Has even he appeared? Impossible. But then a massive ship appeared between two giant hands. The first elder confirmed, "This is his law avatar, the Saint Emperor of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom." As soon as he finished, a voice rang out, "I have no intention of starting a war, only to clean up my own house." Everyone below was stunned. Someone exclaimed, "What is going on today? All sorts of law avatars are appearing." Someone nearby agreed. Suddenly, the Saint Emperor continued, "Dong Tianlong's betrayal is punishable by death. Marquis Lai Zhan dared to challenge Elder Gu's confinement. What do you think?" The first elder quickly spoke, "Your Highness Saint Emperor, Dong Tianlong is dead and Marquis Lai Zhan is an accomplice. You—" But he was interrupted. "I will decide this matter myself, to show my sincerity when the evil-infested ridge opens. Your sect will be granted special entry." The first elder was stunned. "What? You mean the evil-infested ridge?" The fourth elder was equally excited. "That's wonderful. The evil-infested ridge is full of treasures." But someone cautioned, "Calm down." However, everyone had already begun whispering excitedly. "They're actually willing to share the evil-infested ridge. These people really are being sincere." Li Ke spoke up. "Why are you all acting like you've received a treasure? The evil-infested ridge was originally the territory of my cleansing incense ancient sect. Why do we need a reward from your heavenly jewel kingdom?" The Saint Emperor was startled to hear this. Li Ke continued mockingly, "The evil-infested ridge belongs to us. Why do you need to interfere?" The fourth elder panicked. "Kid, what kind of logic is that?" The Saint Emperor grew angry. "Where did this ignorant junior come from? There is no place for you to speak here." He pointed directly at Li Ke. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak so arrogantly?" But Li Ke remained calm. "Oh, so you do know how to speak properly. What was with that attitude earlier?" He looked up with disdain. "I don't care who you are. This is the territory of the ancient sect." The Saint Emperor roared in anger. "Arrogant brat, you must be destroyed." He then launched an attack. The first elder hurriedly tried to stop him. "Li Ke, get back." But Li Ke calmly said, "No need, let me handle it." He took out his zither, waved his hand, and said, "All right, little he, play a shocking tune." Everyone was shocked to see the image of Min Ren appear. They exclaimed, "Is that the law avatar of immortal Emperor Min Ren? Did Li Ke summon it?" The first elder was equally stunned. "This kid." The Saint Emperor trembled. "What?" Li Ke said confidently. "Impressive, isn't it?" The Saint Emperor continued to tremble. "The majesty of Min Ren." The Kun Peng law avatar. "Junior, who are you?" Li Ke mocked. "I am your grandfather, Li Ke. I am as powerful as I look. The ancient sect still has tens of thousands of people." The Saint Emperor was furious. "Li Ke, it's you?" But Li Ke interrupted. "Listen, I don't care about your background. Get out of here now." Having finished, Li Ke raised his fist and grinned provocatively. "Otherwise, I'll crush you with this single punch." Insulted, the Saint Emperor immediately flew into a rage. He roared, "You dare be so arrogant with me!" He gnashed his teeth and unleashed a powerful strike. Aiming at Li Ke, he shouted with resentment, "I've tolerated you enough. You still dare to be so insolent? Die!" But Li Ke didn't flinch. He immediately countered with a punch straight to his opponent's face. His expression was cold, his smile mysterious. However, the Saint Emperor was no pushover and raised his fist to strike back. The two traded blows, neither yielding. Seeing this, Li Ke sneered, "It seems you don't want this to end peacefully." The first elder stood there dazed. "What is this? Where are the reinforcements?" Li Xiongyan also exclaimed in surprise, "4 fingers, 4 paths of fist intent. Could he have returned to the 9 Saint Demon Gate?" Suddenly a scream rang out, "Oh my God!" The scream echoed, "Could the divine statue have manifested?" In the distance, statues began to appear, including the silhouette of the Demon King. He said deeply, Li Ke. Back in the present, the Saint Emperor's body began to dissipate. He thought, can he actually summon a guardian from afar? Before vanishing, he managed one last threat. The cleansing incense ancient sect dares to provoke my heavenly jewel kingdom's heavenly god sect. This debt. A final scream echoed. I will remember this. Once he vanished, everyone was stunned. He's gone, he disappeared. The fourth elder was also amazed. Even though it was just a law avatar, Li Ke had repelled him using only his own strength. Elder Shi, standing nearby, added, but we have offended the heavenly jewel kingdom. However, Li Ke was undaunted and laughed defiantly. Who's afraid of whom? Let them come. A few days later, at the site of the two graves of warrior He Jianying and Kaohsiung, the first elder and Li Ke stood in silence until Li Ke finally asked if he truly intended to keep Kaohsiung's conspiracy a secret. The first elder remained pensive, stating it was unnecessary because despite Kaohsiung's ambitions, he chose righteousness and sacrifice in the end. He gazed into the distance, remarking that this narrative was more meaningful than exposing betrayal, while recalling the conflicts of the past. Li Ke gave a faint smile and mockingly asked if the first elder was just like him or simply lacked confidence, causing the old man's face to darken. Li Ke recalled Kaohsiung's claim that the sect's future must be in his hands, noting how his selfishness nearly sacrificed the entire ancient sect. He continued, noting that the first elder was willing to face any danger for the disciples' safety, proving his title was truly well-deserved. Surprised, the first elder remarked how rare it was to hear him offer praise, to which Li Ke smugly replied that there was still much he didn't know. The first elder nodded and asked how he knew so many lost secrets of the sect, but Li Ke only smiled as Nan Huern suddenly appeared. Nan Huern called out to the first elder and his senior brother, announcing that an envoy from the Nine Saint Demon Gate had arrived to offer thanks. Li Ke waved goodbye and prepared to leave, remarking to the old man that it wasn't the right time to continue their conversation. The first elder muttered that he would eventually force the brat to talk, while over at the Holy Heaven Hall, the fourth elder noted the arrival of the gifts. He observed that the Nine Saint Demon Gate had brought a moving sack as a reward, just as their saint attendant stepped forward. The saint attendant respectfully greeted the elders, while Li Xiongyan sighed at his unkempt appearance, wishing he had dressed more formally. She felt his look didn't match their sect's prestige, but Li Ke found the old man's style quite appealing, and Nan Huern agreed. The first elder welcomed him, acknowledging the long-standing reputation of the ghost physician and saint attendant and expressing honor at his visit. The saint attendant explained they received the princess's letter praising the sect's crisis management and wanted to show deep gratitude for her protection. Li Ke teased Li Xiongyan about her lack of complaints, but she simply replied that she couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Pointing to the sack, the saint attendant mentioned that the Nine Saint Demon Gate had prepared a modest token of their appreciation. He reached out to untie the sack to show their gratitude, leaving the first elder stunned by what he saw inside. The saint attendant explained it contained 108 types of precious pills, prompting the excited fourth elder to ask if they were the envoy's own work. The saint attendant invited the interested elder to inspect them personally, and the fourth elder eagerly accepted the offer. As he held the items, he marveled at the powerful energy fluctuations that confirmed their authenticity without even needing a closer look. He excitedly informed the first elder that every pill was of the highest quality, leading the first elder to express his gratitude for the generous gift. The first elder then suggested that such a grand gesture must mean the Nine Saint Demon Gate had more than just a thank you in mind. The saint attendant smiled and revealed that Demon King Lun Rai had sent him to propose a formal alliance with the ancient sect. Li Xiongyan was shocked by the proposal, while Li Ke found the situation quite amusing as the first elder fell into deep thought. The first elder noted that although Li Ke had recently broken the engagement, he was grateful they held no grudge, but asked for the reason behind the alliance. The saint attendant explained that the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's assassination attempt and the Heavenly Saint sect's ambitions would soon plunge the world into chaos. He argued that instead of waiting to defend, they should take the initiative and launch a joint campaign to suppress the Heavenly Saint sect. The fourth elder repeated the call for a crusade, as the saint attendant promised the full support of the Nine Saint Demon Gate if they agreed. The fourth elder coughed and hesitated, pointing out that the existing truce agreement might make an immediate attack inappropriate. The saint attendant frowned and argued that the truce became void the moment their sect leader defeated the Saint King's projection. He recalled the battle against the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's ruler, while the first elder remained lost in his thoughts. Li Ke spoke up, claiming the truce had been meaningless from the very beginning. He noted that the enemies never respected the rules anyway, though he added that there was no need to rush the crusade just yet. The fourth elder, Sheng Tu, and even old Mo listened in silence as he confidently stated that the ancient sect had suffered heavy losses. He explained that the best policy was to rest and recover rather than rushing into a full-scale war, then turned toward the first elder. "Isn't that right, old man?" he asked, leaving the first elder to marvel at how calmly the boy could judge the world's situation. Agreeing that the sect couldn't afford any conflicts, Sheng Tu noted the Heavenly Jewel Great Kingdom's pressure and asked if they would keep enduring, but Li Ke countered. "That is not what I meant," he said with absolute confidence. "In 3 years our sect will rise and the Heavenly God sect will meet its end." He asked the first elder for confirmation again, who was startled and cursed silently, thinking his claim was complete nonsense. Sheng Tu was shocked and asked with doubt if the youth was serious, to which he confidently told the elder not to worry. "Just relay my words exactly to the demon monarch," he said, but the first elder intervened, telling Elder Sheng to ignore the boy's arrogance. The first elder suggested the alliance needed more discussion and invited Elder Sheng to rest in the back mountains, which Sheng Tu accepted. "I will wait for your news," Sheng Tu said before the first elder ordered Nan Huern to escort the esteemed guest out. As Nan Huern complied, Li Ke turned to Li Xiongyan with a faint smile and told her to return and report to her sect as well. Li Xiongyan responded with disdain before Nan Huern led the elder and the princess outside into the bright sunlight, leaving Li Ke alone. The first elder sighed, admitting he almost praised the boy's logic until he claimed he would destroy the Heavenly God sect in 5 years. Li Ke remained silent for a moment before asking the elders what they believed was the true cause of the sect's decline. Angered by the counter-question, the first elder recalled how the Heavenly God sect had launched a massive invasion 1,000 years ago. Images of fire flashed in his mind as he described how most of their territory was seized and turned into piles of ash. Ancient statues were smashed, the mountain peaks were damaged, and their entire library was burned, leaving only fragments of their lost heritage. He explained that the Heavenly God sect established the Heavenly Jewel Great Kingdom to maintain control, despite the ancient sect's futile resistance. Dong Qinglong was the one sent to monitor them under the peace treaty, and the first elder noted their current disadvantage in resources. Li Ke calmly asked what they would think if the lost manuals could be recovered, causing the fourth elder to jump in surprise. Old Mo added that if those scriptures, lost for a millennium, truly returned, the cleansing incense ancient sect would finally have hope for revival. Li Ke pulled an item out and seriously explained that when the head elder sacrificed himself, he summoned the soul of immortal Emperor Min Ren. He claimed the emperor began appearing in his dreams to guide him, and he had recorded everything, leaving old Mo and Elder Shi stunned. Staring at the books like the Heavenly Secret Incantation and Jade Sea Sword Essence, Elder Shi warned Li Ke not to joke about such matters. Li Ke calmly told them they could judge the authenticity themselves, leading the first elder to realize their sect truly had a future. Later in the alchemy room, the fourth elder expressed his honor that Elder Sheng would take an interest in his small workshop. Sheng Tu humbly replied that the cauldron was extraordinary and capable of producing top-grade pills before Li Ke spoke up from behind. He revealed that he was the one who invited Elder Sheng, prompting the elder to ask if the young friend required any assistance. Li Ke requested help in refining the royal physique paste, a legendary medicine known to enhance one's physical constitution and cultivation. Sheng Tu then turned to the fourth elder and asked for permission to use his precious alchemy cauldron for the task. The fourth elder happily agreed, seeing it as a chance to learn from Elder Sheng's superior refining techniques. After examining the materials provided by the fourth elder, Sheng Tu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the man's expertise. He noted that these ingredients could easily produce high-grade results, but then he paused to reconsider the quality. "I feel that merely reaching the high-grade level is not enough," Sheng Tu said, surprising the fourth elder as he turned toward Li Ke. As glowing cubes appeared, Sheng Tu offered to grant him another favor by providing his own superior materials for the refinement. The cubes grew increasingly radiant, astonishing the fourth elder as they transformed into precious high-grade materials, making him jump up and shout the names of the 9-life turtle slayer, 3-snake blood accumulation, and tiger tail. Every item is top tier. Elder Sheng is truly generous, yet Li Ke remained composed, wondering if using such rare materials was worth the favor. Sheng Xiu replied that if he wanted to give thanks, he should thank the Lord Demon King, who seemed very interested in Li Ke and had specifically ordered him to satisfy all of the young man's needs. The Lord Demon King clearly has high hopes for you, but I wish to see for myself if you are worthy of his regard, Sheng Xiu said sternly, to which Li Ke only offered a faint smile. Li Ke challenged the old man to wait and see, prompting an excited Sheng Xiu to shout that they should speak no more and begin the refinement immediately. A ring of light shot directly into the cauldron as the fourth elder quickly sealed the door, and Sheng Xiu continued his technique, causing the furnace to vibrate violently. Everyone watched in silence until a loud explosion occurred, and an object flew out of the furnace, leading the fourth elder to marvel at its pure quality, while Sheng Xiu stood by with a proud smile. The fourth elder continued to praise the magnificent work, calling it worthy of a saintly elder, though Sheng Xiu humbly replied that the fourth elder was overestimating him. He took out a jar to store the substance and handed it to Li Ke, announcing that the royal physique paste was complete and ready for use, which Li Ke accepted. Sheng Xiu applied a mark of the substance to Li Ke's face and hands, declaring the process finished while the fourth elder watched with great interest. Nan Huern excitedly asked his senior how he felt, but Li Ke indifferently replied that this was merely the preparation phase, which made Sheng Xiu laugh. Sheng Xiu remarked that Li Ke was indeed knowledgeable and gestured toward the cauldron, inviting him to activate the medicinal effects himself. Nan Huern was horrified as Li Ke calmly entered the flames, confidently stating that he would now fully integrate the hell-suppressing godly physique. Black smoke billowed into the sky from the cauldron while everyone watched silently, except for a worried Nan Huern who shouted to ask if his senior was all right. Surrounded by fire, Li Ke calmly reassured him that he was comfortable and that the surging energy was nothing to worry about. He praised Elder Sheng's alchemy as peerless, to which Sheng Xiu humbly laughed before suddenly turning serious. He explained that the royal physique paste required the cauldron to retemper the user's body, noting that despite Li Ke's talent, the paste was only a supplement. Standing nearby, Li Xiongyan spoke with disdain, pointing out that he only possessed a mortal physique and shouldn't be attempting to cultivate the hell-suppressing godly physique. He casually acknowledged the mortal physique foundation before suddenly realizing the gravity of it and shouting in shock, wondering if it was some kind of joke. He turned to Li Xiongyan and asked her not to toy with him, but the young woman showed no signs of joking. She questioned why she would lie at such a time, causing him to panic and shout that with a mortal physique foundation, advancement was the least of his worries. He warned that the boy would surely die inside, and in a panic, Sheng Xiu immediately used his powers to try and pull Li Ke out while shouting for him to stop. He told Li Ke to stop cultivating immediately so he could extinguish the fire, but Li Ke shouted back for him to stop, making Sheng Xiu hesitate. As Nan Huern watched in fear, Sheng Xiu relented but warned Li Ke to listen carefully to what he had to say. He explained the dangers of the hell-suppressing godly physique, warning that the energy within his body would transform into spirit beasts to attack him. He warned that a mortal physique could never withstand the power of the hell-suppressing godly physique, yet Li Ke only grew more excited as he listened. Confidently stating how interesting it was, and telling it to bring it on, Li Ke stood his ground as a fire bull charged and collided with him. He spat out a mouthful of blood while the cauldron outside shook violently, prompting the fourth elder to ask if this was normal. Sheng Xiu grimly replied that the situation was becoming far too intense and was taking a turn for the worse, as a mortal physique could hardly contain the godly physique. It seemed the spirit beast intended to crush him, and inside the cauldron, Li Ke endured relentless attacks as blood continued to flow. The fire bull continuously slammed into him, causing the cauldron to warp and dent, which made everyone panic as Nan Huern cried out for his senior. The fourth elder shouted about the state of the cauldron, but as Sheng Xiu prepared to intervene, Nan Huern suddenly stopped him and asked him to wait. He pleaded for more time for his senior, but Sheng Xiu disagreed, asking if the young man had heard his warning, to which Nan Huern responded firmly. He stated that he understood the risks, but believed Li Ke could control a godly physique with a mortal body, leaving Sheng Xiu speechless and eventually resigned. Nan Huern apologized for his rudeness, and though Li Xiongyan opposed Li Ke's reckless actions, she could not deny the reality of what was happening. His current state was wretched and pathetic. Her voice held a trace of sympathy, as it was hard to fathom the trials he had just endured. Back inside the cauldron, Li Ke was in a dire situation, looking more battered than ever before. Though unconscious, he miraculously woke up as his nearly incinerated arm began to slowly regenerate until it was fully restored. Seeing his arm recover, Li Ke cheered excitedly that it was growing back, yet even more bulls began to appear. They showed no signs of relenting as they closed in, but Li Ke didn't flinch. Instead, he laughed loudly, daring them to keep coming. He shouted for them to strike harder as time passed from dawn until dusk, leaving everyone worried while Sheng Ziu couldn't help but speak up. Over 10 hours have passed, and I have never seen anyone endure refinement for so long. Even the cauldron is no longer intact. The fourth elder wailed in panic about his ruined cauldron, while Nan Huern comforted him by saying his senior brother would compensate him, though he secretly doubted it. Sheng Ziu remarked thoughtfully that it was unbelievable someone could endure such agony for so long, noting that past disciples who overestimated themselves couldn't survive the spirit beast's impact. He recalled the tragic sight of former disciples whose lifelong cultivation vanished in an instant, but his thoughts then turned to Li Ke. Realizing something, he said solemnly that he finally understood how Li Ke was able to overcome the chaotic mental state. Li Xiongyan was impressed by his unwavering Dao heart, while Nan Huern, standing nearby, chimed in. He recalled that while studying the cultivation technique his senior brother wrote for him, he discovered a section on increasing one's cultivation level. Looking at the book's illustrations, he mentioned a technique for rapid growth without side effects, though Xiongyan remained skeptical that such a thing existed. Nan Huern trembled, admitting it wasn't exactly like that as he broke into a cold sweat, remembering the pain when he first started the technique. He endured horrific pain, and the terrifying scene of his senior brother manifesting the suppressing domain god physique flashed through his mind. Covered in blood, he finally understood the agony he faced, adding that it didn't even compare to a fraction of what his senior brother endured. Li Xiongyan asked if he was still hiding things, but Nan Huern seriously replied that he wouldn't have survived if he had fully practiced that art while looking at the cauldron. He mused that despite being 4 or 5 years older than his senior brother, he could never endure the suffering the other man had faced. Thinking of Li Ke battling the bulls and finally catching one, he remarked that only his senior brother could ascend from a mortal body to a god physique. Indeed, inside the cauldron, Li Ke was in an unprecedented state of excitement, unbothered by how many times his body was broken. Grabbing the bull's horns, he shouted that its energy belonged to him before a strange tremor erupted from the cauldron, followed by a massive explosion. Li Ke emerged with his body enveloped in brilliant flames, prompting Sheng Ziu to sigh in relief and mutter a prayer to the heavens. Nan Huern cried tears of joy for his senior brother, while the fourth elder sobbed over his ruined cauldron as Li Ke appeared with strange horns protruding. With glowing red eyes and a body radiating intense flames, he finally regained his senses. Grinning, he gave Sheng Ziu a thumbs up and thanked him, noting that the suppressing domain god physique had fully merged with his body. However, Li Xiongyan was startled by his appearance and shyly yelled for him to put on some pants, while Sheng Ziu nodded, calling it a miracle. It was truly a miracle. Nan Huern quickly volunteered to fetch clothes for his senior brother, who calmly realized his current predicament. Noticing his pants had been incinerated, he watched Nan Huern run off, and once dressed, Li Ke suggested getting some roast duck since he was hungry. Nan Huern hesitantly replied they didn't have any, while Li Xiongyan crossed her arms and thoughtfully observed Li Ke. She noted his cultivation had reached the inner physique realm with vast potential, while Li Ke casually complained about the lack of roast duck. He planned to ask the boss for grilled meat later, but Li Xiongyan resolved not to let him surpass her as a princess of the Demon Gate, just as Sheng Ziu handed him a bottle of pills. Sheng Ziu told young Li to take 1 pill daily for the next 7 days to stabilize his foundation, and Li Ke accepted them with sincere thanks. Thanking Elder Sheng, he promised to follow the instructions and announced he would descend the mountain after 7 days of rest, leaving everyone wondering why. Li Ke confidently replied that he was visiting an old place, as the scene shifted to a peaceful village where old Mo's voice could be heard. This ancient site was once the most glorious location of the cleansing incense ancient sect, where Patriarch Min Ren bore the heavens will in a paradise coveted by countless cultivators. Standing alongside Li Xiongyan, Li Ke, and Nan Huern, Elder Mo continued speaking in a somber tone, lamenting how this place had been reduced to a desolate wilderness. When Li Xiongyan asked if the Heavenly Saint sect was responsible, Elder Mo replied that even 3 such sects would be no match for them if not for the Great Cataclysm. Nan Huern curiously inquired about the nature of that disaster, and Elder Mo explained that it was an ancient event where the local spirit veins were utterly destroyed. He added that while some say the core seal was shattered, no one truly knows what was being sealed there, falling into a brief silence afterward. Li Ke spoke up, stating that sitting around discussing it would lead nowhere, and Elder Mo nodded in agreement before Li Ke decisively said, "Very well." He walked to the cliff's edge, kicked off, and plummeted downward while shouting for everyone to follow him into the ruins to uncover the truth, with Elder Mo following close behind. Nan Huern anxiously warned him to be careful of the miasma, while Li Xiongyan stood nearby, sighed, and decided they should follow. As they moved, Elder Mo asked about their goal, to which Li Ke replied he was searching for something, prompting Li Xiongyan to doubt finding anything buried in the vast desert. Li Ke confidently assured her it wouldn't be difficult, then pointed ahead as if he had already found it, saying, "Isn't that it right there?" Nan Huern gasped in shock at the Bright Light City boundary stone, wondering if these ruins were all that remained amidst the crumbling walls. Just as he described, only the stone tablet below remained perfectly intact, causing Li Ke to look up with a sense of pride. He then gestured toward Nan Huern and commanded him to strike it with full force, but Nan Huern recoiled and frantically refused to damage such a precious artifact. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Xiongyan lunged toward the tablet like a bolt of lightning, ignoring Nan Huern's panicked cries to stop. While Elder Mo watched calmly, Li Xiongyan poured all her strength into a single strike against the stone, leaving Nan Huern shouting in alarm. However, Li Xiongyan simply remarked that it was as she thought, while Li Ke smirked and Elder Mo marveled at how the tablet remained unmoved by the powerful blow. Li Xiongyan turned to explain that this boundary stone had remained unscathed through countless disasters and wars, standing firm in the desert for thousands of years. She noted that such an attack couldn't even scratch it, and after Nan Huern nodded in agreement, she turned to question Li Ke about what was protecting it. He calmly replied that it was immortal Emperor Min Ren's protection, then touched the tablet and noted that its survival proved the Emperor's foundation still existed. When Nan Huern asked what else it proved, Li Ke's expression darkened as he resentfully stated that the cataclysm likely originated from underground rather than outside. The atmosphere suddenly shifted as Li Xiongyan sensed something and warned the group that something was approaching from beneath the earth. At that moment, a bizarre creature erupted from the ground with a mouthful of sharp teeth, roaring at them as the earth split apart. Li Xiongyan wondered aloud if this was the cause of the ruins' destruction, but instead of a monster, Niu Fen appeared and began grumbling. As Niu Fen complained about his sleep being disturbed, the group stood stunned, though Li Xiongyan coldly remarked that he likely wasn't the cause. Niu Fen slowly accused them of making noise on his territory, leading a terrified Nan Huern to ask why a giant snail could speak the human tongue. Niu Fen angrily shouted that he had long since become a dragon and praised their eyesight for seeing through his form, though everyone looked on with disdain. Despite Niu Fen's increasingly annoying grunts, the group continued to mock him, refusing to believe he was anything more than a common snail. They joked about whether he truly considered himself a dragon, causing Niu Fen to explode in rage and blast everyone back while roaring for them to die. Li Ke quickly evaded the attack and tried to negotiate, calling him a big snail and suggesting they have a serious conversation. This only infuriated Niu Fen further, who screamed for him to shut up and threatened to crush them all into dust. Seeing that Niu Fen wouldn't cooperate, Li Ke challenged him, deciding it was the perfect time to test the results of his recent cultivation. He unleashed his suppressing hell divine physique and charged directly at Niu Fen, sparking a fierce and violent battle between the two. Below the battlefield, the crowd watched every move intently, with Nan Huern remaining Li Ke's most enthusiastic supporter. He excitedly shouted that the punches were incredibly powerful, and that his senior brother had fully mastered the strength of the suppressing hell divine physique. Elder Mo stood beside him in admiration of the progress, but noted with concern that the giant snail's defensive capabilities seemed slightly superior. Sure enough, on the distant battlefield, Niu Fen was mocking Li Ke, asking if the little friend was merely giving this great one a massage. However, Li Ke remained undaunted and replied that he was indeed quite sturdy, just as Li Xiongyan suddenly charged into the fray from behind. She shouted as she rushed forward, claiming that muscle alone was useless and that such a monster only required immortal arts to be defeated. With those words, she drew her sword and unleashed an ice technique, yet Niu Fen continued to sneer, asking if she truly wished to challenge his magic. He immediately countered her frost dance with his dragon grace, and after the exchange, Li Xiongyan retreated in shock that a snail could breathe fire. She admitted her frost had been neutralized, while Niu Fen leisurely boasted that he was invincible, letting out a series of triumphant gurgles. This display irritated Elder Mo, who had been watching from afar, and unable to endure it any longer, he decided to join the battle. Deciding to get serious, he channeled his energy to stir the earth and sand into a massive mound before transforming it into a colossal vortex. Directing it at Niu Fen, Elder Mo explained that this technique was forbidden at the sect because it would level the buildings upon use. The sand coalesced into a massive figure known as the Giant Earth Golem, which only made Niu Fen more excited to face such a large opponent. At Elder Mo's command, the golem punched Niu Fen, causing Nan Huern to cheer, though Li Xiongyan shook her head in doubt. She noted that the monster was still tougher, and as she predicted, the golem's arm shattered against Niu Fen, who hid in his shell with a grin. He mocked the idea of mere sandstone comparing to his cultivated shell, leaving Elder Mo stunned and unable to react in time. From within his shell, Niu Fen unleashed his vortex-heavy strike, which split the giant golem in two and ultimately brought it down. As the massive body collapsed and dust filled the air, Niu Fen emerged from his shell and laughed, asking if that was all the skill they possessed. Seeing everyone else defeated, Niu Fen pointed at Nan Huern and told the young brother that it was finally his turn to make a move. Nan Huern immediately declined the offer, but then Li Ke spoke up, finding Niu Fen quite interesting and addressing him directly. He praised him for reaching the 6th level of the Heavenly Snail Ancient True Explanation, a revelation that left Niu Fen completely startled. When asked how he knew the tribe's secret, Li Ke claimed to know all 18 levels, prompting Niu Fen to demand that he reveal them. Li Ke gave a sly smile and proposed that if Niu Fen became his mount, he would share the secrets of the ancient techniques with him. Niu Fen was offended by the suggestion, but Li Ke calmly argued that trading his service as a mount for the full true explanation was a great bargain. Niu Fen could no longer contain his rage after hearing his tribe's name and secret arts exposed, realizing that the boy's words were likely true. He declared that he would find the answers himself without Li Ke's help, and the two of them immediately resumed their fierce combat. The onlookers called out to Li Ke in worry as the battle intensified, yet Niu Fen only laughed heartily amidst the chaos. He curled back into his shell and shouted that he would invade Li Ke's mind to find the information he sought personally. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a peaceful meadow where Niu Fen observed from a distance, surprised that such an arrogant boy had such a harmonious mind. As he realized something was different, the person Niu Fen saw was not the current Li Ke, but an image of him as a young child. Niu Fen shouted in disbelief upon discovering that the boy was merely a shepherd, though he knew that memories could not lie. After a moment of thought, he called out to the boy, and Li Ke suddenly saw a giant snail approaching him in his mental landscape. Terrified, the young boy could only cry out about a monster, while Niu Fen looked down upon him with utter contempt. He judged the boy as having a mortal physique and fate, wondering how someone so ordinary could have cultivated such a powerful body. Li Ke was so frightened that he wept and begged for mercy, but before he could finish, he began to gag as something emerged from his mouth. Niu Fen watched with wide eyes as a dark, winged shape began to manifest from within the boy's body. He screamed, demanding to know what was inside him, as the object flying out of the boy's mouth took the form of a bird. He let out a final shout as he watched the boy transform into the dark crow, which glared at him before delivering a devastating blow, sending Niu Fen flying for meters until he slammed into a mountain in a massive explosion. Yin Yan refused to relent and prepared his subsequent assault. He manifested a colossal wing and dove toward Niu Fen, who shrieked in terror just as a giant foot appeared, seemingly poised to trample him into dust. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Niu Fen could only shriek in disbelief, wondering how a master like himself could be attacked by memories as his surroundings descended into chaos. he shouted that things had turned dire as the space fractured, suspecting that this monstrous entity was not a mere memory, but an invasive sorcery. Suddenly, countless effigies appeared from nowhere, leaving Niu Fen wide-eyed with shock as they surrounded him, forcing him to wail helplessly and curse his luck at the sight. One figure stared intently at Niu Fen, remarking that his memories were as vast as the stars, while another smirked with a sinister expression. Niu Fen could only cry out in disbelief, "How is this possible?" as the final figure's ferocious gaze made him scream in utter confusion. Suddenly, a massive hand hoisted Niu Fen into the air. It was Li Ke, who chuckled mischievously. He, isn't my mind fascinating?" Niu Fen could only gurgle as Li Ke threatened him, saying he only had himself to blame for seeking death, while the snail stammered, You just had to come and cause trouble in my sea of consciousness," Li Ke said before tossing Niu Fen away and shouting, "Get out of here." Nan Huern asked Elder Mo about his senior brother's condition, to which the elder gravely replied that it looked grim, surprising the youth that a snail could invade a mind. Elder Mo grimaced, noting that if Li Ke's mind was consumed, he might never wake up again, leaving everyone around them in a state of shock. Nan Huern approached Li Ke and wailed, "Senior brother, you promised to restore our sect's glory," until a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder as Li Ke sat up. Looking annoyed, Li Ke grumbled about the funeral-like wailing, while the others were stunned to see him wake up and flash a bright smile. "Fortunately, senior brother is unharmed," they noted, while Li Ke yawned and dismissed their concerns as just a nap before Li Xiongyan spoke up. With a skeptical tone, she looked at him seriously and asked if he was certain that his memories hadn't been tampered with or scrambled. Li Ke chuckled and asked how he could prove it, to which Li Xiongyan quickly suggested he recite all of his secret cultivation techniques. Silence fell over the trio as Li Ke asked who would ever reveal such secrets or gather intelligence so blatantly, leaving her to shyly admit she was just testing him. Suddenly, a gurgling sound erupted as the giant snail appeared behind them, ready to strike, causing Nan Huern to cry out in alarm. "Damn, I forgot about this monster," Nan Huern exclaimed, but Li Ke smiled confidently as the snail spat out a stream of plasma, leaving Li Xiongyan agape. Its vital energy was severely depleted, yet Li Ke smirked, explaining that after driving it from his mind, he had taken a little trip into its own sea of consciousness. The trembling snail asked who he truly was, to which Li Ke disdainfully inquired if it had yielded yet, and if it wished to become his mount. Irritated, the snail snapped that while it couldn't harm him, he couldn't hurt it either, prompting Li Ke to recite a list of obscure ingredients and materials. The other three looked at each other in confusion over the cryptic words, yet those very phrases terrified the snail, which demanded to know what he had seen in its mind. Li Ke gave a chilling laugh, noting that while the snail's ancestors were sturdy, its weakness was something quite mundane, leaving the creature to stammer in shock. It collapsed and adopted a submissive tone, calling him a divine hero and offering to serve him faithfully, which prompted Li Ke to laugh and praise its decision. Nan Huern was amazed that they had acquired a guardian beast on this trip, but Li Ke shook his head and asked if he truly thought it was a coincidence. The snail cried out in surprise as the group climbed onto its back to travel, while Li Ke began to explain the situation as they moved. He explained that the snail race were originally guardian beasts of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and thanks to their adaptability, they rarely needed to move. After meeting under the tablet, Nan Huern asked the snail for its name, to which it replied that it was called Niu Fen. "Fen as in struggle," it added, leading Nan Huern to awkwardly comment on the unique name just as Li Ke suddenly looked up at the sky. A streak of green light shot toward them and landed in his hand, prompting a curious Nan Huern to ask what it was. After examining it, he revealed it was a message from the first elder, leading Elder Mo and Li Xiongyan to wonder what instructions had been sent. Li Ke clenched his fist and ordered Niu Fen to head back to the sect at full speed, where the first elder stood before a woman, whispering about the sect master's long absence. He noted her return to the mountain as three elders sat in the temple, where the woman in the center greeted them, saying it had been a long time. The first elder agreed, noting it had been nearly 20 years since Su Yangwang left, while Elder 2 secretly asked if they should stand to welcome the sect master. Elder 5 told him to stay seated, and Su Yangwang broke the silence by noting that the elders didn't seem pleased by her return, causing the first elder to sigh. "I will be blunt," the first elder began, recounting how she had been chosen by the previous sect master only to leave the sect and vanish without a trace. He asked what her intentions were in returning now, and she sincerely admitted that she knew she had failed the members of the ancient sect. She explained that with the rare opening of the evil-infused ridge, she had returned with 8 elite disciples to represent the sect in exploring the region. "This is the only hope I have that the elders will support," she said firmly after a pause, leaving the 3 elders in silent thought. "The current situation is indeed complicated," the great elder comforted her, telling her not to worry before mentioning their prime disciple, Li Ke. Thanks to him, the sect has been granted entry into the evil-infested ridge. Su Yangwang was shocked, but the great elder noted that despite the boy's arrogance, he had saved them many times. He was even given teachings by the immortal emperor in a dream. Now, as the sect reaches a turning point for revival, the girl asked with irritation, "Do you mean to say this Li Ke is more suited to be sect master than I am?" The great elder admitted his intent, leaving Su Yangwang with nothing but a smile. "How intriguing! I truly wish to meet this prime disciple I have never known," she remarked as the scene shifted to the sect courtyard where everyone waited. "This long discussion seems like a bad sign," one woman noted, while another in similar attire wearily replied that it was to be expected. "I already told you that Master didn't need to humble herself by coming back," another said calmly, while someone else added a carefree remark. "That is only because they haven't seen our true power yet." The woman sensed something and turned, realizing that something was approaching. Niu Fen was rushing toward them at an incredible speed from afar. Li Ke praised his swiftness as the creature climbed thousands of steps. Li Ke ordered old Niu to stop there, and Niu Fen replied that it was no problem as he could transform into a human to enter with them. Nan Huern was amazed that old Niu could take human form, and as they neared their destination, Niu Fen announced he was about to transform. A loud noise rang out as everyone scattered. Li Ke leaped up several steps and landed, looking toward the group dressed in red. He remarked on the sect master's impressive presence as the 2 groups faced each other, and a red-clad disciple asked for their identities. Li Ke bluntly identified himself as the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect before introducing the others, starting with the elder. He introduced the elder and then pointed to Li Xiongyan as the sect's designated maid, causing her to snap at him in anger. "I'll kill you," she yelled, while Nan Huern offered an awkward greeting and Li Ke hesitated when introducing the strangely shaped Niu Fen. The group panicked at the sight of the monster, but Niu Fen clarified that he was simply in his human form. "Do you not recognize me anymore?" he asked, though Nan Huern stammered that the transformation was a bit of a stretch, a sentiment Li Xiongyan shared. "This is more of a freakish mutation than a human form," she noted, as the others judged the cleansing incense ancient sect as a group of weirdos before entering. Su Yangwang and Li Ke stood face to face in silence until the great elder urged Li Ke to greet his master, sect master Su Yangwang. She mockingly remarked that she hadn't expected her prime disciple to be such a young brat, to which Li Ke gave a confident smile. "I didn't expect my convenient master to be such a great beauty," he countered, making Su Yangwang laugh as she recalled the great elder's words. "You are indeed an arrogant little devil," she said, looking at the group and noting how he had united the entire sect. "Since the elders trust you so much, it seems the sect master position is yours," she concluded, but Li Ke waved her off, saying he never wanted it. He pointed at Su Yangwang and insisted she must be the one to lead, as he finally understood the meaning behind the immortal emperor's dream. When he shared this, the girl grew annoyed and asked what he was implying with his mysterious and nonsensical talk. Suddenly, Li Ke loudly declared that no one was more worthy to be sect master than her, for she was the descendant of immortal Emperor Min Ren. This statement shocked everyone, and the 4th elder frantically told Li Ke not to speak wildly since the emperor had never married. Questioning how there could be a descendant, Su Yangwang looked at him skeptically and asked if he had any proof. Li Ke calmly replied that he did, explaining that the immortal emperor had told him in a dream and left instructions if the elders doubted him. He suggested using the patriarch's portrait for a blood test, but she angrily dismissed it as baseless nonsense and refused to play along. Li Ke suddenly called her General Su, startling her, and began telling the story of a female general with the same surname who loved the emperor. He continued that while only the late Su Yu was in the emperor's heart, General Su had been led by a dark crow to his side. She had reached Min Ren's physical body while his soul was traveling, but Su Yangwang shouted for him to stop, prompting Li Ke to mockingly ask why. "Do I need to continue?" The girl gritted her teeth in silence, and the first elder ordered Nan Huan to bring out the patriarch's portrait. Outside, sunlight bathed the emperor's statue as Nan Huan brought the portrait and unfurled the image of immortal Emperor Min Ren. Li Ke gestured toward the painting and invited sect master Su forward, who looked at Min Ren's image and hesitantly relented. She bit her finger and touched the blood to the emperor's forehead, causing flames to erupt and the portrait to glow as if he were stepping out. His hand rested on Su Yangwang's head as the word ancestor appeared and faded, prompting the first elder to acknowledge her verified identity. Her position as sect master was now indisputable, and the three elders bowed to ask for her forgiveness for their earlier rudeness. Su Yangwang bowed and softly explained that she was indeed the descendant of ancestor Min Ren, and apologized for concealing her true identity. She feared that the prestige of her lineage would lead to excessive favoritism and arrogance, ultimately harming the ancient sect. The first elder noted she didn't have to leave, but she explained that the sect's long decline had buried its reputation and talents. This cycle of decline made restoration seem hopeless, Su Yangwang said while gesturing to the group behind her. She had spent years training abroad to cultivate these 8 disciples as fresh blood for the sect, causing Elder 2 and the 5th elder to apologize. Realizing she had always cared for the sect, they felt ashamed, while she turned to Li Ke, noting he had received the emperor's guidance. She believed he was dedicated to the sect's revival, and declared that they would enter the evil-infested ridge together once it opened. To uphold their prestige, Li Ke stopped her with a confident smile, saying the ridge was trivial and he had already chosen the best lineup. Su Yangwang gritted her teeth in annoyance at the boy before officially taking her seat and reflecting on her years away. She admitted she hadn't fulfilled her duties while training abroad and thanked the elders for their continued support of the sect. The first elder expressed his satisfaction with her devotion, while Su Yangwang asked Li Ke if this was truly his chosen team. He confidently confirmed his choice, adding that he still required the strategic support of the elder and Old Gu. The elder questioned Old Gu's identity, but Su Yangwang accepted the plan and asked her disciples for their thoughts on the arrangement. They glared at him, and one disciple admitted his annoyance, though he had no objection to the elders providing support. However, he found it unacceptable that Li Ke would ignore them in favor of 3 country bumpkins. Luo Jianing angrily demanded to know who he was calling a bumpkin, while Nan Huan felt insulted and Li Ke looked on with disdain. Li Ke warned him not to judge before seeing their skills, but the disciple approached him and threw the words back at him. When told he didn't know their strength either, Li Ke remained unfazed, leading the disciple to challenge them to a duel. With the crowd's support, the challenger declared a winner-takes-all match, and Li Ke's team eagerly accepted the challenge without hesitation. Vowing to crush their opponents, the challenger laughed and called upon his teammates, Fei Hong and Zai Yan. The 3 stood in a glowing formation as Bai Tang declared them the sect master's elite, confidently shouting for the battle to begin. As the battle began, Fang Mingtang easily took down his opponent, followed by Luo Jianing, who pinned hers and demanded a surrender. Zai Yan cried out in fear, while Nan Huan calmly finished his cleansing, leaving his opponent kneeling in awe of his efficiency. The defeated trio knelt and apologized for shaming their master, leaving Su Yangwang to let out a helpless sigh. She consoled them, saying defeat was natural in battle, but one disciple still found it unbearable to lose to the ancient sect's members. She scolded them for not identifying as sect disciples, and warned that such an attitude would lead to failure at the evil-infested ridge. She ordered them to cast aside their Heavenly Cliff Su clan identity and start anew as true disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect. She marveled at how quickly Li Ke had revitalized the cleansing incense ancient sect, realizing she had truly found an extraordinary disciple. Later, as Li Ke's group rode Niu Fen toward the evil-infested ridge, they all marveled at the refreshing breeze. Niu Fen halted and inquired if this was the spot, to which Li Ke replied with a smile as they stood before a massive site. He announced their arrival at Demon Back Ridge, while deep in the woods, Lao Gui noted that this place only opens once every 3 centuries. Speaking steadily, he explained that countless spirit herbs and crystals gather here, recounting the legend of it being a sanctuary for spirit beasts. Looking at the little stone children, he warned that many powers gather when it opens, and since their Hutu sect was weak, they must stay quiet and avoid trouble. The children obediently agreed, and one asked Lao Gui which specific factions were present. Lao Gui began to explain, but the children's excited shouts at a strange object in the sky cut him off. Stone Child shrieked in fear at a majestic dragon head, asking what it was, while Lao Gui looked up and saw a creature with a dragon's head and a horse's body. He identified it as a dragon horse from the ancient kingdom of Qing Xuan, prompting the curious stone children to ask if such monsters existed there. Lao Gui chuckled mockingly, suggesting the Qing Xuan heavenly prince was inside the carriage, just as another child pointed toward the sky. Excitedly, they watched several figures sitting atop a shimmering golden circle, surrounded by jagged, floating rocks. When a child asked about the sect, Lao Gui observed closely and recognized the Saint Child and Bao Jiao seated upon it. Lao Gui sighed, noting that the rumored marriage between the Heavenly Saint sect and the Jewel Pillar Saint sect was true, predicting things would soon get chaotic. The Saint Child smiled and told Bao Jiao that Demon Back Ridge was already within the Heavenly Saint sect's grasp. He offered to give her anything she liked as a betrothal gift, but she coldly refused, stating she would obtain what she wanted herself. The Saint Child smirked, reminding her that their engagement was finalized and her temperament needed to change, his voice turning threatening. Bao Jiao snapped back, telling him to cancel the wedding if he was unhappy, but he grabbed her chin and coldly claimed her father would beg him to stay, leaving her fuming. He mocked her further until she slapped his hand away and screamed for him to remove his filthy hand, while a sweating Lao she watched in concern. Bao Jiao told Lao she couldn't stay any longer and immediately flew down to the ground, with Lao she following in a panic. The Saint Child's subordinate called out to him, but he waved them off with a sinister smile, confident she couldn't escape their territory. Once on the ground, Bao Jiao cursed the Heavenly Saint sect, vowing to kill that man sooner or later. Lao Shi warned her to be careful of the people from the Jewel Saint Upper Kingdom, but she turned back and angrily asked what they could possibly do. Suddenly, Bao Jiao sensed something and widened her eyes as a strange sound echoed, wondering what was approaching. She questioned if it was the Jewel Saint Upper Kingdom's people, and as Lao Shi hesitated, a large orange figure slowly emerged. Niu Fen appeared carrying Li Ke and the others, finally reaching an open area, causing Bao Jiao to scream in shock at the monster. Sitting atop Niu Fen, Li Ke laughed heartily and remarked that he had encountered a fellow traveler, noting she was quite a beauty. He invited her for a drink, making her grit her teeth in anger, while Lao Shi stepped forward and called him a bold madman. Lao Shi lunged forward to strike, but Niu Fen easily blocked the attack, sending the old man to the ground as Bao Jiao cried out for him. She looked at Niu Fen in disbelief, amazed it was unharmed by Lao Shi's strike, while the old man himself was stunned by the creature. Suddenly, a newcomer interrupted them, shouting and demanding to know why the cleansing incense ancient sect dared to show up. Li Ke asked who had arrived, and Lao Shi explained to Princess Bao Jiao that these were people from the Jewel Saint Upper Kingdom. The princess nodded, recognizing the man as the Marquis of Zhenwei, who arrived with a group of fierce soldiers. He barked at them to get out of Demon Back Ridge, while a stone child ran to Lao Gui, calling out for his grandfather. The child excitedly told him to look because a second grandfather had appeared, prompting Lao Gui to squint and see who it was. Lao Gui scratched his head and called the child a country bumpkin for mistaking a snail for him, but then he suddenly paused as he noticed something. He saw the group approaching and realized they were from the cleansing incense ancient sect, noting this wasn't a place they should be. They didn't seem very welcome. On the other side, the Marquis of Zhenwei shouted, "I'll say it one last time, get out." Li Ke sat on Niu Fen's back and laughed. "It seems the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom is here to cause trouble." Lu O Jianing, sitting behind him, said, "I remember this man. His attire is just like the fierce war marquis who came to challenge us before. Perhaps they are of the same rank." Fang Mingtang's eyes sparkled. If so, wouldn't he be unable to face the First Elder? The Marquis of Zhenwei looked at First Elder Gu Taishu and said, "I thought you were more sensible." The First Elder, his face hidden deep within his hood, spoke solemnly. "Marquis of Zhenwei, we have the Holy Heavenly Sect's permission. Let's see if you have the skill to back up your words." The Marquis of Zhenwei grinned and sneered. "Oh, I haven't received any such news. Now get lost." The tension between both sides was high. Old Shi observed the situation and said, "Princess, this is not a place to linger." But Bao Cairo was excited. "What's there to fear? Let's see what they're capable of." The Marquis of Zhenwei lunged forward with his blade. "You won't leave, will you? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." The First Elder snorted coldly as his body erupted in flames. Old Turtle strained his eyes to watch. "What?" Bao Cairo's eyes widened with excitement. She saw a divine beast summoned by the first elder using an emperor law of the ancient sect as the whisk in his hand swung down. The divine beast's body glowed, and the area around the Marquis of Genway turned yellow as a beam of light struck him. Shiwa covered his mouth and shouted that the cleansing incense ancient sect had killed him instantly, but Old Turtle hesitated as the first elder also widened his eyes in shock, seeing the Marquis of Genway standing there completely unharmed. Not only did he withstand the attack, but he also absorbed the power of the manifestation. The Marquis of Genway raised his precious blade high. "You have an emperor law, but I have an ancient azure treasure." Old Turtle scratched his head. "This treasure happens to counter the Kunpeng's 6 transformations. The cleansing incense ancient sect is no match for them." The Marquis of Genway used the blade to absorb all the power from the previous attack and loudly challenged the first elder. "How about that, Gu Taishu? Don't think that having an emperor law makes you invincible." Nan Huern frowned, noting how strong this guy was. However, Li Kia shook his head in disagreement. "No, that is just a powerful blade." The Marquis of Genway laughed loudly. "Didn't expect that, did you? I have many tricks." The first elder looked at him indifferently. "It's a pity for such a treasure to be used by someone like you." The Marquis of Genway remarked, "You really are stubborn. I'll hold this old man back while you go kill the rest of those trash." The subordinates immediately nodded, "Yes," as soon as he finished speaking. The Marquis of Genway led the group and flew forward. His precious blade collided with the first elder's divine beast. Li Kia and the others sat on Niu Fen's back and looked down, noting that the small fry had arrived. Li Kia smiled and said, "Old Niu, I'll leave the trash to you." Niu Fen shook his head and replied, "Just leave it to this old man." The Marquis of Genway's subordinates stood not far away, warning each other not to get too close. The purple-haired leader ordered, "Everyone, aim at this giant beast." "Yes," Li Xunyan drew her sword. "Don't even think about it, let me support old Niu." At that moment, someone called her loudly, "Xunyan." "Don't meddle," the person sitting in the carriage pulled by the scarlet dragon horses above called down. "This has nothing to do with our 9-saint demon gate." Li Xunyan looked up in surprise. "Who?" Leng Chengfeng opened the curtain. "Come up here quickly, Li Xunyan," she frowned. "Senior brother, there's no need, I don't need your care." Leng Chengfeng shouted, "Foolish, you'll be seriously injured there. By following the cleansing incense ancient sect, you are their enemy." Below, Niu Fen was enduring a simultaneous attack from the Marquis of Genway's henchmen. They laughed at him. "This thing is just a puppet." Niu Fen was scorched and smoking, appearing to be finished. They shouted, "Clear the target," and immediately flew to approach him for a full assault as Li Kia's group cried out, "Old Niu." Suddenly, Niu Fen opened his eyes to greet them. The Marquis of Genway's henchmen were immediately sucked into his mouth, and they could only scream, It's not dead." Leng Chengfeng was stunned. "What?" Niu Fen smacked his lips, munching on the Marquis of Genway's disciples before letting out a loud burp as Li Kia asked. "Old Niu, are you hurt?" Niu Fen glanced back and replied, "Don't mention the hit, it actually hurt a little bit." Bao Caio looked at them excitedly. "Old Shi, what is that thing? It's so powerful." Old Shi didn't quite understand it either. At this time, someone appeared next to Leng Chengfeng and asked him, "Brother Leng, do you recognize this creature?" Qing Xuan glanced down with a meaningful smile. "Being able to kill many cultivators instantly is quite interesting." The Marquis of Genway saw his disciples being wiped out. He was furious. "The cleansing incense ancient sect dares to harm my disciples." He swung his blade hard at the ground. "Die!" The first elder quickly dodged. Holding the whisk in his hand, he said coldly, "You're the one who sent them to their deaths." Then he unleashed a Kunpeng wing strike, hitting the Marquis of Genway hard. But the Marquis of Genway's body was unharmed. He was even absorbing that energy. He raised his head proudly. His smug gaze fixed on First Elder Gu Taishu. "Are you still transferring energy to me, you old fool?" The First Elder remained calm. He said, "If you enjoy absorbing it, then by all means, continue." His eyes flickered toward Li Kia, who had just appeared behind the Marquis of Genway. He then casually remarked that the previous strike hadn't been his own doing, causing Marquis Genway to gnash his teeth and look back. However, all he witnessed was a crimson orb of energy hurtling toward him, and the reality of the situation only dawned on him when it slammed into the center of his back. It was too late as Marquis Genway collapsed to his knees while clutching his blade, cursing the sneak attack while Old Mo tightened his grip and watched him with a vigilant gaze. "It isn't just a surprise attack. We intend to surround you as well," the Marquis realized as he lifted his head to find himself encircled, causing him to tighten his hold on his weapon. He growled, warning them not to forget that his precious blade still held great power, and that he would drag them all down with him if necessary, while old Mo turned to instruct Nan Huan. He warned Fang Mingtang and Luo Jianing to be cautious as the moment approached, but suddenly, Marquis Zhen Wei mounted his blade as if it were a vessel. He then soared into the sky, shouting that he had no intention of dying with them before making his escape, leaving the great elder staring in bewilderment at his actions. Little Stone stared with wide eyes and an open mouth, his comical face looking toward Old Turtle to ask why things hadn't gone according to his grandfather's expectations. Old Turtle shook his head and sighed, questioning if this wasn't a common occurrence before glancing at Li Ke's retreating figure and whispering to himself. He admitted his surprise while Bao Kaio watched Li Ke intently, wondering if the boy practiced emperor arts, though Leng Chengfeng simply frowned and called it a mere display. Li Ke turned with a confident smile and asked Bao Kaio how she liked his recent attack, prompting her to look up and give a grumpy response. She told him he was asking for trouble, but suddenly the Kun Peng's tail flicked and Li Ke hovered before her, asking if she found the creature cute and wanted a ride, which only made her angrily ask if he was insane. She cursed that all men were the same, to which Li Ke grinned and joked that he thought his bad personality was unique, while Luo Jianing hopped around beside them. She cheered that her senior brother was flirting while Fang Mingtang offered encouragement, but Li Xiongyan wondered if he liked that type of woman, sparking Bao Kaio's fury over the remark before Li Ke could intervene. He explained that he had only noticed her unique physique and wanted to ask a few questions, rubbing his chin as he carefully observed Bao Kaio and nodded to himself. He remarked that she was indeed stunning, causing Bao Kaio to immediately draw her weapon and furiously threaten to gouge his eyes out if he kept staring. Old Shi stood nearby with his hands ready to strike, declaring it unforgivable, just as a violent tremor suddenly caused the ground to shake. Bao Kaio turned to ask Old Shi if it was time, and as he nodded, Li Ke curled his lips into a smile, noting that it had finally arrived. Leng Chengfeng appeared competitive as he noted the punctuality, while Qing Xuan's eyes sparkled at the event that occurred once every 3 centuries as Evil Ridge began to tremble violently. The two sides gradually parted as purple energy erupted, and amid shouts to begin the sealing of Evil Ridge, the Holy Sun laughed from his high vantage point and ordered everyone to move out. The group including Li Ke, Li Xiongyan, the Holy Sun, Qing Xuan, Leng Chengfeng, Bao Kaio, Old Shi, and even Little Stone all set off with great excitement. Only Old Turtle broke into a sweat and stammered for them to slow down as the entrance to Evil Ridge opened into a purple energy path, with the steeds carrying Leng Chengfeng and Qing Xuan accelerating forward. Bao Kaio and Old Shi hurried along, but the Holy Sun suddenly swept past, grabbing Bao Kaio and kicking Old Shi aside as he offered to escort her for a while. He declared he wouldn't let her escape this time, prompting an angry demand from Bao Kaio to be released, while Old Shi called out to the princess, and Little Stone asked his grandfather why they weren't rushing in. Old Turtle shook his head and advised patience as crowds from various great sects poured in from all directions, determined not to miss this rare opportunity. A group dressed in strange attire that resembled large blankets also rushed forward, and as conflicts began to erupt, several white horses suddenly picked up speed. As the carriage went flying past, Luo Jianing marveled at their speed, while Niu Fen strained himself with constant grunts, prompted by Nan Huan's urging for the old man to push a bit harder. He frowned with a tense expression, lamenting that they wouldn't be in such a predicament if not for that Marquis's interference, though Li Ke remained composed and smiled. He noted there was no other way, and while Luo Jianing was anxious, she found it impossible to remain still as she watched everyone else charge into the entrance of Evil Ridge. With the other sects already inside, a panting Niu Fen told them to hold on tight before he lunged forward to follow the others into the ridge. They decided it was time to enter and immediately stepped inside, where Evil Ridge revealed itself to be a different world altogether, resembling a hidden paradise. It was filled with lush trees, vibrant flora, and multicolored crystals, while the sky ahead gradually shifted from a pinkish hue to a deep blue. The sight was truly breathtaking, with crystals scattered everywhere in clusters and wild, arid forests hiding amongst the landscape. It harbored many unknown dangers, leading a worried Nan Huan to ask about the location before suddenly shouting in realization that Evil Ridge was incredibly vast. Li Ke looked at him and calmly told him to stop acting strange, explaining that Evil Ridge opened once every 3 centuries as a rift to another dimension. Nan Huan blushed and remained silent while the great elder's expression darkened, worried that their lost heritage left them ignorant of this place. Elder Mo nodded in agreement, unsure of where to begin, while Luo Jining frowned and wondered if they were simply relying on luck. Standing nearby, Li Xiongyan cleared her throat twice to remind Luo Jining of her presence, prompting the girl to turn toward her. Li Ke rested his chin on his hand and smiled at her, as Li Xiongyan pointed toward the purple sky ahead. She explained that the traces in the purple sky revealed the paths taken by the other sects, making Nan Huern realize he hadn't noticed they were all heading the same way. Li Xiongyan suddenly recalled the lessons her master had given her about the evil-infested ridge during her childhood. She quickly organized the information, noting that the northern Purple Light Mountains were complex and misty, but hidden many treasures and true beasts. She continued, explaining that the eastern region was filled with vibrating crystal mines and rich mineral deposits. If one wished to forge high-level weapons or artifacts, that was the place to go, though she also mentioned the rare and valuable species in the western wetlands. However, those weren't necessarily useful for cultivation, so she paused to consider the southern region, which her master warned was impassable. It was described as a completely desolate wasteland of ruins and withered trees, devoid of treasures or even valuable beasts. Acting like a teacher, Li Xiongyan finished her overview of the evil-infested ridge, leading Luo Jining to look up at her. Luo Jining suggested they split up, but Li Ke stood up after hearing everything and asked why that would be necessary. He confidently pointed in one direction and told everyone they would head south, causing Li Xiongyan to react fiercely and ask if he thought she was misleading them. Luo Jining declared her trust in Li Xiongyan, and Nan Huern agreed, telling his senior brother that he didn't think the princess had bad intentions. Unlike the others who were uneasy, the great elder simply asked Li Ke to share his perspective on the matter. Li Ke looked back at Li Xiongyan and admitted she was right, prompting her to shout and ask why he still wanted to go to the southern wasteland. Li Ke mysteriously claimed that only the south held a secret unknown to anyone else, which earned him a sneer from Li Xiongyan. He glanced at her and sighed, using the immortal Emperor Min Ren as an excuse by claiming the emperor had appeared in his dreams. The great elder sighed, noting the boy was using the immortal emperor as a shield again, before ordering Niu Fen to head south. Under the deep purple sky, Qing Xuan and Leng Chengfeng stood beside a carriage pulled by 2 dragon horses. Someone called out to young noble Qing Xuan, who looked over to see a beast man sitting on the ground holding a small crystal. The beast man cheered about finding 3-pattern Grand Dao treasure gold, but Qing Xuan chuckled, saying such small things in the ridge were insignificant. Leng Chengfeng remarked that the gold was still a treasure, and the disciple was lucky, just as a flying beast arrived with news. The beast reported that the cleansing incense ancient sect had begun to move, prompting Qing Xuan to ask which path they had chosen. The one-eyed beast replied that Li Ke was leading them straight south into the barren lands, causing Leng Chengfeng to burst into laughter at the country bumpkins. Realizing Qing Xuan was watching him silently, he quickly apologized, but Qing Xuan waved it off and told him not to worry. Leng Chengfeng asked why he cared about such a small sect, to which Qing Xuan replied that their new prime disciple, Li Ke, was not simple. He asked if the Jade Gate disciple had heard the rumors, and Leng Chengfeng nodded, confirming his master had mentioned them. He looked at the beast and remarked that choosing the south proved their ignorance, as Qing Xuan agreed that the south was the only place without treasures. Meanwhile, the cleansing incense ancient sect group was being surrounded by a pack of ghost wolves, as Niu Fen slowly led them south. Niu Fen remarked on the abundance of ghost wolves in this desolate place, while Li Xiongyan identified them as Earth-grade heavenly beasts. She warned that the bloodthirsty pack was difficult to handle, but Li Ke simply praised her brief and accurate description. The great elder raised his whisk and offered to clear the way, but Li Ke stopped him, saying it wasn't necessary for him to act. He opened his hand to reveal 2 rusty short swords that suddenly glowed with a light that terrified the ghost wolves as he stood atop Niu Fen. "Hey, you filthy dogs, how dare you come closer?" The nether wolves immediately turned and fled in a panic. Li Ke looked at the sword and explained. "Immortal Emperor Min Ren allowed me to use his majesty to drive these beasts away. Not just the nether wolves, but other monsters fled in chaos too. Old Mo watched them, even other monsters were escaping. The great elder analyzed that this place was originally the sect's territory. These monsters likely know the emperor's power better than we do." Li Ke pointed the sword forward. "Now that we have the emperor's protection, let's charge." Niu Fen nodded. All right. They moved quickly and all the surrounding beasts fled. None dared to stay. Li Ke glanced back. He asked Li Xiongyan and Nan Huan, "Are you too bored?" Fang Mingtang replied seriously, "Reporting to senior brother, I haven't relaxed at all." Nan Huan was lounging comfortably. "With senior brother here, what is there to fear?" But before he could finish, a tremor threw him off Niu Fen's back, and he face-planted into the dirt. Nan Huan scrambled up and asked Niu Fen, "Old Niu, why the sudden stop?" Niu Fen looked ahead. "Unfortunately, look in front." Nan Huan was confused. "What?" When he turned, he saw a massive black swarm approaching. It looked like black sesame. The swarm suddenly attacked. Spreading out into a massive wave, Nan Huan was so terrified his pupils dilated. He screamed in panic, "What is this? It's so dense." "It's disgusting." Niu Fen looked down at Nan Huan on the ground and said in a deep voice, "I probably couldn't even chew these things." What was approaching was a terrifyingly large army of ants, fire demon ants. Regarding their origin, they are known as fire demon ants, a common type of savage beast. An ant crawled close to Nan Huan's foot. It seemed like just a larger-than-normal ant. A creature like this shouldn't be too scary. The fire demon ants seemed to disagree. In terms of anatomy, they possess extremely sharp mandibles and bodies covered in sturdy armor. The fire demon ant colony marched forward. When this elite army charges, even high-level heavenly beasts tremble. Nan Huan stood before Niu Fen. Watching the black swarm approach, "What is this?" His voice trembled. "Why isn't the immortal Emperor's majesty working?" Li Ke looked at the glowing sword. "These beasts have no brains, so the Emperor's majesty doesn't affect them." Fang Mingtang muttered, "How can that be?" Luo Jining panicked. "What should we do?" Li Ke grinned. "Counterattack, of course." He quickly assigned tasks. "Gianting old Niu," Li Ke pointed the sword. "Burn them with everything you've got." Nan Huan sat on the ground in fear. "Wait, I'm still down here, senior brother." Old Mo pulled him up. "We won't leave you," the great elder said calmly. "What's the panic?" Nan Huan was tossed aside. The whisk in the great elder's hand glowed, and Old Mo clasped his hands. Both ordered simultaneously, "Strike!" Luo Jining immediately jumped onto Niu Fen's head. She unleashed a strike forward like a fire dragon. The fire dragon and Niu Fen simultaneously unleashed flames upon the fire demon ants. The inferno roared, incinerating the swarm. Nan Huan watched them crackle in the fire. "It's working! It's incredibly effective!" With the support of the two elders, the flames intensified. The ants were burned beyond recognition, and the fire died down. Niu Fen laughed, the rest have scattered. Nan Huan sighed in relief. "Saved, we're saved." He stood with his sword. "The ants fled. I didn't expect fire demon ants to be so afraid of fire." The great elder glanced at Nan Huan. "The name fire demon ant only implies that their bite is as painful as a burn. It doesn't mean they fear fire." Nan Huan laughed awkwardly, feeling once again that he was being looked down upon. Luo Jining sat on Niu Fen's head. "Anyway, we can keep moving." Niu Fen looked serious. "You're celebrating too early." Before them, even more fire demon ants appeared from nowhere. Their killing intent grew. Everyone was startled. "What's that?" The ants slowly linked together, gradually growing taller than trees. As if controlled, they split into groups and then merged. Nan Huan's jaw dropped. "Again!" The great elder clicked his tongue. "This is troublesome." Nan Huan shouted, "Why are they gathering in the air this time?" Countless ants merged. Nan Huan was terrified to see them stacking into a giant ant. "Wait." The great elder calmly watched the giant ants. "They formed into big fellows." Nan Huan screamed, "Help, they're too big." "And there are 4 of them." The giant fire demon ants stepped forward. All of them attacked at once. Niu Fen growled, "They're attacking. Everyone be careful." Luo Jining stood up. "It's fine, we'll burn them again." Niu Fen took a breath. "All right." Luo Jining and Niu Fen breathed fire together at the giant fire demon ants. 2 pillars of fire hit the giant ant in front. The small ants on the surface were burned, but it didn't affect the giant construct. Luo Jining cried out, "They're using the outer layer of ants as a shield." The fire demon ant in front raised a leg. Luo Jining sat dejectedly atop Niu Fen's head. "We can't burn them anymore." Fang Mingtang rushed forward with his weapon, shouting for the others to let him handle it as he unleashed a mountain-crushing strike. As the ants bit into him, Fang Mingtang felt as if his body were on fire and collapsed backward, while Li Xiongyan noted the swarm was regrouping. Li Xiongyan launched several ice swords to drive them back, striking a giant fire demon ant, while the great elder moved faster than the determined Nan Huan. The elder summoned his Kun Peng, and sliced the massive ant in half instantly, leaving Nan Huern only able to stammer out a word of support. Realizing he wasn't needed, Nan Huern watched as Elder Mo used magic to command the surrounding rocks to form a massive earth golem. Elder Mo grumbled as his golem smashed the fire demon ants, yet they miraculously healed and regrouped, much to Li Xiongyan's shock. Fang Mingteng sat still while trying to soothe his burning bites and turned to warn Li Xiongyan about the danger. He told the princess the bites were excruciatingly painful, prompting her to anxiously ask how they could possibly destroy the swarm. Li Ke pointed toward a giant fire demon ant standing perfectly still, noting that continuing the fight like this was a waste of energy. Li Xiongyan wondered why that ant wasn't moving and suggested it might be blocking their path, urging him to find a solution. Li Ke muttered to himself, while Luo Jianing realized these mindless beasts were acting with an intelligence that startled Li Xiongyan. They concluded that an outside force must be manipulating the swarm, with Luo Jianing suggesting that something was controlling their every move. Li Ke smiled and explained the giant ant was a guardian for the command tower before leaping onto the little Kunpeng to hunt their leader. As Li Ke approached the massive fire demon ant, he grinned and remarked that a beast was still nothing more than a beast. With the immortal emperor's sword in hand, he sneered at the trembling guardian, declaring that its cleverness had only exposed its position. The surrounding ants suddenly exploded into a thick mist that clung to Li Ke, biting him relentlessly as he frowned at their tactic. He ground his teeth against the burning pain of the bites, yet he remained perfectly calm despite being swarmed by the creatures. He focused his strength to complete his hell-suppressing godly physique and laughed, telling the ants they could only manage to nibble on him. His twin swords erupted in fierce flames, as he declared that pain meant nothing to him before charging into the heart of the swarm with glowing eyes. He sliced the giant ant in half and plunged his blade into the earth, creating a massive opening that scattered the remaining swarm. Below the surface, he discovered a vast nest containing the queen ant surrounded by a horde of eggs, causing him to smile. He identified the queen as the controller of the swarm and mocked her fear as she hissed a threat at him. Unleashing a powerful energy blast, he lamented that she couldn't understand him, causing an explosion that left the women in disbelief. Nan Huern asked if his senior brother had found a clue, as the giant fire demon ant collapsed into pieces before the nodding Elder Mo. Niu Fen watched the leaderless swarm disperse, while Nan Huern looked up to see Li Ke returning on the little Kunpeng. Nan Huern called out to his senior brother and rushed over to check on him the moment he landed back on the ground. Covered in slime, Li Ke frowned and told him not to mention the experience, describing it as both painful and revolting. He asked for help washing up, and a wide-eyed Nan Huern quickly set to work assisting him with the task. After changing, Li Ke felt refreshed, though Li Xiongyan remarked that he would run out of clothes if he continued being so reckless. Nan Huern joked that he could fix the clothes as long as they weren't destroyed, while Li Xiongyan asked why they were in this place. Li Ke smiled and pointed toward a withered forest, stating that the answer they sought lay within those dry trees. Li Xiongyan crossed her arms and agreed to investigate, and Li Ke told Niu Fen to take human form so they could enter the forest on foot. The group entered the barren woods, where Li Xiongyan squinted at Li Ke and insisted there was nothing of interest to see. Li Ke remained composed and told them not to rush, mentioning the saying about seeing the leaves but not the forest. He told Li Xiongyan that she currently saw the forest, but failed to see the leaves before hurrying ahead as she scowled. Li Xiongyan asked what he meant by following him. Li Ke chuckled and told her to be patient as he stopped before a withered tree and pointed at it. He told her to observe the dry tree closely, pointing to a single small leaf remaining on a branch. Li Xiongyan didn't understand the significance. Li Ke signaled for her to be quiet and placed his hand on the trunk, beginning to emit a series of ultrasonic waves. Luo Jianing asked in confusion. Luo Jianing wondered what the senior brother was doing. Li Xiongyan shook her head in uncertainty, noting a strange energy was being released. She suspected he was performing a ritual. Suddenly, Li Ke let out a strange screech and began to dance wildly while mumbling to himself. He chanted Namo Sabang repeatedly as he moved. His sudden and bizarre behavior left everyone completely bewildered, while Li Xiongyan grew irritated. She demanded to know what kind of ritual this was. Only Yu Fen noticed something unusual and widened his eyes as the single leaf multiplied into a lush canopy. Li Ke remained before the now green tree, chanting Ka Gung Gung as flowers and grass began to bloom all around. The once gloomy and dark forest had transformed into a vibrant paradise. Fang Mingtang's eyes sparkled at the sight, and Nan Huern remarked it looked like a fairyland. Li Xiongyan frowned in thought, while Luo Jianing marveled at the beauty. Li Ke turned back to the group and asked for their opinion. He claimed his words were true and that the immortal emperor's guidance was never wrong. Yu Fen closed his eyes, feeling an incredible sense of peace. The first elder looked at Li Ke with a profound gaze, suggesting they hadn't come just to watch a dead forest return to life. Li Ke grinned. He confirmed they were there to pay their respects to the local deity as a spot of light appeared. Everyone was stunned by his statement. Fang Mingtang, Nan Huern, Li Xiongyan, and Luo Jianing were all dazed by the mention of a deity. Li Ke nodded in affirmation. Li Xiongyan asked who this deity actually was. Li Ke pointed and explained it was an old friend of the immortal emperor, leaving her speechless. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, and a heavy pressure weighed down on everyone. Nan Huern cried out as Li Xiongyan struggled to stay upright. The pressure was immense. Old Mo clasped his hands to create a protective barrier around the group. The first elder remarked the deity was about to appear. Nan Huern rubbed his head, noting the presence didn't feel very friendly. Fang Mingtang politely thanked Elder Mo. Li Ke told them to stay calm. He looked toward a small glowing creature emerging from the tree, stating he had already greeted it. Nan Huern was blinded by the intense golden light. A plump white creature resembling a radish with delicate wings and a lotus leaf hat appeared, letting out a strange cry. Nan Huern stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. Li Ke waved and spoke in a strange tongue, earning a look of disdain from Li Xiongyan. She asked what on earth he was saying. Li Ke eagerly stepped forward to hug the creature, explaining he was just saying hello. He claimed the osmanthus lotus tree spirit was gentle, but before he could finish, it punched him away. Old Mo caught him and shouted in concern. Li Xiongyan sarcastically noted that it didn't bite, only punched. The deity crossed its arms angrily. Li Xiongyan told him to speak a real language. Li Ke explained that the fire demon ants were its pets, and they had killed the queen. Li Xiongyan told him to be accurate, as he was the one who killed it. Li Ke ignored her and continued his strange dialogue with the deity. The deity responded coldly, causing Li Ke's eyes to widen in surprise. The deity nodded. Li Ke's expression darkened as he realized a certain demon had been resurrected, and the ants were meant for defense. Nan Huern stepped forward to ask what was happening. Li Ke looked away and replied that it was nothing serious. Suddenly, Li Ke stepped forward and grabbed the deity's rear, pulling it aside to whisper that he would kill the demon again. The deity responded. It crossed its arms and looked at him with a serious gaze. Li Ke grew annoyed, asking if it was looking down on him before turning away dejectedly. He admitted his current body wasn't what it used to be. However, he turned back with a smirk, reminding the spirit they had a backup plan. Li Ke told the deity to treat his friends from the cleansing incense ancient sect well. The deity nodded with a serious expression. The chubby creature wobbled over to the group and waved. Nan Huern was confused. The deity clapped its hands and opened 3 portals. Everyone stared in awe at the scenic landscapes and misty waters within the 3 passages. Nan Huern recalled the princess mentioning this before. Li Ke confirmed these were teleportation channels to other parts of the evil-infested ridge, explaining that each led to a specific location. Let us split up and search for useful items. I am certain everyone will find many treasures. The deity then tossed out several small green spheres. As they caught them, Li Ke explained, "These are tokens from the osmanthus lotus tree spirit. You must keep them safe." Li Xiongyan and Luo Jianing looked at the strange objects with curiosity. Li Ke continued, "By simply using these items, you can return to this location instantly." Old Mo laughed. "How convenient and safe." The first elder nodded in agreement. "Now we can split up with peace of mind." Nan Huern asked Li Ke, "Senior brother, which direction are you taking?" Li Ke waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry about me. I have my own destination." In a desolate corner of the evil-infested ridge where the grass grew thick, the Holy Sun's voice rang out. "Beakeo, why must you make things so difficult for yourself? Our engagement is already known to the entire world." The Holy Sun stood before Beakeo, who was immobilized by a spell and suspended in midair, and spoke with a mocking tone. "Why bother trying to hide from me?" he sneered, exhaling sharply. "Look at your current state." Beakeo could neither move nor speak, only staring at the Holy Sun with eyes full of resentment. The Holy Sun smirked. Being so quiet and obedient is actually quite charming. He stepped closer, his voice thick with desire. In this wilderness there is no need for mundane etiquette. Let us finish our business here. The Holy Sun flicked his tongue and touched Beakeo's face, his voice dripping with lust. After today we shall officially be husband and wife. He reached toward her chest, his eyes glazed with hunger. Only pure, unadulterated lust remained in his gaze. Let your husband serve you. I shall explore your rare immortal physique. But before he could act, a portal suddenly opened behind him, and a blurry figure emerged. When the Holy Sun realized who had appeared, his expression shifted instantly to one of utter disbelief. What? Li Ke. Li Ke stepped out of the portal, and before he could even get his bearings, he heard someone shout his name. The Holy Sun turned around, his cold, sharp gaze fixed on him. Why are you here? Li Ke stood at a distance and replied nonchalantly, I am here to find something. It has nothing to do with you, so do not bother me. As he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly landed on Beakeo, standing behind the Holy Sun, and he let out a playful remark. Oh, Beakeo. She was flustered, her mouth moving but unable to form words. Li Ke smiled faintly. So it is Lady Beakeo. Have you run into a lecherous wolf again? The Holy Sun frowned, his eyes burning with rage. Beakeo is my fiancé. Do not you dare tarnish her reputation. Li Ke crossed his arms behind his head and said indifferently, Fiancé? All I see is you acting like a beast. Lady Beakeo, once I settle this matter, you should come and be my maid. As soon as he said this, despite her weakness, Beakeo felt an urge to rush forward and strike Li Ke. Meanwhile, the Holy Sun's fury reached its breaking point. He roared, You seek death, and stomped his foot, lunging at Li Ke with incredible speed. This matter cannot be revealed. I must kill you immediately. Li Ke did not hesitate and drew his two immortal emperor swords. His figure flashed like lightning past the Holy Sun. In an instant, he left deep wounds on the man's right arm, waist, and left thigh. The Holy Sun stood stunned, blood trickling from his mouth. Li Ke landed calmly in front of Beakeo and asked steadily, Well, have you made up your mind yet? Beakeo trembled. Her body felt as though all its strength had vanished. Li Ke frowned. Why get so worked up? But when she looked up, tears were already streaming down her cheeks. She struggled to cry out, Run! Li Ke was taken aback. What? At that moment, two distorted eyes opened behind him, filled with gloom. The Holy Sun had completely lost control. He summoned a bizarre object resembling a mask with white ribbons floating in the air. His voice was heavy with menace. Li Ke. Li Ke turned his head and looked at him with contempt. You are still alive. What is this grotesque form? It is hideous. The wounds Li Ke had inflicted were not yet healed, but seemed to be regenerating. The Holy Sun stood firm and muttered, That strange sword technique combined with immortal emperor power. Caught me off guard. He grinned, raising his hand to activate the Tao of life and death. He said confidently, A pity that life and death are both within my grasp. Neither of us is an exception. Li Ke nodded as if evaluating him. Not bad, if we are talking about your thick skin, the Holy Sun interrupted him. His voice was full of anger. Do not mention that again, Li Ke chuckled. It seems you can take a beating. You will make an ideal punching bag. One of the Holy Sun's eyes turned pitch black, filled with arrogance. He ascended into the air and looked down at Li Ke. Let us see what you can actually do to me. Li Ke was in no hurry. He simply smirked and shook his head as red marks appeared on his face and neck. He took a stance, joined his two immortal emperor swords, and leaped toward the little Kun Peng. The Holy Sun's ribbons reached out like hands, accurately snatching both of them. Li Ke used his immortal emperor swords to slash them apart. The Holy Sun remained ahead, chanting the Tao of life and death. Li Ke and the little Kun Peng charged straight forward. Is that all? The Holy Sun muttered coldly. In midair, wooden fragments transformed into swords. Hundreds of them lined up and shot toward Li Ke. A massive explosion erupted. Li Ke's figure vanished. The Holy Sun laughed loudly. This is the power of life, making you forget your own form. But then he felt something brush his neck. As his head left his shoulders, he still managed to gasp. What? Li Ke appeared completely unharmed, protected by the Emperor's art within a small wooden sword as he stood tall on the back of the little Kun Peng. Using the Kun Peng spirit shield, he asked Qingzai if he truly dared to oppose an Emperor's art, while Qingzai's severed head quickly reattached itself. He took a defensive stance and declared that today he would teach Li Ke a lesson, just as sprouts began to grow upon Li Ke's defensive layer. Li Ke looked up at the growing saplings and massive roots invading his defenses while the Holy Sun's voice echoed, claiming that Emperor's arts were not invincible. He clicked his tongue, remarking that Li Ke's forward slash was quite troublesome before the giant roots suddenly crumbled into fine dust. With a smug voice, he invoked the Tao of life and death as purple energy swirled around him, turning the dust into ghostly faces intent on devouring Li Ke. The Holy Sun laughed mockingly, telling the rotten brat that he had run out of options as Li Ke was enveloped in darkness as thick as ink. Feeling triumphant, the Holy Sun swung a palm strike forward and shouted that today would be the day Li Ke met his end. The Holy Sun's force field aimed directly at Li Ke, resulting in a loud explosion as the ghost-faced black dust slammed into the ground. The Holy Sun descended slowly, mocking his opponent's inability to escape, while Bao Jiao watched the scene with tears streaming down her face. Li Ke was pinned to the ground by the invisible dust, yet he remained calm and smiled, remarking that lying there was actually quite comfortable. The Holy Sun strolled toward Li Ke with his hands in his pockets, saying he wouldn't kill him quickly but would instead savor the torture. Speaking as if granting a mercy, the Holy Sun promised a quick and painless death, but Li Ke just lay there and chuckled about a heart attack. The Holy Sun was stunned, asking what he meant, to which Li Ke mockingly repeated heart attack, just as a formation suddenly activated beneath them. Li Ke looked at him coldly, stating that this grand array would finish a bastard like him, causing the Holy Sun to cry out in shock. Confused and terrified, the Holy Sun asked what kind of formation it was and when it had been set, while Li Ke placed his hand on the ground. As the purple dust faded, Li Ke explained he had come for this array and that the Holy Sun had brought this trouble on himself. He revealed that the Holy Sun's ancestors had laid this blood demon immortal slaying array long ago, then told him to experience true death. Energy strands wrapped around the Holy Sun to form a protective sphere, but as more energy rose from the array, Li Ke simply mocked his naivety. Bao Jiao watched in disbelief, wondering if she was dreaming as she saw the formidable Holy Sun driven into such a desperate corner. As the Holy Sun's defenses began to erode, Bao Jiao realized the lethality of the formation which was now successfully breaching his protection. The array bound him tightly, leading Bao Jiao to marvel at its terrifying power while Li Ke chuckled, dismissing it as a minor matter. The Holy Sun screamed that he was going to die, and Li Ke whispered for him to vanish just as a massive force descended from above. The bead on his forehead suddenly glowed with a blinding light, and the Holy Sun's body vanished before the red energy could strike. Li Ke paused, unfazed by the escape, and as the Holy Sun disappeared, the spell binding Bao Jiao vanished, allowing her to stand up. It seemed a magical artifact had saved his life, and as Li Ke approached to ask if she was all right, Bao Jiao sat down with a heavy sigh. She noted that thanks to him she could finally move again, though she muttered that he had still underestimated his opponent. She explained that as a young lord of the Azure Sky sect, he possessed many treasures, but Li Ke just shrugged and promised to deal with him later. Bao Jiao grimaced but still thanked him for the rescue, to which Li Ke smiled and asked if a verbal thanks was all he would receive. He looked at her sincerely and suggested she become his maid, noting that her tyrant immortal physique was rare and that he could teach her. Bao Jiao frowned, realizing he wasn't exactly a saint either, then fell silent and admitted she had lost her freedom long ago. She explained that the Azure Sky sect was a powerful force that expanded under the guise of spreading their teachings near her own Bao Zhu Cheng sect. With the fate of her sect in their hands, she bitterly noted that if her sacrifice could bring peace to her people, she would endure it. Li Ke nodded and bluntly scolded Bao Kaio, calling her a fool, which made her recoil in shock as she asked what he just said. Without hesitation, Li Ke pointed at her and continued his rebuke, calling both her and her sect incompetent for using women as shields, stating that the weak who refuse to resist will always be slaves. Bao Kaio gritted her teeth in fury, shouting back that while everyone understood that logic, he had no idea what kind of situation they were truly in. Li Ke watched her in silence without responding, leaving Bao Kaio so enraged and flushed that she eventually turned to walk away, feeling it was useless to argue with him. Deciding to go look for that cursed object instead, she bid him farewell, but Li Ke suddenly smiled and asked her a challenging question: if I were to destroy the Azure Sky sect. He watched her back and asked if she would be willing to follow him, causing Bao Kaio to tremble as tears streamed down her face, while she bitterly begged him to stop joking. She warned him not to think he was invincible just because he got lucky once using an ancestral formation, to which Li Ke merely muttered the word luck to himself. He sighed and decided to collect some treasures before heading back, just as something darted through the trees with Fang Mingtang's group in hot pursuit. Urging the others to keep up because the fox demon was too fast, Nan Huern swung his sword at the red-furred beast, determined not to lose face by returning empty-handed. Luo Jining lashed out with her rope, vowing not to let it escape as the end of the cord flew toward the fox demon and quickly bound it tight. Nan Huern didn't hold back his praise as he looked at the restrained beast, while Luo Jining smiled triumphantly at finally capturing their prey. Fang Mingtang was surprised by how easily it went, but Luo Jining just shrugged it off as her own strength, while Nan Huern noted the lifespan-seizing charm fox was completely suppressed. The bound fox demon suddenly opened its eyes and bared its teeth in a grin before a loud bang released a thick cloud of smoke filled with a strange fragrance. Covering his face, Nan Huern realized they had underestimated the beast, having heard that these creatures enjoyed playing tricks on cultivators. Nan Huern was startled when a beautiful woman appeared and embraced his face, causing him to fall under a spell and drool shamelessly, claiming it was a worthy way to die. Suddenly, a whip lashed out and bound Nan Huern, pulling him back just as the fox demon's claws were about to strike, while he remained lost in his delusion. Nan Huern remained infatuated with the fox sister, as Luo Jining pulled his soul-shaken body back, lamenting how pathetic he looked. He was completely mesmerized, and in his eyes, even Luo Jining appeared to be wearing incredibly revealing clothing. When he started complimenting her beauty, Luo Jining struck him hard to stop his nonsense, warning him that the beast was attacking while he remained obsessed with the fox. Nan Huern begged the fox to take him away, but as the beast lunged with its claws, Fang Mingtang charged in with his spear just in time. He deflected the fox demon's attack and told the cunning beast it wouldn't harm his comrades, while Luo Jining moved to support Nan Huern. Luo Jining warned him to be careful of the mist, and Fang Mingtang nodded confidently, telling her to watch over Nan Huern while he handled the creature. However, in Nan Huern's distorted vision, even Fang Mingtang had transformed into a strange figure wearing a pink silk apron. The illusionary Fang Mingtang winked and told little Huern to leave everything to him, causing Nan Huern's eyes to turn into hearts as he praised his sister Fang. Luo Jining smacked him on the head for being so thoroughly poisoned by the spell, while the fox demon began to dance in front of Fang Mingtang. Fang Mingtang told the beast not to waste its effort, declaring with absolute conviction that his righteous spirit would never be swayed by feminine charms. The fox demon let out a snicker as thick smoke rose around her, prompting Fang Mingtang to warn her to stop resisting and surrender. He lunged forward with his spear, but the fox demon suddenly transformed into a tiny, incredibly soft and fluffy little fox. Fang Mingtang was caught off guard and immediately suffered a massive nosebleed that sent him flying backward. Seeing Fang Mingtang fall, Luo Jining called out in alarm, only to find him lying on the ground under the spell, muttering that he simply couldn't resist such cuteness. Luo Jining frowned, realizing things had become truly troublesome, as the fox demon stood before them and let out a loud howl. Amidst the fox's giggling, Fang Mingtang lay on the ground obsessed with the fluffiness, leaving Luo Jining to glance between her two incapacitated companions. With Nan Huern still drooling over his sister, Luo Jining gritted her teeth and wondered if she could handle the beast on her own. Suddenly, the fox demon leaped into the air, and realizing its trajectory, Luo Jining quickly moved to shield Fang Mingtang. Realizing the target was indeed Fang Mingtang, she swung her whip with determination, refusing to let the creature achieve its goal. The fox demon vanished before her eyes and reappeared behind her, startling Luo Jining as she realized she had been deceived. She quickly deployed her chi-gathering flame shield to block the surprise attack, but the massive power gap sent her flying into a tree. Blood sprayed from her mouth as the fox demon lunged with sharp claws, leaving Luo Jining thinking that her end was near. She shut her eyes in resignation, but instead of an attack, the demon shrieked in pain as a blue energy bind restrained it. She saw Nan Huern holding the beast back while Fang Mingtang charged with his spear, prompting her to call out their names. Nan Huern laughed, claiming a mere beauty's charm was nothing compared to the danger facing their comrade. He thrust his spear into the demon's belly, causing it to collapse and revert to its original beast form as Nan Huern checked on her. Fang Mingtang stowed his weapon and sighed in relief that they arrived in time, while Luo Jining admitted she thought she was finished. She smiled, impressed they broke through the toxic mist's illusion, but was baffled when the two men walked right past her. They embraced the tree behind her, with Fang Mingtang comforting Miss Tree, while Nan Huern nuzzled the trunk, calling it Big Sister. Luo Jining stood there in speechless frustration, before finally screaming that they were still under the illusion spell. Meanwhile, in the southern region, Li Ke and his companions were waiting when a teleportation portal suddenly opened before them. Luo Jining emerged with Fang Mingtang and Nan Huern, who were carrying a fox demon, as she announced their successful return. After she mentioned catching a 9-life fox demon, she noticed the elder's massive spoils, while Li Ke gave her a lukewarm compliment. Fang Mingtang looked on in awe of the elders and his senior brother, while Nan Huern felt ashamed just before another portal appeared. Li Xiongyan stepped out to Luo Jining's cheers, though Li Ke teased her for returning with nothing until she smirked back. She claimed to have brought vital intelligence, while back on a cliffside, a blue-haired man stood beside her, watching the battle below. He asked if they should intervene, but the blue-haired man shook his head, confident that the group could handle the beasts themselves. He viewed it as a training opportunity and warned the princess to remain cautious while following Li Ke. When she questioned his warning, the blue-haired man recalled Li Ke's grim expression and admitted it was merely a gut feeling. He noted that many people at Evil Ridge were targeting Li Ke and might be harboring a dark conspiracy against him. She noted they hadn't felt followed, but he warned that only Li Ke knew the southern secrets, and a strange energy was stirring deep within. That energy was becoming clearer, drawing many sects to the depths of Evil Ridge despite the presence of ferocious high-level heavenly beasts. She wondered what could be worth such a risk, and he solemnly explained it was the energy he mentioned, the awakening of the God King's aura. He declared with great gravity that this signaled a monumental event, while in the present, Li Xiongyan shared the news with a smirk. She mockingly asked Li Ke if he wanted to join the chaos surrounding the God King's aura, leaving Fang Mingtang confused about the term. Elder Mo fell into deep thought while the first elder remained silent, processing the weight of the revelation. Li Ke rubbed his chin skeptically, remarking that the God King's aura sounded like an exaggerated title before turning to Li Xiongyan. He asked if the 9-Saint Demon Gate would join the fray, but she explained their elder declined to compete against the holy heavenly sect's lackeys. Since the competition was rigged, they would abstain, a decision that Li Ke found quite satisfactory. With a calculating glint in his eyes, Li Ke suggested they let the other sects struggle while they simply enjoyed the show. Li Xiongyan crossed her arms, unimpressed by his mysterious act, as he asked if there was any other news to report. She mentioned a trivial story about a sect finding a 10,000-year immortal grass, only for it to be swallowed by a frog. Upon hearing they were hunting the frog, Li Ke suddenly stood up in a panic, demanding more details immediately. He rushed toward her, frustrated that she hadn't mentioned it sooner, leaving her wondering why a plant mattered more than a divine aura. Li Ke knit his brows. Who cared about that grass? Do you know anything about that frog? Li Xiongyan shook her head in confusion, looking at him with deep suspicion. Why are you so interested in that frog? Li Xiongyan shrugged. If you think it's special, you'll be disappointed. I heard it's just an ordinary frog. Li Ke's eyes sparkled. Exactly. He grabbed Li Xiongyan's hand. Quick, take me there immediately. Before she could react, Li Ke called out to Niu Fen. Old Niu, wake up, we're heading out. Niu Fen opened his eyes as his divine body began to glow. A teleportation portal opened, and the three of them flew inside. The first elder narrowed his eyes, wondering if catching a frog was also part of an immortal emperor's dream. In the forest, rustling sounds echoed as Niu Fen groaned while dragging his shell. Carrying Li Ke and Li Xiongyan, he moved at maximum speed. Li Ke asked, the frog appeared near here, didn't it? Li Xiongyan nodded. That's right. What exactly is the background of this frog? Niu Fen smashed through a large tree and continued charging forward. Li Ke replied, its origin is immense. But you wouldn't understand it anyway. Li Xiongyan looked at him with disdain, noting his contradiction. Li Ke ignored her and ordered Niu Fen, Old Niu, let's scout the path ahead first. Niu Fen nodded in agreement. Li Ke held the immortal emperor's will in his hand. Little thing, I nurtured you for thousands of years. I won't let you escape this time. Suddenly, something blocked their path, startling Niu Fen. Oh, there's a giant spider ahead, Niu Fen muttered. Another monster. Li Xiongyan grimaced at the disgusting demon. Li Ke noticed the immortal emperor's will didn't clear the way, so he flew forward. It's fine, I'll handle it. With 2 sword slashes, the demon was instantly quartered. Li Ke sneered, it's over, as green blood soaked the ground. Niu Fen observed the situation carefully. This demon wasn't a low-level beast, so why did it attack? The immortal emperor's will should have been enough to suppress it. Li Ke looked ahead. Perhaps it didn't want to attack but was being hunted and had no choice but to fight back. Just then, Qing Xuan and Leng Chengfeng flew in from the distance. Leng Chengfeng spoke up, "Li Ke, it's you." Li Ke smiled. "We meet again." Qing Xuan then introduced himself with a smile. "I am Qing Xuan of the Qing Xuan Ancient Kingdom. I have long heard of young noble Li's reputation. It is an honor to meet today." Leng Chengfeng looked disgusted and asked why Qing Xuan was being polite to such a savage. He looked at the dead demon and shouted, "You dare touch our prey? Do you even know the rules?" Li Xunyan jumped down to the ground. Standing beside Li Ke, she looked at Leng Chengfeng. "Senior brother, you were the ones who let the prey escape." Leng Chengfeng was startled to see her. "Xiongyin?" He frowned, claiming it wasn't their fault. He looked at her suspiciously. "Sister Xiongyin, as the princess of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, why are you acting as this boy's servant?" Li Xiongyin put her hands on her hips with a mocking smile. "My dear senior brother, you certainly are thick-skinned. How dare you criticize me? Everyone knows you've been a puppet for the Qing Xuan Ancient Kingdom for 2 years." Leng Chengfeng gnashed his teeth in rage. Qing Xuan laughed and stepped forward. "Young noble Li, we spotted this demon first." Though it seemed rude, he opened his hand with a cold gaze. "Ownership of the prey should be decided by strength, shouldn't it?" Li Ke snorted, making Qing Xuan frown. Li Ke then smiled. He raised his hand. "I think we should just drop this. Consider that I killed this demon on your behalf." Li Xunyan stood nearby, looking skeptical. "Is this really your style?" He turned to her calmly. "Why are you still standing there? We need to get moving." They left Qing Xuan standing there in silence. Leng Chengfeng stood behind them, shouting in fury, "Li Ke, I didn't realize you were such a coward. I'll let you go this time, but don't let me catch you again." Sitting on Niu Fen's back, Li Ke gave a cold snort. He turned back with murderous eyes. "You should feel lucky that I'm in a hurry right now." Otherwise, Leng Chengfeng was stunned. What was that? In that brief moment, he had felt a terrifying surge of energy coming from the boy. He frowned and muttered that the kid definitely wasn't just making empty threats. Qing Xuan stood there with a gloomy expression. Any thoughts? He grinned, his dark eyes seemingly trying to pierce through Li Ke. "What is your true strength?" Niu Fen continued to move slowly. Carrying Li Ke and Li Xunyan, the girl fell into deep thought. It was a shame. They could have had a real fight just now. She recalled the internal strife within the Nine Saint Demon Gate. The first elder always opposed her master, and Leng Chengfeng's faction had allied with the Qing Xuan Ancient Kingdom. She had hoped to use Li Ke to eliminate Leng Chengfeng. Li Xunyan frowned, wondering what could possibly be distracting Li Ke so much. Li Ke suddenly shouted, "Found it!" startling her. Before them was only a muddy swamp, yet he insisted it was the place and even invited her to join him before stripping and jumping in. He splashed into the mud, coating his body, yet he claimed it wasn't bad at all. Confused, Xiongyan shouted, "Weren't you looking for a toad?" He replied nonchalantly that the toad wasn't there. She screamed in anger, asking why he came here then. He calmly said he was there to show off his skills. Hearing this, the two became even more bewildered and full of questions. He sat there mysteriously in silence, his hands constantly molding the mud into a small bead. He then placed it atop his creation and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Look, this is my mud palace." Xiongyan grew more irritated, asking if his only skill was playing with dirt. He confirmed it, causing her to shout, "Are you an idiot? Do you expect the toad to just jump in there on its own?" Just as she finished speaking, a green toad appeared. Li Ke laughed loudly. "Exactly. This little creature is elusive and unpredictable. Only a mud palace can lure it out. We'll come to rest after eating grass." Li Xiongyan stood frozen, wondering when it had appeared. Shi Ruifan's eyes widened in disbelief. It was as if it had teleported. Li Ke whispered to the frog, "Honored guest, the room is ready. Please come inside." The frog remained silent before suddenly leaping onto the mud palace. Li Ke quickly lowered the cage and captured it. He rejoiced, "Success, I've caught it." He leaned down and whispered to the frog, "After tens of thousands of years, I've finally tricked you, you slippery little thing." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense as a sound rang out, catching Li Ke's attention. He raised his head, his gaze following the direction of the noise. From a distance, a carriage drawn by 4 horses approached. Li Ke immediately recognized Nan Tianhao, a famous figure from the southern heavenly kingdom. Nan Tianhao spoke with fury. "You little beast, how dare you steal my myriad South Serenity grass? I have finally found you." The scene became a standoff with Shi Ruifan on the ground, Li Ke wading through the marsh, and Nan Tianhao's war chariot hovering above. The three parties stared at each other in a stifling atmosphere. Li Ke frowned, his cold gaze fixed on the chariot. "This vehicle is—" before he could finish his sentence. Nan Tianhao leaped down and laughed loudly. "Little brother, you've done well. You truly helped me a lot." Li Ke could not hide his irritation and told him to be quiet. Nan Tianhao landed, followed by two attendants. He stood with his hands on his hips and said defiantly, "This ugly toad stole our immortal grass. Hand it over immediately." He sneered, "Don't make us use force." Li Ke's face darkened as he warned, "I'm telling you, don't take another step." Nan Tianhao acted unconcerned and asked, "Are you threatening me?" as he reached out. With a provocative tone, Nan Tianhao swung his hand forward to grab the cage, saying, "Fine, stay still then." However, the toad inside suddenly vanished. When Nan Tianhao grabbed the cage, it was empty. He was bewildered, wondering why the cage was empty. Li Ke immediately transformed as his rage erupted, shouting, "Damn you! What have you done? I will make you pay." Nan Tianhao frowned and challenged him, "HMPH, you dare oppose me?" He then ordered his two attendants to teach him a lesson. The orange-haired one obeyed, and the other rushed forward with a sneer. "Shorty, you've caused yourself a lot of trouble." The orange-haired man laughed about their combined attack, but before they could act, Li Ke delivered a fatal blow that sent the two attendants crashing into each other in pain. Li Ke bypassed them and charged straight at Nan Tianhao. "It's your turn," Li Ke said coldly as he threw a punch. Nan Tianhao hurriedly activated his defense, telling himself not to fear and to block the first strike. However, Li Ke's fist smashed through the barrier, shattering it and landing squarely on Nan Tianhao's stomach, making him cough up blood. "Impossible, I couldn't block it." Nan Tianhao flew back and slammed into the cliffside, groaning in pain. Li Ke looked at him with dark eyes and muttered, "Not dead yet." "Very well." Shi Ruifen stared in shock, thinking that Lord Ke was truly terrifying when angry. Li Xiongyin frowned, becoming increasingly curious about the toad's origins. Li Ke flew toward him again, shouting in a rage, "I will leave you without a whole corpse." Nan Tianhao trembled and cried out for help. At that moment, a loud boom echoed and Li Ke stopped. Old Turtle suddenly appeared, using his shell to block Li Ke's lethal fist. Old Turtle groaned, wondering how a youth from that sect could be so valiant. On the ground, a light breeze blew past as the little stone golems looked on in confusion. "Why did Grandpa Turtle suddenly vanish? Is his speed really that great?" Another stone golem slowly asked. "Could it be that Grandpa Turtle was in a hurry to go stink? Stink." On the other side, Li Ke shouted, "Old Turtle, you old bastard, get out of my way." Old Turtle calmly replied, "Young man, it is not too late to let go of your killing intent." Li Ke grew even more annoyed. "Do you think you can lecture me just because you're big and thick-skinned? If we're talking about giant beasts, I have one too." He called out loudly for Shi Ruifen, who came running over, saying, "I'm here." Li Ke crossed his arms and asked Old Turtle if he wanted to trade blows. Shi Ruifen narrowed her eyes at him and warned, "I suggest you get out of the way." Old Turtle sighed, "That ancient sect. You are all seeking your own deaths." At that moment, the Holy Sun's transport circle appeared from above, and a group of people dressed in purple approached. In the sky, the flood dragon carriage of the 9 Saint Demon Gate also appeared. Old Turtle looked at Li Ke's group and said, "You have chosen the completely wrong side." Li Xiongyin frowned, noting that these sects all belonged to the Heavenly God sect and had planned this in advance. From above, the Holy Sun announced, "Everyone, you have all witnessed Li Ke's evil deeds. To think the cleansing incense ancient sect has declined so much that they let a rogue become their prime disciple." The Holy Sun acted righteously, stating that as the host, the Heavenly God sect must pursue such a villain to the end. Li Ke looked up at him with cold eyes. The Holy Sun's voice echoed, "In broad daylight and under the clear sky, everyone here is a witness." He glanced at Nan Tianhao and spoke coldly. "Prince of the Southern Heavenly Kingdom, you are already gravely injured." Then his gaze shifted to the two henchmen lying motionless in the mud. "As for you two, killing your fellow disciples is a capital offense." Next, he looked at Lao Gui and spoke provocatively. "Lao Gui, the shell of the Haodu sect is damaged." Finally, he pointed at Li Ke's face, his words like daggers. "Today, you will pay for your arrogance." Li Ke chuckled with a look of disdain. "So it's he Dikyu from the Heavenly God sect. It's been so long that I almost didn't recognize you." The Holy Sun's face turned purple with rage. "Don't you dare slander me. Don't believe a word he says," Li Ke replied nonchalantly. "In truth, I've known for a long time that this trip to Demon Back Ridge was just a trap set for me." He smiled confidently, his voice full of defiance. "So you disciples of the Heavenly God sect, how do you plan to make me pay?" He glanced at the group in purple robes and asked softly, "Is it for the immortal emperor's treasure saber?" Then he turned to another group. "Or perhaps the secret emperor laws?" Lao Gui sighed gloomily. "Young man, now is not the time." Qing Xuan dove down from above, interrupting him. "Lao Gui, why beat around the bush? That's right, that is exactly our objective." Leng Chengfeng looked down from above and spoke calmly. "Brother Qing Xuan, there's no need to be so blunt." Li Ke smiled faintly. "Qing Xuan, you certainly are straightforward." Qing Xuan shrugged proudly. "I'm not like the others who feign nobility for the sake of the heavenly god sect's reputation." The Holy Sun frowned with suspicion. Li Ke immediately took a stance and said fiercely, "Then stop wasting breath. If you want the emperor laws, come take my life for them." Qing Xuan gritted his teeth. He spoke warily. "Arrogant brat. Wait, he must be hiding a trump card. We must test him first." He shouted loudly, "Everyone, there's no need to wait any longer. Attack together, we must eliminate Li Ke." Everyone shouted in unison, "Understood." Qing Xuan faced Li Ke and spoke with regret. "It's a pity I won't have the chance to duel you fairly." Li Ke sneered. "Don't worry about it." He stomped his foot and spoke meaningfully. "I never intended to deal with you lot fairly either." Qing Xuan smirked. "Oh." The Holy Sun narrowed his eyes, his voice full of caution. "It's coming. Let's see what trick you have left." Shi Yeofen widened his eyes in admiration. "Master Ke is truly profound and unpredictable." But suddenly Li Ke turned and bolted, shouting, "Old Niu, run quickly." Shi Yeofen stood there stunned. "What?" On the winding path, Shi Yeofen ran with all his might, shouting, "Hey, hey, hey, you guys hurry up and chase us." Little Kun Peng also yelled. "What's there to fear? Just keep running." The group in purple robes pursued them relentlessly. Shi Yeofen looked back and warned, "Watch out, they're attacking." Li Xiongyan spoke worriedly, "Let me handle them." Without hesitation, she unleashed her chilling frost technique and raised her hand high. A barrier appeared, and the swirling dance sent the purple-robed men flying. Leng Chengfeng was surprised. "This girl's cultivation has improved significantly." Qing Xuan chuckled. "As expected of the sect's princess." He added, "But if you want to lose us, you're still lacking in skill." Seeing them still in pursuit, Li Xiongyan grew anxious. "It's too rushed, I can't push them far enough. Li Ke, come support me so I can try again." But no one answered. She turned around and was startled. Where were little Kun Peng and Li Ke? Had he run off alone again? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Li Ke appeared. "Who's running?" "I only stepped away for a moment." Seeing what he was holding, she asked, "What are you carrying?" Li Ke said excitedly, "I went to pick some fruit, a local specialty." Li Xiongyan was skeptical. "What use are these fruits?" Before she could finish, Li Ke threw a fruit at her face, then another at Shi Yeofen. "Master Ke, what are you doing?" He didn't answer, only laughed. "Take this." Li Ke even smeared the fruit on his own face. "Of course, I have to do it to myself as well." Once everyone was covered in fruit juice, he was satisfied. "All right, the basic preparations are complete." Li Xiongyan fell silent. "You'd better explain the meaning of this." Li Ke said leisurely, "What's the rush? You'll understand when the time comes." He pointed into the distance. "Old Niu, do you see that valley?" His voice was full of confidence. "Next, we head in that direction." Li Xiongyan said worriedly, "Wait a moment. If I'm not mistaken, that valley is a danger zone inhabited by 10,000-year-old heavenly beasts, isn't it?" Shi Yeofen didn't hesitate and ran straight inside. Leng Chengfeng was alarmed. "What? Are they really trying to run that way?" Qing Xuan found it somewhat amusing. On the other side, the Holy Sun's subordinates reported continuously, "Lord Holy Sun, they've fled into the Forbidden Zone. Should we continue the pursuit?" The Holy Sun replied deeply, "Our plan for this trip already included entering the Forbidden Zone. What is there to fear?" He gave a firm command, "Keep chasing them. Drive them into a corner." Meanwhile, Bao Caio's expression didn't escape the Holy Sun's notice. He sneered and asked, "Little lady, are you worried about Li Ke?" Then he tempted her, "If you swear to serve me for the rest of your life." "I might consider sparing that boy once." Bao Caio asked innocently, "Really?" But the Holy Sun only mocked her. "I was lying." He immediately seized Bao Caio, causing Laoshi to cry out, "Princess," the Holy Sun asked sternly. "Even if I kill him, would you dare defy me?" He continued to taunt her. "I knew you still cared for that brat. Now I must eliminate him even more." Bao Jiao could only seethe with rage, unable to do anything. With a terrifying expression, the Holy Sun declared, "It is decided. Once I capture Li Ke, you will execute him with your own hands." Bao Jiao was consumed by terror upon hearing this. In a place where 100 flowers bloomed, countless invaders appeared in the sky. Li Ke and Li Xiongyan stood atop Shi Meifen. While observing the crowd, she threatened him, "Your plan had better be effective, otherwise you will suffer a miserable death." Li Ke chuckled softly, "All right, all right." The Holy Sun's purple-clad followers laughed loudly. The Holy Sun remarked, "A brilliant move. This brat truly doesn't dare flee back to the Forbidden Zone. He has no escape this time." Suddenly, the Holy Sun suggested, "Fellow Taoists, why don't we have a little fun? I declare that whoever captures Li Ke alive shall be richly rewarded." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shouted in unison, "Agreed!" The purple-clad men and the others charged forward together. Leng Chengfeng felt suspicious of the Holy Sun. "I suspect he wants us to act as the vanguard while he stays back to watch, doesn't he?" Qing Xuan replied calmly. "That is simply his way." He then added, "It matters not. I only care about the target. Let the disciples of the Azure Heaven sect launch a full-scale assault." Leng Chengfeng shouted in disbelief, "Brother Qing Xuan." Qing Xuan quickly flew off and soon caught up to Li Ke. He said in a low voice, "You won't escape again. Show me what you're capable of." Li Ke gave a cold smile and looked at Qing Xuan without saying a word. By then, the other sects had also caught up, competing with one another. "As your mysterious ancient kingdom, don't you dare snatch him first. Fellow Taoists, let us not have internal strife over the reward." Qing Xuan looked annoyed. A bunch of slow-witted obstacles. Shimeifan asked Li Ke anxiously, "Grandpa Ke, are we just going to stand still like this?" He replied briefly, "Yes." Seeing that he wasn't moving, Qing Xuan struck first. "Still refusing to act?" Li Ke smiled and replied, "I won't be the one taking action." He added, "It will." Just as he spoke, a massive hand flew in from nowhere, throwing the disciples of various sects into a panic. "What is this?" Upon seeing it clearly, everyone screamed. "A giant beast!" The creature roared bloodthirstily. Li Xiongyan recognized it as the heaven-destroying ape demon, and Li Ke confirmed it with a smile. Indeed, she couldn't believe it. This one was even stronger than the records of the heaven-destroying ape demon. The beast flew up toward the Holy Sun. His red-clothed attendant muttered, "The heaven-destroying ape demon. This little brat is truly lucky." The Holy Sun doubted it. "No, that's not right. He definitely knew the ape demon would appear." "How could he possibly do that? Could it be that the ape demon is also his pet?" Meanwhile, the heaven-destroying ape demon continued its relentless slaughter. Li Ke knew well that this flower field was the ape demon's territory, and anyone who entered would be attacked. Li Xiongyan wondered, "Then why aren't we being targeted?" Li Ke replied cryptically, "Isn't it obvious? It's because of the scent of the fruit juice we applied to ourselves." He explained, "It's nothing special to other creatures, but the ape demon is extremely sensitive to this smell. Coincidentally, it's the thing they loathe the most." "They won't even go near it," Shimeifan realized. "So that's how it is." Watching the heaven-destroying ape demon crush the crowd, Li Ke felt satisfied. This time, the hunters have become the prey. The ape demon's blood-red eyes glared as it slammed its fists into the ground and continued its assault. Li Ke couldn't hide his admiration. Impressive, truly remarkable. Qing Xuan remained composed. He quickly transformed into his beast physique, a trait of those from the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. The ape demon easily defeated the sect disciples, leaving them wailing in agony. "Can you still move? Hold on a bit longer," Qing Xuan ordered. "Everyone fall back and evacuate the wounded immediately." Flying toward the ape demon, he shouted, "Let me deal with this monster." Suddenly, a stream of purple mist erupted from the ape demon's mouth. Qing Xuan's eyes widened in shock. "Purple mist!" As it grew denser, he became worried. "This is bad." Realizing it was essence-devouring miasma, he shouted in terror, "Forget the wounded! Run now!" Those surrounded by the miasma fell into a state of panic. "What is this?" Those fleeing didn't dare look back. "Is there anything else behind us?" A disciple saw a purple-clad man beside him reduced to a skeleton by the miasma, his eyes bulging as if they were about to fall out. Everyone screamed at once, "We're dead! Run for your lives!" The essence-devouring miasma had spread everywhere. The Holy Sun's subordinate hurriedly reported, "Lord Holy Sun, all sects have suffered heavy losses. What should we do?" Even the Holy Sun couldn't maintain his calm. The red-clothed attendant immediately bowed. "Your Highness, let me handle this situation." The Holy Sun nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you." The red-clothed attendant then flew straight toward the heaven-destroying ape demon. Qing Xuan appeared at that moment. "Take this, you beast!" His attack enraged the ape demon, and a fireball began to form in its mouth. It used all its strength to spit fire in every direction. Qing Xuan gritted his teeth in worry. "This is not good." Fortunately, the red-clothed attendant arrived just in time. He used a single finger to tear through space, pushing the fireball into another dimension. Shi Meifan was astonished. Another master has appeared. Li Xiongyan also noticed that this person possessed a strange cultivation realm. Only Li Ke understood that he was only there to clean up the Holy Sun's mess. The red-clothed attendant advised Qing Xuan. Young Master Qing Xuan, please step back to avoid danger. Though slightly embarrassed, Qing Xuan accepted. I understand, he said. The red-robed assistant replied, thank you for your cooperation. Now I can focus entirely on dealing with it. He immediately launched an attack at the heaven-destroying ape demon, which fiercely retaliated without backing down. Their clash sent massive shockwaves through the area. Li Xiongyan praised, not bad, he can actually hold his own against the heaven-destroying ape demon. The surrounding wildlife was startled, as the strike sent birds and beasts fleeing in terror. Indeed, they had all scattered in every direction. Suddenly, Li Ke noticed something and spoke up. Do you see it? That little toad is among those animals. Li Xiongyan's eyes widened. Where? Your eyesight is truly remarkable. Li Ke couldn't help but scoff. HMPH, have you been reading in the dark since childhood? Is your vision that poor? He then ordered the old snail to pursue it. He was determined not to let that frog escape. A moment later, they reached a clearing and watched silently from afar as the frog perched on a rocky ledge. Li Ke signaled everyone to be quiet, fearing it might teleport away again. He knelt to pick up some soil and asked Old Black to provide some water. To their surprise, the man spat out a slimy green substance that disgusted the two onlookers. He then skillfully fashioned an earthen cage, certain that the frog would not escape this time. Just as he was about to lure the green frog inside, a massive tremor erupted behind them as a green beam struck down. Terrified, the frog teleported away, infuriating Li Ke. He hurled the earthen pot aside, cursing, "Who the hell is interfering? Do you want me to wipe out your entire clan?" It turned out the brilliant light signaled the emergence of a treasure, drawing a crowd in pursuit. Meanwhile, the battle between the heaven-destroying ape demon and the red-robed assistant affected other areas. Nan Huern asked anxiously, "What's happening?" Luo Jianing also felt the tremors. Old Mo pointed at the trembling deity. "Look, the little ones under the cinnamon tree are all terrified." Suddenly, the lake's surface swirled violently before a massive explosion sent water flying everywhere, causing the deity to forget its fear. Li Ke appeared before everyone, announcing his return. Nan Huern cheered, "Eldest senior brother," while Luo Jianing asked, "Where are Sister Xiongyan and Miss Lu?" Li Ke explained that they were waiting outside to request something from the little ones. As he spoke, the deity flew to his side, complaining incessantly, while Li Ke gently comforted it. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. However, you must give me those two treasures." He looked directly at it, knowing this was the only way to destroy the threat. The deity sighed and flew from his hand as a green light enveloped it. A flower appeared on its right, while a circular object emerged on its left. As the two objects took shape, Li Ke recognized them immediately as the Six Paths Lotus Flower and the Azure Lotus Holy Water. With these, there was nothing left to fear. Nan Huern was astonished. "What are these treasures? I've never heard of them." The first elder asked curiously, "Li Ke, since you went specifically to get these, you must be preparing for a powerful enemy." Li Ke nodded. "Indeed, a great catastrophe is approaching." He instructed everyone, "But rest assured, as long as you stay within the cinnamon forest, you will be safe." The first elder pondered Li Ke's declaration. "Li Ke, are you planning to face everything alone again?" The naturally timid Nan Huern, hearing of the danger, suggested, "Is it really that dangerous? I think it's best if we just stay here." In contrast, Guo Mingtang spoke enthusiastically. "Eldest senior brother, let me help you." Luo Jianing asked curiously, "What exactly is this impending crisis?" Old Mo remained equally calm. "If that's what you say, we will wait for news from you." The first elder could only sigh in response. Before leaving, Li Ke expressed his concern. "Elder Gu, the situation ahead may turn sour. You must watch over the disciples and ensure they don't act on their own." The first elder nodded. "Understood, you must be careful as well." Li Ke didn't hesitate. "Let's go." The deity appeared pouted, feeling neglected. Li Ke smiled comfortingly. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." He turned to Shi Yaofen and instructed, "Old Yao, head toward that pillar of light next." "Just follow my specific instructions." Shi Yaofen agreed without hesitation. "Understood." Beside them, Li Xiongyan couldn't help but wonder. "What did you go back for just now?" He gave a vague answer about preparing some essentials. Seeing he wouldn't tell the truth, she didn't push. "I don't know what you're planning, but the other sects have likely pulled far ahead of us." Li Ke remained calm. "It's fine. Let them go first. Just remember that the forest ahead is the heart of the evil-infested ridge. Those high-level heavenly beasts won't let them pass easily. And indeed, many were already facing trouble. At that moment, the six-winged roc appeared, causing a massive disturbance. It attacked from a distance and even snatched people up in its beak. The Holy Sun's red-robed assistant asked, "Young master, do you need me to intervene?" The Holy Sun replied coldly, "Their lives don't concern us. Let them handle it themselves." Suddenly, Elder She cried out, "Lord Holy Sun, there is a giant multi-headed serpent ahead." Everyone was terrified. "Damn it, this place is crawling with heavenly beasts." The red-robed assistant acted quickly. "Leave it to me." With that, he charged toward the serpent. Elsewhere, Qing Shuan and Leng Chengfeng had been battling a massive bull for a long time before finally taking it down. Leng Chengfeng remarked disdainfully, "It seems there are levels to these beasts. This monster was much easier to handle than that ape demon." Qing Shuan cautioned, "Brother Leng, don't let your guard down. We must quickly suppress our aura and head toward the divine artifact." He added, "After all, we aren't the only ones competing with the Holy Sun for it." Meanwhile, from another sect, Manju Luochu appeared and made an announcement. "Excellent, I have accepted your trust." He struck instantly, dismissing his foe as a mere heap of sludge. Manjulata punched it squarely, yelling for it to die. The mud shattered into pieces, splashing his face. He tasted it and remarked that high-level heavenly beasts were nothing special. Suddenly he froze, thinking that once he obtained the God King's artifact, his sect would surely replace the holy heavenly sect. Meanwhile, Lao Gui kept urging everyone to hurry, fearing the Holy Sun's punishment if they were late. "We cannot afford that burden." Nan Tianhao suggested to Lao Gui that they follow his lead, questioning the benefit of giving the layout to Li Ke as he hatched a plan. He proposed they join forces to seize the divine artifact. Lao Gui countered, warning that such a thought was dangerous since they could not challenge the holy heavenly sect. Suddenly he spotted something and shouted for them to stop. A beast appeared before them, charging wildly. The disciples cried out in terror at the sight of the creature. Lao Gui calmly told them not to fear. He retreated into his shell and rolled forward like a wheel, shouting that he would clear the path as Nan Tianhao watched in awe. "This Lao Gui is quite capable. Let us charge as well." Lao Gui collided with the beast at maximum speed, triggering a thunderous explosion. Meanwhile, Li Ke and Li Xiongyin continued their journey. He told Lao Niu to turn right ahead, and the old man acknowledged, noting the heavy commotion within the forest. Li Ke noticed it too, suggesting the major sects were likely busy fighting heavenly beasts. Li Xiongyin found the situation peculiar. Indeed, she wondered why they hadn't encountered a single heavenly beast. He knew the reason well, stating that they naturally wouldn't run into any. Neither Shi Yeofen nor Li Xiongyin understood his meaning. Li Ke slowly explained, asking them to recall how he used the sky-destroying ape demon to wound those fools. "Have you already forgotten?" Li Xiongyin suddenly realized the truth. Li Ke confirmed it, stating he knew the territories of all heavenly beasts, not just the sky-destroying ape demon. Naturally, he also knew the path of absolute safety. Li Xiongyin voiced her doubt, questioning how he could possibly know a route that was completely secure. She argued that even if an immortal emperor had appeared in his dreams, that was 10,000 years ago, so the environment should have changed by now. Li Ke asked her where they were currently located. Surprised by the question, she replied that they were at the evil-infused ridge. Li Ke confirmed the location, but noted they had entered via teleportation array. Li Xiongyin then asked where they truly were. Li Ke explained they had been transported to an unknown location, adding that they were essentially within a specific dimension. He described it as an illusory realm that appeared out of nowhere. Seeing her confusion, Li Ke grew impatient and decided to get straight to the point. He explained that this was an illusion formed by the ridge's core energy, which reset and rearranged everything every 300 years. He revealed that everything here was a creation of the core, including the high-level heavenly beasts, regardless of how much force was used against them. Whether killed or crushed, everything would reset when the ridge reopened in 300 years, explaining the inexhaustible resources. Shi Yeofen praised Master Ke for his guidance. They soon reached a massive pit emitting a powerful blue light, realizing they had found the God King's artifact. Li Xiongyin turned to Li Ke with a question. She asked why the sects were so focused on the God King's artifact, if it simply reset along with everything else in the ridge. Li Ke praised her intelligence, noting this was a unique case. Li Xiongyin decided to stop questioning and focus on the task at hand. She leaped off Shi Yeofen's back and flew toward the God King's artifact, intent on seizing it as Shi Yeofen watched in surprise. How cunning, he remarked without surprise before following her. The energy radiating from the God King's artifact was incredibly intense. The three approached and discovered a sword. Li Xiongyin muttered in disbelief, noting that the God King's artifact appeared surprisingly crude. However, the constant flow of energy proved it was extraordinary. She slowly reached out her hand to touch the divine weapon. Suddenly, a voice shouted for her to stop as Qing Xuan and Leng Chengfeng appeared. A startled Li Xiongyin watched as Leng Chengfeng addressed her coldly. He declared he would not yield this achievement to her. Li Xiongyin breathed his name as Leng Chengfeng whispered to Qing Xuan. He suggested the artifact would cement their sex friendship. Qing Xuan smiled, agreeing it was a good idea but wouldn't be easy, then drew his sword and questioned Li Ke. As Qing Xuan attacked Li Ke, he told Leng Chengfeng to take the sword while he handled the boy himself. Li Xiongyin refused to back down, but Leng Chengfeng mocked her, asking if fellow disciples truly had to kill one another. She retorted that he had struck first. Qing Xuan continued his assault, challenging Li Ke to show his true strength while Shi Yaofan watched the battle with ease. It seemed no one was paying attention to him, and naturally he did not miss this chance. The divine artifact belongs to me now. Leng Chengfeng and Li Xiongyin were stunned to see Shi Yaofan's actions. What? Shi Yaofan has actually reached the divine artifact. He picked it up and cheered, I have obtained the divine artifact. I shall be invincible under heaven. Leng Chengfeng and Li Xiongyin could only watch him with eyes full of rage. Before Shi Yaofan could even celebrate, he realized something horrifying. Where are my hands? Both of his hands had vanished along with the divine artifact as the holy sun appeared. He praised Shi Yaofan, your movements were quite swift. Fortunately, I am one level higher. Qing Xuan looked at him with a gaze full of loathing. You are in the way, Li Ke spoke with disdain. One level higher, it was merely thanks to your servant's teleportation. The holy sun laughed maniacally and declared that the divine artifact would belong to him. Leng Chengfeng was furious but helpless. Curse it, Li Xiongyin said anxiously. It's too late. As the holy sun pulled out the divine artifact, its power sent everyone nearby flying back. The holy sun laughed incessantly like a madman, feeling the power surging through his body. It truly lives up to its name as a God King artifact. I can feel an endless amount of power. He raised the sword toward the sky and laughed loudly as vines began to sprout from the ground, wriggling incessantly. Li Xiongyin was struck with panic. What is this? Leng Chengfeng was also astonished as tree roots emerged from everywhere. Qing Xuan gritted his teeth. Is this the true ability of the God King artifact? Li Ke spoke up. That's not right, look closely. The holy sun was being tightly bound by the vines. His red-clothed assistant asked anxiously, My lord, what is happening to you? I will help you escape from it, the holy sun shouted back. There is no need. The red-clothed assistant was still uneasy, but the holy sun began to explain. It is just the energy being too powerful and going out of control. I will master it shortly. Leng Chengfeng was surrounded by vines and said in annoyance, What are you doing? If you cannot control it, then do not try to seize it. Li Xiongyin struggled to fight back. Can this not be stopped? Qing Xuan was also suffering because of these vines as Li Ke was questioned. You knew about this from the very beginning, didn't you? He smiled and replied, You could say that. The vines wrapped around the divine artifact and finally snatched it away from the holy sun's hands. Has the divine artifact been stolen? Could it be that these vines were not summoned by me? The red-clothed assistant called out to him. Holy sun, he screamed. What are you still standing there for? Quickly help me get out of here. The red-clothed assistant hurriedly took action. He cut through the vines wrapping around the holy sun, who still looked toward the divine artifact with regret. It was still there, so he lunged toward it. How is this possible? Give it back to me. The red-clothed assistant tried to stop him. Young master, wait. Li Xiongyin noted. It has gone inside. Shi Yaofan added. How reckless. Li Xiongyin then asked Li Ke, What are these roots? Do they have something to do with the divine artifact? He spoke sarcastically. Are you finally willing to listen now? But he still explained. Was it not said before that the evil-infused ridge opens once every 300 years? However, external objects that are powerful enough can disregard the will of the evil-infused ridge and reside here for a long time. He said slowly, The God King artifact is actually a Dharma treasure used to seal a demonic creature that does not belong to this place. Qing Xuan followed up, A demonic creature? Could these roots be? Li Ke confirmed, Exactly. This is the demonic creature from back then, the cat-tailed demon that Min Ren sealed outside. The Holy Sun's disciples were in an uproar. The Holy Sun has been inside for a long time now. There is movement underground and the light has vanished. Should we go help this situation? The Holy Sun ordered us to wait here for his command. Bao Kaio said with disdain, I wonder if he might just die underground. Elder, she reminded her, Princess, you should not say such things. A man in gray standing at the edge of the pit said angrily, we risked our lives just to clear the path for him, and now we don't even have the right to go down. A man in purple asked. What is it? It seems you are quite dissatisfied with the Azure Heaven sect. The man in gray stammered, no, that's not it. Suddenly a voice rang out, what does the Azure Heaven sect even amount to? The man in purple was furious and turned around to shout, how bold, who is it? Just as he finished speaking, a massive leg appeared beside him. Manju Luochu spoke coldly. The Azure Heaven sect is arrogant and unprincipled. Manju Luochu will certainly replace them. The people in purple were astonished. Where did this giant statue come from? It appeared so silently. A man in gray shouted, it is the people with the headscarves. They are the ones who summoned the Dharma idol. Manju Luochu declared coldly. Surrender or else death is your only path. The man in purple screamed. The Holy Sun has already obtained the divine artifact. He will be back any moment now. He will definitely not show you any mercy. Elder, she realized the situation was critical and quickly advised Bao Kaio. Those who have come here do not have good intentions. Princess, please be careful. Manju Luochu raised his leg, intending to crush everyone. Supporting the enemy and refusing to wake up, you are truly seeking your own deaths. But suddenly, vines appeared out of nowhere. They wrapped tightly around him. What on earth is this? The disciples of Manju Luochu were in a panic. What is going on? The great god Manju is being restrained. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Azure Heaven sect laughed loudly. The Holy Sun is indeed peerless. He must have successfully claimed the divine artifact. They believed this was a divine punishment against the heretics. Holy Sun, Bao Kaio muttered doubtfully, is this the Tao of life and death? Manju Luochu finally realized that the vines were draining all of his energy. He gradually returned to his normal form, and before leaving, he did not forget to say goodbye to his followers. I am retreating for now. The followers could only stand there in confusion. Great God Manju, what are we supposed to do? The Azure Heaven sect members remained confident. The Holy Sun will entrust everything to us. But the one who spoke had no idea that. The people behind him were skewered through their bodies. He turned back in terror to find his companions had become desiccated corpses, leaving him too paralyzed with fear to flee. Lord Holy Sun, please stop. Lord Holy Sun. Cries of agony rang out from all directions as people wondered what this monstrosity could be. Within the crater, Li Ke explained to the group that this was the Mara Bodhi, a massive tree possessing an incredibly overwhelming life force. Its creeping vines drain nutrients, completely siphoning the life from any creature they ensnare. Even more frightening is that the Mara Bodhi's growth knows no bounds. Unless it is halted, it will relentlessly slaughter other living beings to fuel its frantic expansion, until it consumes the entire world and leaves no other life behind. Leng Chengfeng demanded to know why he hadn't warned others if he knew of such a horror, to which Li Ke indifferently asked what it mattered while flashing a chilling grin. It could not be utterly eradicated without being unleashed first. Meanwhile, the Mara Bodhi continued to swell in size, becoming visible even to those in the distance. Elder, look over there. Something is wrong with the Forbidden Zone. A blue-haired man remarked, wondering if it was the heaven-reaching tree and suspecting it was the power of a rare divine artifact, though the elder had his own suspicions. I suspect this is a backlash, divine retribution against those coveting the artifact, while the followers of Manju Luoju pleaded for their true god to manifest once more instead of hiding within the lamp. Numerous vines erupted from the earth to impale more victims, causing Nan Tianhao to panic and wonder what kind of heavenly beast was launching this sudden assault. Fake turtle, he called out again when there was no response, only to tremble in sheer terror upon seeing that the old turtle had already been turned into a dried-up husk. A branch of the Mara Bodhi suddenly whipped past and pierced his head, resulting in the total annihilation of the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom's party and the death of the Haoshu sect's fake turtle. Shortly after, the Mara Bodhi reached Bao Kaio's location, hunting down and slaughtering every disciple of the Azure Sky sect as the relentless plant continued its rampage. Is it trying to exterminate us all? Bao Kaio cried out, as she and Old She were forced to flee into the air, urging him to increase his speed immediately. One touch will drain you completely, Old She noted, but as he questioned if he should leave her, a tearful Bao Kaio asked what the point of anything was anymore. I won't survive if you perish, so stop worrying about me and escape with everything you have, she urged, leading old she to concede that her reasoning was sound. "My old life can still be put to one final use," he declared, and when Bao Cairo asked what he intended to do while he still held her, he gave a cold response. "Princess, please forgive my insolence," he said before launching a palm strike at her, watching her get thrown into the distance as he tearfully cried out her title. He knew his full-power strike would be painful, but he relied on her tyrant-eye immortal physique to survive this desperate gamble he was forced to take. He prayed that his single blow would be enough to secure her escape, desperately wishing for her survival as memories began to flood Bao Cairo's consciousness. Past memories resurfaced of her asking Uncle Shi to take her out to play, and him happily agreeing to show the little princess something special. "Do you realize how perilous that was?" she recalled, weeping as the pain overwhelmed her, and she called out for old Shi while a group gathered outside the forbidden zone. A bizarre flying creature asked if they had seen the forest of mist where the young master had gone, spotting the Mara tree as it continued to tower into the sky from a distance. While a massive tree erupting from the earth might seem ordinary, a stray branch had suddenly manifested right where the group was positioned. A confused disciple was still speaking to the others when the branch suddenly lunged at him, just as a sword materialized out of thin air. Qing Xuan arrived just in time, shouting for everyone to move as Leng Chengfeng grabbed the disciple. The group rejoiced at the young master's arrival as he hacked at the branches, noting they were lucky to be on the outskirts. "The vines here are manageable, so Brother Leng, lead the disciples away from this forbidden area," Qing Xuan ordered, prompting Leng Chengfeng to immediately command the others to follow. "Follow Brother Qing Xuan and retreat immediately," they urged, while Qing Xuan recalled his earlier conversation with Li Ke regarding the entity that consumes all life. When told that disciples were still stationed outside, Li Ke warned that the Mara Bodhi would reach them soon, but offered a solution using a treasure that could manifest a teleportation portal. "You must all withdraw for now," Li Ke had said, causing Qing Xuan to tighten his grip in resolve before calling out to Brother Leng with measured words. "I entrust the disciples to you, for I cannot flee and bring shame upon the Qing Xuan ancient kingdom," he declared as the Mara Bodhi overran the land, while a red-clad attendant warned the Holy Son of the uncertainty ahead. The attendant suggested returning with scouts to be safe, but the Holy Son snapped at him to be quiet, insisting they could not turn back when the divine artifact was so close. The Holy Son sensed a massive surge of power emanating from the roots, noticing that the energy within the Mara Bodhi's branches had become strangely distinct. Recognizing that this was no ordinary energy source, the Holy Son listened as his red-clad attendant remarked on how truly bizarre the situation had become. The Holy Son agreed that something was amiss, but before the red-clad attendant could finish advising their next move, the Holy Son cut him off. There is no need to go back and call for reinforcements. He finally realized that the energy within these roots carries the breath of our own people. The red-robed assistant could not believe it, but the Holy Son began listing them: the Azure Sky Sect and the Baya Cheng Noble Kingdom. All other subordinate sects have also been absorbed. The red-robed assistant was skeptical, wondering what this plant could possibly be as the Holy Son remained expressionless. "They have all been wiped out, every single one of them." Hearing this, the red-robed assistant tried to comfort him, telling the young lord not to blame himself for them. These words made the Holy Son chuckle mockingly as he spoke with a terrifying expression, telling the assistant that he clearly did not understand that they were all dead. "Yet I am still alive because it chose me." These words made the red-robed assistant feel he was a stranger, as the Holy Son laughed like a madman possessed. "First the divine artifact, and now this powerful divine wood, they have all chosen me." He seemed to be hallucinating, claiming the divine wood was even speaking to him. "Divine wood, what do you wish to tell me?" he asked as he drooled, believing that since he found the divine artifact, the divine wood would also submit to him. Even the red-robed assistant grew worried and called out to the young lord, but when there was no response, he called again, only for the Holy Son to turn and scream in his face. "Why are you being so noisy? Do not disturb my conversation with the divine wood." Just then, someone appeared, catching the assistant's eye as he pointed out Li Ke's presence. Li Ke looked at the man in disgust, remarking that he was not only prone to lust but also to madness, and that he should stay away to avoid catching the infection. "Li Ke, it is you again. Deal with him quickly for me." The red-robed assistant flew forward to attack as Li Ke stood ready, prepared for the confrontation. "It is not very convenient to fight here, so come with me." The red-robed assistant was confused, but the Holy Son continued to urge him on from the side. Move faster and do not let him escape. Li Ke led the red-robed assistant to a deserted area where the two of them immediately faced off. The red-robed assistant asked where he was being taken, to which Li Ke playfully told him to guess, mockingly asking why he wasn't staying by his master's side. Infuriated, the red-robed assistant confidently declared that after killing him and seizing his teleportation treasure, he could return to the young lord to report his success. Li Ke kindly warned his opponent to hurry, as his companions would not show any mercy to his master. Meanwhile, someone else suddenly appeared behind the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun turned and asked who it was, as Li Xiongyan and Shi Yaofan glared at him. Still furious from before, Shi Yaofan roared at him for daring to cut her tentacles. "I will take your life today," she vowed, while Li Xiongyan worriedly cautioned Shi Yaofan not to be overconfident or underestimate their opponent. She emphasized that he was, after all, the young lord of the Azure Sky sect. Suddenly, the Holy Sun screamed in a distorted voice that his divine wood would protect him. His face transformed into a half-black, half-white mask as he vowed to destroy them all before unleashing his technique, the Life and Death Tao Spirit Talisman. Li Ke and the red-robed assistant were locked in an evenly matched battle, clashing head-on as Li Ke realized this was an opponent he could not afford to overlook. A sudden strike sent Li Ke flying back before he could react, and he expressed surprise that the man had actually managed to evade his mysterious gate blade. The red-robed assistant was equally shocked that his own move had been blocked, wondering if it was the true domain god physique before shouting in rage. "I have no time to waste on you, so die." The red-robed assistant then created multiple spatial pockets, intending to use them to ambush Li Ke. Despite his vigilance, Li Ke was struck by the attack, and the red-robed assistant, surging with terrifying energy, prepared to deliver the final blow. He slammed his hand into Li Ke's face and pinned him to the ground, yet even as the earth shattered, Li Ke remained unharmed and told him he was still too weak. The stubborn assistant vowed to see how long he could hold out and opened another rift, but Li Ke immediately struck him with the serpent striking cane, catching him off guard. Thanking him for opening the path, Li Ke ordered the serpent striking cane to act at will, and it immediately flew forward to strike the red-robed assistant repeatedly. "What is this thing?" he roared, while Li Ke laughed and asked if he was surprised. The assistant then screamed for the Holy Emperor's power and swatted the cane away. Li Ke was slightly surprised, wondering if the man's cultivation realm had surpassed the cane's capabilities, as the transformed assistant coldly warned him not to be so smug. He told Li Ke to use whatever tricks he had left, and Li Ke looked at him with interest, noting that things were finally getting exciting and telling him not to disappoint. "Shut your mouth," he roared as Li Ke was struck again, unable to react in time, while the assistant's face grew increasingly savage as he demanded silence. Li Ke was severely injured and bleeding profusely, as the force of the assistant's power slammed him into a nearby mountain, creating a truly gruesome scene. The red-robed assistant coldly declared that anyone who looked down on the Holy Emperor would meet such a fate, lamenting that he had died far too easily. He was surprised to see Li Ke still breathing. "You're not dead yet," Li Ke gasped for air before slowly standing up. "Almost I'm nearly bored to death. I actually had high hopes for this." The red-robed assistant said no more and prepared to strike again, still struggling. Li Ke advised him, "It's not enough, you need more power." He looked at the man with disdain. "Or perhaps I can finish you without even lifting a finger." Enraged, the red-robed assistant lunged at Li Ke with everything he had. "Die!" Meanwhile, Li Xiongyan and the Holy Sun were locked in a fierce battle. The Holy Sun roared repeatedly, "Die! All of you shall die for me!" Li Xiongyan countered while defending. "Li Ke has already exposed your secret techniques." Unsurprisingly, her frost was the perfect counter. She shouted as the ice crystals pushed the Holy Sun back, but his wounds healed instantly. "Your ice shards cannot stop my power of rebirth." Unexpectedly, Shi Yaofan had anticipated this. "This is exactly as I expected." The Holy Sun then shifted his target to attack him. "Die, you servant! Life, death, thou purple light!" Shi Yaofan was caught off guard and stood frozen, but Li Xiongyan screamed in panic, "Old Niu!" Yet nothing happened, leaving Shi Yaofan confused. "What kind of move is this? Why don't I feel anything?" Even the Holy Sun was shocked. "What? Why is my death energy ineffective?" Shi Yaofan took advantage of his distraction to strike. "You vastly underestimated the resistance of the heavenly snail ancestor. Now, it's my turn to transform." He shifted into his devouring form. The Holy Sun was stunned. "What is this?" Shi Naiofan used his massive body to envelop the Holy Sun, successfully capturing him. Li Xiongyan wondered why he wasn't reacting. Shi Naiofan quickly explained, "My acid can melt metal in the blink of an eye." He continued, "No matter how strong his regeneration is, he will only be digested repeatedly within my acid." Li Xiongyan asked tentatively. "So the truth is," Shi Naiofan understood her, "now we just wait for his energy to run out until I finally devour him." How pathetic, he might have been more comfortable if he couldn't regenerate. Despite being corroded, the Holy Sun kept cursing, "You fools." His body began to change. How could I possibly stop here? A violent tremor erupted in Shi Naiofan's stomach, followed by an explosion that worried Li Xiongyan. Old Niu, what happened? Seeing the Holy Sun had broken free, she cursed under her breath. He's truly difficult to handle. Shi Naiofan couldn't believe he had escaped. The Holy Sun spoke coldly. I understand everything now." He was reborn in the form of a mummy and thought to himself, "This is the trial the Divine Wood has set for me. Divine Wood, I will not let you down." Li Xiongyan noticed his aura had shifted. Shi Naiofan didn't care. "So what?" Li Xiongyan agreed. "Right, let's keep going." They both lunged at the Holy Sun, who struck first with withering black mist. She cursed as she dodged. "Damn it, this guy has learned how to counterattack." She immediately retaliated, firing an ice arrow straight into the Holy Sun's eye. However, the wound healed instantly, leaving Li Xiongyan in awe. His recovery speed is terrifying. Shi Naiofan quickly moved to support her. "Leave it to old Niu." The Holy Sun knew their tricks. How could the same tactic work on me again? He raised his fist and shouted slowly, "Next stage." High-speed growth. Shi Naiofan was instantly ensnared by demonic vines. The Holy Sun was pleased. "Isn't it great to have something that can't be killed but can be restrained?" Taking advantage of his distraction, Li Xiongyan attacked again, shouting, "I was thinking the same thing." She poured all her strength into a strike that turned the surroundings into a frozen wasteland. She thought this would seal him for a while. Indeed, the Holy Sun was frozen, but when Shi Naiofan asked if it was over, she shook her head. No, he escaped. Only his bandages remained in the ice as his figure vanished. The Holy Sun laughed craftily as he ran. "Divine Wood, I'm here. Why are you hiding? See, in the end, I'm the one who reached you." Suddenly, a voice replied, "I am not hiding." Overjoyed, the Holy Sun cried, "Divine Wood, you finally answered me. I knew you chose me." The Divine Wood commanded deeply, "Chosen. Yes, I chose you. Listen, there is a very difficult opponent now. Go and destroy him." The Holy Sun doubted. A difficult opponent could it be? As time passed, the Holy Sun's appearance suddenly changed. Vines began to wrap around him, filling him with intense excitement. As expected, the power of a divine artifact is remarkable. The Divine Wood replied, "I spent a lot of effort to assimilate it. This wooden sword has absorbed my power." Now filled with bloodlust, the Holy Sun said, "I see. After I destroy them, Li Ke will be next." The Divine Wood stopped him. "Wait, keep them. They are still useful." Outside, Li Xiongyan saw the strange sight. These vines were different from before, becoming much more durable. Shi Naiofan suggested, "Let me try." He spat some acid onto the vines, but they remained intact. "What is this? Even my acid can't melt them." Suddenly, the Holy Sun appeared and mocked them. "You think you can face a divine artifact? The Divine Wood says you are important hostages. If you behave, you won't be hurt." Li Xiongyan looked disgusted. Shi Naiofan refused to yield, declaring he would never control her, yet the Holy Sun had already foreseen their response. "Fine, knowing you won't surrender easily." He used his long tongue to seize Li Xiongyan's hand as she angrily demanded to know his intentions. Shi Naiofan felt his actions were truly insolent, while the Divine Wood issued a deep warning for them to restrain their behavior. The Holy Sun quickly replied with thanks to the Divine Wood, noting that they only kept their lives because of its instructions, yet he still mockingly added that aside from their lives. Everything else was uncertain, and he looked at Li Xiongyan with a loathsome gaze, remarking that the princess of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate was quite beautiful and suggesting they. She cut him off with a scream, telling him to keep dreaming, when suddenly the vines began to freeze and the Holy Sun's face also iced over, leaving him confused about what was happening. Looking around anxiously, he realized the frost energy was too intense and that his Divine Wood cage had been completely frozen over. Xiongyan lunged forward, surrounded by dense frost energy, mocking the limits of the divine weapon in his hand. And he had to admit the Demon Gate princess was skilled, as her overbearing cold suppressed even the weapon's regenerative power. He coldly assessed how long she could maintain that form, but Xiongyan, filled with killing intent, declared that a single strike would be enough to take him down. A wave of frost rain rushed straight at him, and as he felt his body gradually freezing from the impact, he still tried to swing his sword, questioning if she could truly block the power of a divine weapon. In the blink of an eye, he was frozen, yet his sword successfully pierced Xiongyan, causing her mouth to bleed incessantly as both sides ended up severely wounded. Xiongyan collapsed and could only barely seal her wound with ice, lying in pain on the ground while wondering why Kia hadn't returned yet as they were all about to perish, while the Holy Sun laughed, admitting he would have been frozen without the divine weapon. Meanwhile, in another location, the Holy Emperor of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom took on a solemn expression and spoke with a voice full of contempt, calling him a useless person whose life held no value. He asked if the man would dare to complain if God took everything away, as his massive figure loomed over the entire area while the man stood before the Holy Emperor. Without trembling, the man let his tears fall silently as he removed his red hood and stated that since God gives and God takes away, there was no reason to complain. The Holy Emperor sneered that he would get his wish, and immediately the man's body parts began to detach one by one, floating in midair. The Holy Emperor mockingly called him a puppet and asked how he felt about having his limbs severed first, questioning if he still wanted to praise him. Contrary to the Holy Emperor's attitude, the man was overjoyed, weeping as he repeated that God gives and God takes away, which only made the Holy Emperor feel disgusted. With eyes full of disdain for the man's narrow vision, the Emperor declared his eyes would be taken too, and they instantly flew from his face in a sight that would make anyone shudder. Yet the man felt even more euphoric, thanking the Holy Emperor for his grace and for allowing his sight to behold the Emperor's countenance in his final moments. He kept muttering nonsense about God giving and taking, which irritated the Holy Emperor so much that he shouted for him to shut up and not think he would survive as his body began to vanish into the void. Even as his physical form dissipated, he still tried to make strange sounds, prompting the Holy Emperor to laugh and find the situation quite amusing. He noted that despite losing his thoughts and speech, the man never stopped praising God, and his laughter blended with the whistling wind to create a chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, the man's face was restored as blue beams of light gradually reconstructed its features, making it appear normal as if nothing had ever happened. However, his appearance had shifted slightly, and he now looked entirely different from a normal human being. With pale blue skin, golden pupils, and shimmering piercings on his head and around his eyes, he looked exactly like an extraterrestrial creature. Standing high above, the man joyfully shouted his thanks for the holy grace and the Holy Emperor, but the Emperor seemingly had more to say, stating he was temporarily returning the man's body. In exchange, he would take the man's name and demanded his loyalty, promising infinite power so he could serve as the Holy Sun's follower. Upon hearing this, the man was so moved that tears and mucus flowed freely as he incessantly repeated his gratitude to the Holy Emperor. After receiving the power and being pushed off the massive rock, he thanked the Holy Emperor again, thinking that as long as he remained steadfast in his faith, he would be granted infinite strength. He wondered how a small fry could ever be his match. While at the place where Li Kia had been waiting, Kia remarked that he had already warned that he couldn't be harmed, appearing in a truly impressive form. Beyond his physical transformation, he now possessed 2 horns and red pupils, with his overall power significantly increased. His energy radiated a terrifying, destructive force, and with just a wave of his hand, he caused the surrounding space to shatter into numerous large and small fragments. Purple-edged cracks led into a pitch-black void as continuous explosions rang out, and Kia identified it as a dark art. Stunned by Kia's horrific power, the man stood frozen with wide eyes, unable to believe what he saw as he screamed, asking what kind of evil magic the demon was using to defy the Holy Emperor's power, while Kia sighed in exasperation. It was clear he couldn't be defeated, and after the technique was cast, Kia's appearance returned to normal as his long, dark red horns vanished. He sat down in a meditative cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and spoke softly. "It seems you have been completely deceived by the Holy Emperor. This is not his power at all." "What do you mean?" the man asked, visibly annoyed and frowning as he felt his faith being mocked by Qi Yi, who then spoke to awaken him. "All of your cultivation originates from within yourself. The Tao heart is what truly matters." Qi Yi's words seemed to strike a chord, as the man's expression shifted abruptly, indicating a sudden realization. Qi Yi continued, "I see that you were originally a genius, yet you entrusted your talents to the faith of the Holy Emperor, as if you were a puppet bound within his palm." These words struck his deepest insecurities, revealing that he was merely being used by the Holy Emperor for his own ends. As Qi Yi added mockingly, "How can someone who anchors their Tao heart to external things ever hope to be my opponent?" His rage exploded as he shouted, "You monster, stop speaking such nonsense. Great Holy Emperor, this foolish servant failed to see through this brat's sorcery." Qi Yi felt that his efforts to explain had been in vain as the man prepared to attack, his fist ready to strike Qi Yi directly in the face. "This lowly one can only abandon the Tao arts," he declared, his body swelling with muscles and growing massive through magical enhancement as he tore his robes to shreds. "I will use absolute strength to crush you." Qi Yi watched him with an indifferent gaze, showing no fear as the man cracked his neck and screamed. "Let us see if your Tao heart is stronger than my faith, you piece of trash." He then lunged forward, raising his hand to strike while shouting, "Give me your life." At that moment, Qi Yi's eyes suddenly flashed as a fraction of the God King's power seal was released, remarking that it had been a long time since he felt his own true strength. Facing the onslaught, he stood calmly with crimson eyes, saying, "Let me show you what a true god looks like," before blocking a massive purple magical explosion with a single finger, causing the man to panic as his body inflated like a bubble and collapsed from his own reflected strike. "Fools truly do love to bark early," Qi Yi remarked, while elsewhere the saint panted heavily, realizing his recovery was being hindered by invading cold qi. Fortunately for him, the Demon Gate Princess was unable to move, and nearby Old Sen remained frozen by the previous technique, unable to break free. As he raised his sword to finish them, Bao Kaio and Qing Xuan suddenly appeared, prompting Long Tian Cheng to ask if they intended to oppose him and his divine artifact. "Have you already merged with the demon tree?" Qi Yi wondered, while the artifact urged the saint to finish the fight quickly since its recovery was nearly complete, leading him to swing his sword at them. He claimed he was merely disciplining his fiancée, taunting Bao Kaio during the fight by accusing her of constantly wandering off with other men. "Are you trying to cuckold me?" he sneered, but she shouted for the weakling to shut up, noticing a blue flame flickering along the path of his sword strike. A single strike that could halt the growth of all living things was unleashed, threatening to leave nothing behind if it hit, as Qing Xuan charged forward with a flaming blue sword, yelling, "Die, you demon!" He hastily blocked with his divine sword, but the powerful blue flame still erupted, scorching one of his hands and making him howl in agony. "My hand, Qing Xuan, there is no grudge between us, so why must we fight?" he cried, but Qing Xuan's eyes were full of murderous intent as he replied, "You have merged with a demon. You dared to kill the disciples of my sect and yet claim innocence. Now die for me." With another swing of the sword, the man's upper body was sliced apart. His severed form was continuously scorched by the blue flames to prevent regeneration, leaving him to scream for help until he suddenly turned solemn and said, "I was just joking with you. After merging with the divine wood, my vitality has become far too immense, and I have completely mastered the power of death. Your blue flames are actually quite helpful. They help me condense a massive amount of death force," he boasted, as a giant orb of energy above them transformed into countless spears that impaled Qing Xuan, and as the flames vanished upon his death, the villain regenerated while laughing. With murderous eyes, he declared Qi Yi was next, while at that same moment Li Qi Yi stood before the true form of the Bodhi demon, which recognized his aura and asked, "Could you be?" To which Li Qi Yi replied, "Since you know, why haven't you surrendered?" Suddenly a sprout grew as the saint appeared, declaring, "No matter how mysterious you are, the divine artifact sealing the Bodhi demon has been assimilated. You cannot seal it again." But Li Qi Yi calmly replied, "Then I will simply kill it." Enraged, he roared, "You talk big, let's see how I deal with you," as his tentacles lashed out only to be stopped by an invisible force, leaving him confused before he launched even more, shouting, "Die for me." Yet as before, they were blocked by a mysterious power in front of him, as Li Qi Yi walked toward the Bodhi demon and remarked, "Your assistant is far too weak." Seeing this, the saint immediately summoned the life-death Tao, creating a massive orb of death Qi above them, which he slammed down while laughing, "Die for me." However, it had no effect, as Li Qi Yi had already summoned the blood demon Dharma image, and informed him that the 49 blood demon-slaying arrays left behind by Min Ren had all been activated. In response, he played dirty by taking Qi Yi's friends hostage as a threat, thinking that while Qi Yi was busy saving them, he could make a quick escape. But Qi Yi shocked him by refusing to go, explaining that he had already left marks in the ground using the tree god's treasure. "You have the Bodhi demon, but I have the tree god's cinnamon lotus," he said, as his companions appeared at the marked locations to rescue the hostages while the tree god used its healing power on Sur, just as numerous roots attacked them. The fat elder calmly held up an ice crystal, noting that the gem he found earlier was finally being put to use, as it shattered into a brilliant blue light and transformed into a giant crystal golem to protect everyone. After rescuing the group, the great elder ordered a retreat, and the divine tree instantly teleported them to a safe location. Realizing he was left with nothing, the holy son was paralyzed with fear. The blood demon then unleashed a powerful ultimate move directly at him. Though he desperately wanted to flee, he was struck down by the evil Tifa, who mocked him for being trash trying to run from battle. "All your energy belongs to me?" it shrieked manically. "You forced my hand." Countless small fruits grew on the tree, containing millennia of accumulated energy capable of destroying all of Demon Back Ridge. As soon as it finished speaking, a lethal strike was launched at it. Chi-Yi remained composed, remarking that the dead shouldn't be so talkative. In an instant, the evil Tifa lost its vitality and withered away. While no one was paying attention, it tried to sneak away in its core form, gloating that it could eventually return as long as its core remained intact. Unfortunately, it ran straight into the Great Elder's group. They were surprised to see the evil Tifa's true form was so small, noting how much it resembled the divine tree. Chi-Yi appeared before it, holding a green jade pearl, and asked the evil Tifa if it recognized the gift the divine tree had specifically prepared for it. Its face turned pale and broke into a sweat at the sight of the azure lotus holy water. He struck immediately, and the demon's agonizing screams filled the air as its appearance shifted to look like the divine tree. Afterward, the divine tree absorbed it to return to its original form. Enveloped in a green glow, the tree's true appearance surprised everyone. Instead of a cute chibi, it became a muscular figure with a cabbage head. The divine tree then released its life force, restoring vitality to the entire region. Flowers bloomed and trees sprouted everywhere, finally bringing the matter to a close. However, Chi-Yi still wore a look of dissatisfaction, asking if there was no payment for his services. When he demanded something practical, it nonchalantly replied that it hadn't considered that yet. This resulted in him landing a punch on it. After some forced facial reconstruction, it finally accepted that everyone deserves a reward. In an instant, the group received top-tier weapons, while the old demon and great elder gained the heavenly beast star phenomenon. My Kunpeng Dharma idol has advanced to the next level. Shuang Yan's reward was the Demon Back Ridge records, which contained a wealth of information that her master required. The old snail directly absorbed the local power, causing his entire body to emit a brilliant radiance. His tentacles disappeared, replaced by a human arm, and his appearance became slightly more handsome. As for Bao Kaio, she wished for Shiba to be brought back to life, but the divine tree could not comply, stating that the dead cannot return unless they weren't actually dead. At that moment, Shiba emerged from the bushes, causing her to tear up with joy as she hugged him tightly, crying that she thought he was dead. The divine tree then turned to Chi-Yi and asked what he wanted. Chi-Yi requested that it capture the green frog still within Demon Back Ridge for him. Both the old snail and Shuang Yan were confused, wondering what kind of treasure it could possibly be. Using its power, the divine tree located it in an instant. With a simple clench of its hand, a cage appeared and quickly captured the green frog for him. This made Chi-Yi very happy, declaring that it wouldn't be escaping this time. The story ends here. Everyone watching, please don't forget to give the narrator a like and subscribe.